Good afternoon for another day's action from New York. I'm pleased to have with me Jack, Wisdom Toothless, today after, can you call it an operation or a treatment? I'm not sure what you would call it, Jack.
Minor surgery, I would say.
Minor surgery. Did you see, talking of which, did you see what happened to Nadal's nose yesterday?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I saw it looked like it made club players around the world feel a lot better about themselves, I think, because it's quite clumsy.
Yeah, or just people in general, I think, as well, who have accidents in kitchens and living rooms and balconies galore. Anyway, just to sort of get you up to speed with, obviously, what we've got Murray and Berrettini starting pretty much any second if they haven't done so already. On my screen, actually, I've got Ons Jaebeur against Shelby Rogers. I probably will switch over to Murray in a second, but they're now into the second set, and Shelby Rogers took the first. Any thoughts on her taking the first there, Jack?
Yeah, we had a quick discussion, of course, before we started. Shelby Rogers, definitely a dark horse, despite the seeding at this tournament. She's serving well. The only thing I was worried about was nerves, but she's kind of shown that she's up for it this year. So she could be really dangerous against any opponent if she's serving that well.
Yeah, I think you said you've got her out going out in the quarterfinals to Samsonova. I've actually, I think, got her going as far as the semis. I think partly because of her form last year at this tournament, obviously beating Ash Barty, going out, I think, did she go out to eventual winner Raducanu?
She did, yeah. That was aforementioned nerves, certainly, in that match, taking a lot of that was the reason she lost, basically. I mean, I think it was 1-2 or something. She only won 3 games and she could barely hit the court for a while. So,
okay, so she had some issues that match. What was it? Sorry?
It must have been nerves because she could barely put the ball in the court. It wasn't really much to do with Raducanu, all respect to the eventual champion, of course. But yeah, that was a lot to do with mental stuff there.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to switch over to the Murray match. Have they started, by the way?
Just Murray warming up his serve at the moment is what we're getting on the camera. Should be
give us your thoughts then ahead of this match.
Yeah, a lot to think about, and I think the first thing I'll start with is I make Andy the slight favourite, and a lot of people will probably want to side with Berrettini, obviously given his slam record. I mean, I think he's made the quarters of 4 slams in a row. Obviously, didn't get to play the French or Wimbledon because of COVID and injuries, of course. But yeah, Andy's able to take away Berrettini's first serve on a hard court. I remember them playing like 3 years ago in 2019. When Andy was in much worse form than he is now. I mean, this was when he was really coming back from injury. And he made Berrettini's first serve look second rate, not just the second serve. He was able to direct or use the pace, I guess, of Berrettini's serve to rush him. And I'm hoping that's what he'll be able to do here. And he'll have more than a few chances to break Berrettini's serve, which I wouldn't have said the same thing in Stuttgart, of course, or Queens when they played on grass the last 2 times, John. So I think it'll be a different matchup for sure.
Although in Stuttgart it was close. It was a 3-setter, right?
It was a 3-setter, yeah. And he still managed to sort of wangle his way into that one service game at the end of the second set. And then the third set, he was injured, of course. I think he'd done something to his leg and still kept playing. So he'll definitely have chances here to break, at least. As Andy wins his first service point, by the way, that's now 15-love at the start of the match.
There you go. Nice, yes. It was a nice, unreturnable... Although actually, I would say that was returnable. I just don't think Berrettini did it. Yeah, I've got it 15-love as well. Yeah, I think I understand your optimism. I think I would probably make Berrettini the slight favourite. But it does sound as though, from your point of view, it sounds like you're thinking of the matchup as much as anything else.
Yeah, I'm only thinking of the matchup for sure, John. I just feel like it plays a big part here. One of the biggest things for me is the fact that Berrettini has struggled in the past against top 10 players. Now, Andy's not a top 10 player, but the one thing he can do that all these top 10 players do is find the Berrettini backhand, get into that cross-court rally, and exploit it, basically, because Berrettini's backhand is still a weakness, regardless of the work he's done to it, regardless of the slice as well, which will set up in a hard court. It's as they get into a backhand cross-court rally, by the way, and Andy tees off on a forehand, forcing the error. It's something that Andy's able to do better than a lot of other players, maybe ranked 20 or lower, basically. So I think it's something we'll be watching a lot of in the extended rallies in this match.
Cool, yeah, 40-love, as you say here at this point. Yeah, I understand that. I think Berrettini will be disappointed they're putting all these shots into the net in this first game. But obviously, from Murray's point of view, that's excellent. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I just think that that Berrettini's pedigree, he kind of normally at slams gets to where you expect him to get to. He beats the players you expect him to, but of course his form has been patchy since unfortunately being forced out of Wimbledon, where he could have gone on to win that tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's been tough losses, to be fair. Tiafoe was one of them, and Tiafoe, great player on his day, of course, and it was a tight match as well. There was another one as well, struggling to remember off the top of my head, but it was definitely Pablo Carreño Busta, of course, who won the Montreal Masters in that tournament. So it actually lost to the eventual champion there. They're not bad losses, John, for sure. But yeah, I still agree that his form's kind of questionable because we've not seen enough of him, really. That's
game to love there from Murray, by the way. Game to love. So one love.
Yeah, it's very encouraging. One thing as well I'd say about the forehand, everybody kind of knows Berrettini's forehand is huge, one of the heaviest on the tour. Heavier than Rafa's actually in terms of topspin, so it really is a proper weapon. But I feel like the fact Andy's maybe prepped for a big forehand, having just played Cerundolo, who's got a crazily large forehand, and somehow Emilio Nava turned up and hit his forehand bigger than anybody else on tour for a set or so, according to Mark Pecci. So he might be feeling a bit more ready for this than we'll give him credit for, possibly.
I think Mark Pecci is obviously very busy. He's in New York working for TV, but he's somebody else I've reached out to. I've reached out to quite a few people, Jack, actually, to just have a sort of 10-minute chat with him. I actually wrote him a message just saying if you fancy chatting about Jack Draper. Actually, is the person I was actually interested in. I think it was sort of fairly topical at the time. I think he'd just beaten Felix. Is Jack in action today or tomorrow?
I think it's today.
I think it is too. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
4 Brits in the first round. In the third round of the US Open for the first time since, as Murray there goes love 15 up as well with a forehand. He had to drop a point so far. That kind of set up nicely off the net cord. But yeah, we've got 4 Brits in the third round for the first time, I think since 97, I think. With Jack Draper, Andy Murray, Dan Evans, and Cam Norrie, of course, who's probably the fancy to go furthest. I'm not sure that Evans will go much further. I could be putting a bit of a damper on it. Jack Draper has a chance, I would say. I forget who he's playing now, but I remember thinking that's winnable. I think Dan Evans is playing Khachanov, and Cam Norrie.
I think Draper's playing Khachanov now.
Draper's got Khachanov. Yeah, I'm getting my muddled up. But I still think that's winnable for Draper.
Definitely winnable. Well, Khachanov, he kind of always goes under the radar on people's predictions at slams. To be fair, he can sort of pull out a big match. It's kind of 50-50 for me in a way. It's definitely winnable, but about 50-50 because I think people just kind of forget Khachanov's as decent a player as he is, for sure, John. I'm just looking up who the other players are playing. Dan Evans is playing Cilic.
Winnable, but I probably would make Cilic slight favourite.
So would I, yeah. And then Cam Norrie v Holger Rune. And of course, I'd probably make Norrie the pretty, not overwhelming favourite, but certainly by a fair margin.
Holger Rune got a walkover in the previous round, which of course can go either way. As Berrettini gets to 40-15 in this first game, we will sort of talk us through some of the points, particularly as it gets to big moments here. But at the moment, it looks like we're going to be staying on Berrettini's serve. He's 40-15 up. So good for the Brits. Cam Norrie, of course, is on a potential collision course with Rafael Nadal in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I actually think Cam could trouble Rafa there. Obviously, you've got to make Rafa the favourite as he gets deeper in the slams.
2 lefties.
2 lefties. I suppose that's probably going to favour Rafa over Cam, to be fair. But yeah, there's also no guarantee Rafa gets there. I feel like I keep looking at Tiafoe. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I think the first time I came on here, John, I think Tiafoe could be a problem. And also, after that match yesterday, who knows? Rafa's certainly not in full flow, is he? I think that Fognini match is going to send doubts over for fans all around the world, definitely.
Good win for Tiafoe yesterday in straight sets. That's a good. I was going to say it's a good drop shot from Murray, but it's 40-30, so he's actually won the point in the end, which is obviously what it's all about. Tiafoe, I agree. I would say that I would make Nadal the favourite for that match, but I think he could pose some problems, home crowd, etc. But where was I? Where's my mind at? Cam Norrie against Nadal potentially. They've played each other a couple of times in recent memory. I remember them playing at the French Open in 2021, straight sets. I think they played each other in Australia same year, straight sets. And they played each other in Acapulco, also straight sets. So the one thing I would say about Acapulco, the final there, is I think that was peak Nadal, actually. And I know that's tough to say because he's obviously got an incredible peak, but he was just playing phenomenal during that tournament in Acapulco. He's actually got, Murray's got juice here, by the way, so I'm just keeping everyone up to date. But that tournament in Acapulco, for me, Nadal hit the heights on a hard court that he didn't even probably hit, with the exception of maybe a couple of sets against Medvedev. Throughout the Australian Open, his level was so high, which is why he crushed Medvedev in the semi-finals. And he beat Cam Norrie in the final, but he had more trouble with Cam Norrie in the final than he'd have with anyone else in the tournament, because I think he won it without dropping a set. So, there's reasons for optimism for Norrie. Regarding Nadal's form, it's kind of weird that I've heard lots of people on the tennis podcast in particular just saying how rubbish the first two sets were, and they are right for saying that. The number of unforced errors from both sides of the net was insane. Of course, you would expect a few less from Rafa, but core reasons for optimism, I think the level he produced in the third set was the best of the tournament so far. He had a slight dip in the fourth set. That was understandable with the blow to the nose. What did you make of that, by the way?
He moved past it pretty quickly. It was fine, John. I just thought it was quite. I'd never seen him injure himself like that before, so I was just a bit taken aback by it. But yeah, he moved past it fine. It was no drama, was there? So.
Okay, let's get to this match. It's not juice here. Berrettini goes down the tee, so he's got an ace there, so he brings up advantage for the Italian. 135 miles an hour there. That's pretty difficult to put your racket on that one.
That's quick, yeah. But Berrettini's certainly one of the biggest servers on the tour. He's probably making top 5, I believe, for serve percentages in general. But that does dip in a hard court, to be fair. So throughout the year, he gets up there, but on a hard court, he's actually about 11th this year. So he's a little vulnerable, maybe less, he's more vulnerable than he has been in previous years on a hard court. I think he's like 8-7 or something. So his record's not brilliant. It's just worth keeping in mind that compared to grass, he's a different beast, because he can be nigh untouchable on grass, like if he's serving well enough. But Andy's already shown he's had plenty of chances there to get into some of the points, so he will make a lot more returns than he did certainly in Stuttgart in that final that kind of was one-sided for some of it, certainly. But yeah, he'll have a chance definitely to get into more return games than he did in Stuttgart.
And simply, Murray won his service game without dropping a point, and yet Berrettini was under a little bit of pressure there with I think a couple of juices on his serve. So it's one game all now. But I'm gonna douse something on your fire, which is just that Berrettini at the majors, I would say since 2021, has pretty much just always gone out to Djokovic, Nadal. I'm going to do this off the top of my head, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see how it gets on. He pulled out injured just before the Tsitsipas match in 2021, because that was the one where Nadal revealed it at the press conference, kind of funnily, because he goes, "Yeah, I think Berrettini's." People don't know that Berrettini pulled out. So that's what it is. He didn't really go out to anyone. He went out to himself at that tournament. Then let me think about Wimbledon. Certainly that year he lost to Djokovic. I don't know who he lost to.
I think was the Tsitsipas one. That was Australia. Did you say? Is that right? And then
where he pulled out, and then he lost to Djokovic 3 times in a row. I think the next 3 majors he lost to Djokovic at the French, definitely in the quarterfinals. That's when the crowd got booted out midway through the match to their disappointment. Then at the obviously Wimbledon final. Then in New York, I'm pretty sure it's a quarterfinal between the two. It might have gone 4.
Yeah, I think all of them were 4 sets, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And then this year was obviously Nadal at the Australian Open and the French Open, and Wimbledon he missed through injury or illness, so to speak.
Yeah. So, he's made 4, I've seen 4 quarterfinals in a row, and if you extend that to 4 friends, 6 4-friends in a row. So if Andy were to win this match, he'd be breaking a 6 4-friend win streak for better, making 6 4-friends in a row, basically. So it's a streak to beat, and it's not to go unnoticed, because that's a big deal. Obviously, in the consistency era of the big 3, records like that maybe go a little bit underappreciated. That's hard to do.
Absolutely. You keep your eyes on this game because there is Murray's in a tiny spot of bother, at least at the point of action where I am. So you just keep an eye on this game, and I'll come to you in a second. But there's something I want to point out, which 30 all. So Lendl really made an interesting point. In fact, Murray was asked about the on-court coaching, I think, after his last win in the second round. And it was also something that came up last night with Carlos Moya and Nadal. So, and I think it's really interesting. It doesn't matter if you're a club player or professional. And it's this. It's that the other player down the other end of the net might be feeling it too. Either the pressure, either the anxiety, either the moment, or just maybe struggling with the heat too, or whatever it happens to be that you happen to be struggling with. And I think Murray was asked whether Lendl had given him anything tactical, as I see him clip the net now and now face a break point in this third game of the first set. And Murray said, no, he didn't really offer me anything tactical, but it was just like, don't worry, he's struggling as well down the other end of the net, or words to that effect. I don't know if you remember that comment.
I didn't hear it, actually. That's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. And exactly the same thing happened with Carlos Moya last night, where I think words to this effect, basically Nadal at some point, I think in the second set, as that's a nice say. No, it's not second set.
It's a lay, unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a lay. So I'm a little bit ahead, I think, John. He's just missed his first serve. He's putting in a second serve now. I'll just tell you what happens here. Mm-hmm. He's rolled it wide, so he got to the Berrettini backhand, slices to the Berrettini backhand. There's trading slices. Berrettini nets the slice. So that's Andy's breakpoint saved.
Deuce. Yeah, and a very similar moment last night with Nadal and his match with Fognini, where Carlos Moya, there was a moment where Nadal, you can pretty much hear him saying it, of course, albeit in Spanish, where he basically just says, look, I'm feeling anxious, or I'm not feeling good, or it's not going well, or words to that effect. And Carlos Moya basically says, don't worry. He's feeling it too. He's struggling as well regarding Fognini. And I heard Murray say a very similar thing regarding what Lendl had said to him. And I think whether you're a club player or professional, it is something you forget about. When you're feeling tired or you're feeling nervous, often we don't realize that actually the player down the other end of the net, other side of the net, may well be feeling the same, particularly, of course, in terms of tiredness or heat with the conditions, etc. Does Murray bring up advantage there? I think he does.
He has. Yeah.
So yeah, which I think is an interesting point, and the Nadal one is magnified a million times because this is a 22-time Grand Slam winner, and he's saying, "I feel anxious. I know, yeah.
It's actually bizarre to hear that, and again, very encouraging just to hear these people, admit they're human. Basically, I think you need that sometimes. Watching these three guys, people hold them in such a high pedestal, they kind of need to be brought back to earth sometimes in some ways. Sorry, very quick segue there, just before I forget. I noticed in that juice point and the approach to the Berrettini backhand to force the error. That is absolutely something we should be seeing frequently in this match. Obviously, trading backhands cross court is good enough in some situations, but if you want to put the pressure onto Berrettini on a difficult point like juice, so I ask him the question to make the pass, it's a very good play because he'll come out and miss the pass more often than not.
And he put a backhand into the net there as well. I mean, listen, I've got a few things to say on the Berrettini backhand as well. Is it fair to say that it's harder to find it on grass?
Yeah, it's definitely harder to find it on grass.
Because of the speed of the court.
Yeah, I'm sure the Stuttgart final, just quickly that stat, I think he found the Berrettini forehand twice throughout the match on the +1 shot on Berrettini's serve.
Yeah, so, I found the Berrettini backhand, yeah.
Yeah, the Berrettini backhand, sorry,
I mean... it's something I think I mentioned maybe with you, Jack. I'm not sure, but I certainly mentioned it with somebody the other day. The semi-final between Nadal and Berrettini this year at the Australian Open, where I was watching it with Hungarian commentary, not necessarily through choice. I just happened to be in Hungary at the time, and of course, not understanding a single word, but I still had it on the noise, and they were just laughing. Because Nadal was finding that backhand, and it would be, cross court to the Berrettini backhand, backhand, Berrettini backhand, breaks down, Berrettini backhand, breaks down, and so on. And that was certainly the pattern for the first two sets of that match.
I'm glad you brought that up, actually, because I was going to touch on that. If there's an exhibit for a top 10 player just like making Berrettini look like he's not a top 10 player, that's the match to watch. Because I mean, obviously Rafa's got the added advantage of the forehand, obviously, on that side. It does make a difference. But at the same time, if you're good enough, like Novak, you can use your backhand on that side. Just pin Berrettini in that cross-court dynamic, basically, and watch him squirm, because he can't get out of it if you lock him in there. And I mean, Rafa made him look, I think it was 6-3, 6-2 or something in the first 2 sets.
First 2 sets, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't have a chance for 2 sets before he started serving well. And obviously
that was the big difference in that match in set 3.
Yeah. That's what makes the difference, obviously. And it's all Berrettini can really do in some situations to change the complexion of a match. And generally, statistically, it's not going to be enough to beat a top 10 player on a hard court.
Did you see any of Berrettini's match against Grenier in the previous round?
I only caught highlights, but I have a good idea of how it went, given Grenier's tennis player persona. He's a pretty big server, right? You know, he's French guy, likes to smack the ball a bit. I imagine probably a poor man's Berrettini in some ways, probably. But I didn't get to see enough to know for sure. Did you get to see any of it yourself, John?
No, but Jethro was talking us through the closing stages of that the other day. He was sort of focusing on that, and I forget where my eyes were averted to, but yeah, as Berrettini gets 15 love at the beginning of this 4th game. Jethro was basically talking us through the closing stages, which is enough for me. And he was just saying that Berrettini looked, I'm not sure if it's lethargic or just uninspiring, let's say. And the form that now I'm also thinking probably with his form, I'm also thinking of that match, or maybe even the first round. I think he may have dropped a set in the first round, did he as well?
He did. Yeah, it was a 4-setter as well.
So
it wasn't. It wasn't. Sorry, it was Nicholas Jarry, right?
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah. But anyway, I'm also thinking of that match with Grenier that Jethro was taking us through the closing stages of, and that was obviously the defining moment. He did, though, in that tiebreak, and I think I dipped into the match for the tiebreak because it was a quite a good tiebreak. So I did just switch over live for that tiebreak, and he did come up with a couple of worldies on the forehand side. I think he passed him with at least one, but I think it was 2 worldies against Grenier. That was like because Berrettini's forehand, by the way, is amazing. I think you did touch on it a minute ago. Second best forehand on the tour, or am I getting a bit carried away?
Yeah, there's a few asterisks to it, though. It's like, if you have Berrettini's backhand in a rally, it's decent. It's probably like top 10. If you're looking at Berrettini's, as I said, backhand again, forehand, whatever. If you look at Berrettini's forehand as a +1 shot to the serve, it's like one of the best on the tour. Like maybe top 2 exactly, because I don't think anybody hits it as heavy as their +1 shot than Berrettini. So in some ways you could say Berrettini's forehand is top 2 in some instances, but overall it's probably about top 10. I'd still think, obviously Rafa's got to be better for sure. Rublev's is right up there in a rally, I would say, probably better than Berrettini's. But as a +1 shot.
It's now 30 all, but funny enough, it was the +1 that let him down in that rally, or was certainly led to being let down, because it's 30 all. He was at 30-15, and he went, I think, towards the net for the +1 on the forehand, but he actually went down the centre of the court. And he's lucky there. He's a lucky boy there with that net cord. So it's still 30 all because it's a net cord on a second serve. And it was the sort of decision to go down the centre of the court and actually Murray managed to scoop it back, and then he put a forehand volley into the net. So that's nice for Berrettini. Oh, yeah, 40-30 Berrettini.
Yeah, he's missed that. That one thing I will say about Berrettini's second serve is big, it's heavy, but it pretty much always goes into the body. So that does benefit Andy. Anticipation-wise, he will know where it's going. However, he clipped that. He basically should have made that return, John. I'm kind of disappointed in that, even though it was quite a fast second serve.
I think he was equally disappointed. He was gesticulating to himself as well. 40-30 now, Berrettini. I'll talk us through this point as he gets the first serve in, and it goes out. So it's 2 games all.
I'm going to reverse 10 seconds or so that I don't give away anything, because I am a little bit ahead.
So you're 10 seconds ahead. Well, that's still not too bad. Sometimes it's 15, 20 seconds ahead. I might even switch to my phone at some point, because often my phone is a few seconds for some reason ahead with the app. I was watching yesterday. I think I switched to the phone at one point just to see if that could speed me up a bit. And it did with a particular match. I think it was the Nadal match. By the way, the Nadal match I was lucky to wake up for. It was just... I didn't plan to fall asleep because I haven't been at work today. I had the day off. So this is 2 games all here, by the way. But yeah, and I just I just go and tell us.
Lovely shot from Andy, just running in, all the body weight going forward towards the net, and to come up with a sort of fairy drop shot like that there is very, very difficult. I don't know.
I was watching Schwartzman. I'd watched a bit of Sabalenka as well. That was an amazing match with Sabalenka yesterday for all sorts of different reasons, with the Belarusian prevailing at the end. And then I went over to Schwartzman Popperin, which actually was quite an entertaining match. Two very different styles there, and Schwartzman played really well, winning in straight sets. But I think I fell asleep before he finished that match when he won in the third set tiebreak. And next thing I know, it's about 4:30 this morning, as it is this time, and I'm very lucky in that I caught basically the whole of the Nadal match, because I woke up on my sofa and it's like, okay. Yes, it was. I think it was a breakdown, but it was early stages of that match, and I think it was like 3-1 at the time when I woke up. And I caught pretty much the whole of the Nadal match, but just pure luck in terms of waking up for that. As Murray takes a 30-love lead, what have you made of these first 2 points? Quite nice for Murray, right?
Lovely, lovely feel again. Berrettini dropping it short off his slice, so it's not like the slice is a big weapon like it is in the grass. It's the sort of shot that Andy can play anything off of, basically, which is why he's just getting out Fox. Berrettini with two lovely drop shots there. So yeah, he's slicing a lot, actually, slicing a bit more than I thought he would be. Andy, I think he wants to coax the slice out of Berrettini, which probably is the right play. It does set up, it is attackable in this surface. So
yeah, 40-love Murray.
I will just say, little record for you here of Berrettini's against top 10 at a Grand Slam. Again, I know Andy's not a top 10 player, but I would just like to point out, if Andy can play like a top 10 player in the backhands dynamics, obviously cross court, in his returning, it is possible. We've seen a little bit of it this week already. But the point is, against better opposition, first he's still looking for that first top 10 win at a Grand Slam. That's 0-7.
0-7. So it just happened. Although, 5 of those are probably Nadal and Djokovic. Certainly Nadal at the US Open in 2019 and Australian Open this year, and those 3 matches against Djokovic. So I think 5 of those 7. It may even be more, by the way. I don't know. No,
you're bang on, John. That's exactly right. And then one of them's Federer, to be fair, and then one of them's one of them's team. So he's not had the best luck with top 10.
Your team as well. Who was that? What year was the team match? If that was peak team, like 2019, 2020.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head.
Also, it'd be interesting to know what surface that was on as well. If that was team on clay, I think that also skews it a bit. Because actually, funny enough, I didn't know that Berrettini top 10 record. It's kind of Zverev-esque. I don't know what he was at. With
he was
his
love
stats.
13, I think, in best of 5 for a while.
Has he got one off? He's got one now, though, hasn't he?
Yeah, he got Alcaraz, right?
I got Alcaraz this year at the French Open. But that 0-13 was all sorts of different top 10 players.
Yeah, it was, exactly. I mean, and 0-13 is Davis Cup as well, so best of 5 on all in all formats, basically. But yeah, you were talking everybody, basically. It was definitely a problem. And just due to how...
may still be. I mean, just because he beat Alcaraz this year, I have no idea when he'll be back, by the way, Zverev. He was giving some optimistic vibes in sort of July time that he was going to make the US Open, but I was at that match in Roland Garros when that unfortunate injury occurred. I think Owen was there too, actually, albeit in a different part of the stadium.
He was.
I was hanging out with him, I think, the previous day, and I think I met him again that day. Actually, we were together watching the Cilic Ruud semi-final, actually. What's going on here? Okay, Jaebeur has 3 set points, so she's looking to level that up against Rogers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that 40-love or?
Yeah, it was 40-love, but she's got it. 1 set all.
Nice, okay. I don't know. I suppose heart, I'm rooting for Jaebeur there.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I don't believe she will win it.
I mean, obviously winning that set makes a big difference for the thoughts on this. But yes, that's 1 set all now. She gives a little fist pump there. Eurosport decided to split my screen, and rightly so, to just show us the conclusion of that set. Back here with Berrettini, he's 15-love up. I think I'll just talk us through this point. Let's see if he gets the first serve in. He doesn't. No, second serve. Sometimes it's always a bit tricky to see if they get it in. The shadow doesn't help, albeit that's down Berrettini's end of the court. We've already spoken the shadow a couple of times this week. Second serve is in to the Murray backhand. As you mentioned before, it's kind of towards the body there. Murray goes for the slice again, as something else that you've mentioned on the forehand to forehand now. Drop shot from Berrettini is successful. Excellent drop shot there. Yeah.
That's a good shot. We've seen him attempt a drop shot a few times already. I'm happy with him attempting drop shots. It generally means, especially on the forehand, it means Andy's forcing him to play something he's not as comfortable playing, which is always a good thing.
In breaking Nick Carter tweet news, I've got these guys on, you and I, whilst I'm watching the match. Genuinely the best commentary out there, whether you can watch or not.
So
great!
There you Thanks very much, Nick. Thank you.
anyone would think that he occasionally works with us, given that complimentary tweet. Anyway, 30 love Berrettini as Berrettini goes for a slice this time, forehand to forehand, although it's actually now on the backhand from Murray, which gives a sort of defensive kind of slice there. And it is now 30-15.
Yeah, again, just forcing an error, not even forcing an error from Berrettini. As you say, there's different kinds of forced errors, isn't there? And that was kind of routine from Berrettini, okay, albeit it was a bit defensive. But yeah, he shouldn't have missed that, really. And that's the kind of point Andy's going to want to play over and over again.
Longest rally of the match, 10 shots, which does still feel quite low. And in fact, it comes up here that the average rally length so far is 3.5 shots. Of course, that's largely down to Berrettini's serve, and there he goes with an ace to make it 40-15.
Yeah, one thing I would say on Berrettini's serve, a lot of the time Andy is quite keen to know where people's favourite spots are on serve, where they like to go. On Berrettini's first serve, he generally hits tee and wide on both sides at equal amounts. Oh my goodness, just seen Andy play an absolute wonder shot.
Oh, yeah. Actually, funny enough, right, because you're a few seconds ahead of me, but and I'm going to switch to my phone in a second when I finally get on top of that, because I think that might give me a few seconds. Bringing a smile from Ivan Lendl. A smile, no less. That's a breaking news if ever I had one.
That's a one-handed pass. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know. I actually thought you were exclaiming the return, which I thought was pretty good because it was a really difficult return. But of course, it's the backhand winner down the line, which also brings an applause from Berrettini. Now Berrettini's on the second serve here. Do you want to talk us through this?
Yes, yeah. If I can get over that last point, Berrettini rolling in a second serve to the body again, but it's a double fault. So as I was kind of saying earlier, body serves don't generally work against Andy if you're not going to hit a first serve body serve.
Fair enough.
Unless you're going very quick, it's difficult to do anything with it. So as we saw there, Berrettini going a little bit riskier with pace, and it didn't pay off. So I think we might see a little bit of that, of Andy can keep pressurising the second serve.
Talk us through these next couple of points. I'm just switching to my phone to see if it is any.
Oh, well, yeah, Berrettini's just hitting an ace out wide. That's kind of what I was saying there before Andy rudely interrupts the move. An amazing backhand pass. Berrettini basically able to hit both spots from the ad court or the juice court in equal measure. So it's really difficult to know where he's going to go with a serve, basically. That's why he's so good at saving break points as well. Basically, he doesn't have a preferred spot on serve, and he's able to...
what about that?
I'm a little bit behind you now, I think, John. Yeah, just seeing a crazy.
Look at this.
Bob. It's great stuff. I mean, he got away with it with the neck card, to be fair, but he won't mind. Obviously, that was absolute vintage Andy stuff.
2 unbelievable shots so far in this game alone. Yeah, so I've just switched. I've got it still on my main screen as well, which is my main screen is slightly behind you, and I think my phone may be slightly ahead.
I've went back to 10 seconds ahead, so I'm watching Berrettini hit second serve. Just about now. Here he goes now. Probably body again. He does go body. Andy ready for it, and hits a really good forehand return. Now they're in the backhand cross-court rally. This should be Andy's advantage. Slices to Berrettini. Berrettini can't find the court with his slice, and it's a break point.
Boom. Yeah, just clip the net cord there, and it didn't quite go over. So Murray, is that his first break point of the match?
That's his first break point of the... No, we had one earlier, right? I think.
Did he in the first game?
Yeah, I might be getting mixed up now. I'm not sure. Anyway. Yeah, he was certainly tight in the first game. This is his first big point. You're right, John. Again, Berrettini will be looking to go either side. It's going to be difficult for Andy to anticipate. Maybe he'll want to take a step back. He's far back for Andy. Has found the court. Berrettini drop shots, and that's great, actually, to be fair. Andy did try to block return that back into the court. I would recommend not doing the block return if you can. We'll want to sort of get it. Yeah, use the pace of the serve to get it back to Berrettini's feet as quick as possible. It's quite difficult for Andy, I guess, given his preferred return stance against Berrettini's serve, but he's making it work so far, actually. I won't complain. It's been brilliant from Andy so far. And Berrettini aces him out wide, by the way.
Yeah, so it's now advantage Berrettini. Yeah, my phone is about 5 seconds or so ahead of my TV, but it's still, I think, about 5 seconds behind you. Anyway, Nick is throwing some nice compliments as well our way. He actually does genuinely think that we're good. Have you seen
I've seen
the
that.
chef, by the way? Do you know who I mean when I say chef in the crowd?
No, I haven't seen that, I don't think.
It's a friendship that Berrettini has with an Italian in New York who has a restaurant as Berrettini holds for 3-all. It's a guy he came to my attention in 2019. I think Eurosport did a little like thing in the build up to the Nadal match where they were like, they're on these sort of 10-minute things where they go around New York, and this is a chef who's a huge fan of Berrettini's, and Berrettini pops into his restaurant often during the US Open. And then last year, said chef or restaurant owner was constantly really in Berrettini's box, and he's there again this year, and he's got a big long beard. So he's an Italian dude. He's either New York Italian or Italian.
It rings a bell, yeah. I think
Yeah.
I did see it. I don't know him though, John, I don't think.
Yeah. No, not personally, no.
Not
You'll
personally.
you'll see him anyway because he's got a very distinctive beard. Okay,
Oh,
3-all. Murray to
goodness.
serve. Go on.
Andy's just hit one of the one of the club shottiest shots I've seen in my life. I think that's just come straight off the frame.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, for those not watching, he's just went for a smash and it's come straight off the top of the frame. Oh my god! And it's just died in the middle of the court. That is an absolute shank and a half.
But he got so little on it, so a shank would actually find you get significant purchase on it, and therefore it flies off. Also, he was so far out with his timing that he actually ended up only just clipping the ball, which was enough to just send it just over the. Oh, look at Berrettini! Yeah,
yeah, he's not particularly happy. And I'm watching Berrettini hit another amazing drop shot. Actually, I'm wondering if this is going to be a recurring theme against Andy.
Yeah.
It's difficult to keep pulling off, to be fair. It might be something Berrettini's actually practiced, because I can't recall another match where Berrettini's went to the drop shot as often as he already has on the forehand.
3 times now. Yeah, because don't forget, he's sacrificing his forehand when he does it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. I did mention this last time I was on, John, and it's still a worry that Andy is struggling on the drop shots a bit more than he used to. I remember the Emer match. Emer played a drop shot on like 4 set points in the first set, and then Emer obviously goes on to win that set, goes on to win the match. Drop shots became a really crucial factor, and it was the same against somebody else Andy played. Can't remember now. It wasn't Taylor Fritz anyway.
So that may well be in his thinking, yeah.
Yeah, it could be a factor. Just when Andy's running up, getting close to those drop shots, he's not got the same sort of just efficiency as he used to, or a clarity of mind, I guess is the word. It's just difficult for him to put it away as easily as he used to.
Yeah. Got a question here as well, which I'm going to address. You just keep an eye on the match, Jack, for now. I think Murray's 30-15 up, so that's quite good. Do we think Berrettini's absence at Wimbledon undermines his US Open potential? Yeah, I mean, it does, in terms of the fact that he's obviously not been on a court that much since winning at Queen's. I guess he's had 3 tournaments since then, and we already highlighted that, or he said 2 tournaments maybe since then, and we highlighted the fact that he didn't go deep in either tournament, partly because of the draw. So I think that's the main thing. Just like any player, there's a peak level of time on court. You don't want to be exceeding that, but there's a peak level of time on court, and I would probably suggest it's sort of 2 or 3 tournaments beforehand. So he is a bit rusty, and I think that may well aid Murray. Did I hear you exclaim?
No, not for that one. I don't think there's nothing too exciting going on apart from that shank there. That's all.
3-all, 30-all now, Murray Berrettini. I'll talk you through this point from my phone at least. Anyways, we've got a Murray down the tee, and it's enough to bring up 40-30.
Yeah, straight to the Berrettini backhand. I do wonder if that's where Andy will be targeting for most of the match again. Berrettini has got quite a good block return, but again, unlike grass, they're playing again. They're playing the point again, I think, John.
Okay. Maybe there was a noise or a serviette? That seems to be the theme of this US Open this year. There was a couple of serviettes flying around courts that affected a doubles match on match point yesterday, and I think there was another match earlier on. Point? Yeah, it was on match point, and it was. There's a lot to say about it in a way from so many points, but maybe I'll do that at the changeover, because this is an interesting point here with 30-all.
Yeah. I'll let you talk through it if you like, because I've just seen what's happened.
Okay. So good forehand there from Berrettini. Another drop shot, although it doesn't look like it's going to be successful. Yes, it is. Murray runs into the net, and it's now break point Berrettini.
Exactly what I was just saying there. Getting up to these drop shots, maybe at the same speed as he used to, but just, I don't know, moments hesitation with what to do with the pass, and it's enough to draw an error, an unforced error, really, because you would be hoping at least he'd make it just to force Berrettini to play a volley. So yeah, breakpoint Berrettini. Maybe we'll look for the backhand. He does, but misses the first serve. So second serve, Andy.
Yeah. Talk us through this point.
He's just about to roll it in. Here he goes now. It's double fault, unfortunately. Not the way to play a breakpoint, Andy. Come on.
No. Oh, look, there's the Italian chef that I was referring to. After so much optimism and understandable, and Nick was sharing similar vibes as well. That's a flat way to lose serve.
Yeah, for sure. I'm encouraged still by the first 7 games. Kind of is going the way I expected, and if Berrettini's first serve percentage dips at all, and they'll be all over it for sure. I do remember when they played in Beijing, when they played on that hard court in 2019, Andy was able to make Berrettini's first serve dip by quite a margin, and I believe it's probably because of how much pressure he was putting on the second serve. So if you attack the second serve well enough, hopefully the first serve will follow. I think that's the key.
Berrettini's about to serve for this set. It's 5-3, right?
It is 4-3, I think.
Oh, 4-3. 4-3. Yeah, sorry, so there's a bit to go in this set. Jaebeur is a breakup, by the way, in at the beginning of the third set there against Shelby Rogers. 2-love there. So Berrettini 4-3 up here in this match. I'll tell you this napkin thing. So I don't know what match it was, but there was a napkin on the court, and that meant a let in one match, I think maybe in the first round, but I don't remember the specifics. But I do know the specifics of what happened yesterday in a doubles match with Coco Gauff and Jessica Pegula against Daria Saville and whoever her partner is. But the reason I remember Saville is because she's the one who draws the attention to the napkin, and she does it not just on break point, but obviously midway through the point. In fact, not even midway through the point. At the end of the point, with one of the other, I'm not sure if it was Coco Gauff or Pegula, was on top of the net about to hit a smash, and she's like, a napkin, and gets a let called. That's on match point for Coco and Jessica Pegula, and they end up losing the match. It was in the super tiebreak, I think.
Wow, oh my goodness. I did not catch that at all.
Daria has taken to Twitter today to sort of explain her side and sort of semi-apologize, but also to say it had distracted her, blah, 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 blah. I'll probably bring up that tweet and share it with us. You talk us through the early stages of this 5th game as Berrettini looks to consolidate the break, while I search for tweets and also some live scores.
Yeah, first point there was a pretty standard serve plus forehand for Berrettini, sort of stuff he'll want to do in his sleep, basically. Then an ace out wide, almost the perfect opening couple of points, basically, to a consolidation hopes of, after breaking, of course, he's looking to consolidate his serve. That's basically the best 2 points he could have had. So 30-love Berrettini, unfortunately, as he serves again. Straight to Andy's body, which is interesting. Again, I would never expect Berrettini to go into the body against anybody on first serve, just given his record, basically serving over the last few years. But it's a pretty good tactic against Andy, just given how close he stands to the baseline, as Berrettini gets another serve and forehand into the court. Yeah, this is a very, very bad return game for Andy. It's not really much to do with him, but it's perfect from Berrettini. This first set probably will go pretty quickly, John.
Yeah. At the end of this game, I'll get into Napkin Gate, but that's obviously 6 points in a row now for the Italian.
Yeah, and as he drop shots Andy again, and Andy misses another drop shot, or a re-drop shot, I guess, the shot after the drop shot.
Yeah, hits it into the net again. I think with both drop shots, that one in particular, he decided to take with the previous one you mentioned, just make Berrettini take another shot. And I think he decided to sort of try and do a bit more than that with it. And as a result, he hit into the net. And similar with that one. I mean, he reaches it reasonably comfortable, but he's going for that sort of narrow angle as so often is the case after a drop shot. And that's at least 4 times that I've seen Berrettini use it. It's probably 5 or 6. And I think he's pretty much won every point when he's done it.
Yeah, he has, John. So it's a pretty good tactic against Andy at the moment, which I am pretty surprised at, I got to say. Like the 7-0 match, so obviously I had a lot of doubts throughout that match as it twisted and turned throughout that first set. I do feel confident about Andy's chances still. It was kind of just a blip, really, in that service game. Certainly shouldn't have double faulted, obviously, on the break point. But yeah, when he is getting into Berrettini's service games, he's doing it with a little bit of the purpose, for sure. I think he's pushed him in 2 service games so far, which is encouraging.
Yeah, so we've got Berrettini here 5-3 up. I'll take us around the grounds at the next changeover in this match, which obviously could well be either 5-4 or even 6-3 to Berrettini. We'll see. It's love 15 though at the moment.
No, 15 love. I think 15 love.
Oh, 15 love. Sorry, my apologies. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I think it's now 30 love actually. Murray leading 30 love in this particular service game. Yeah. But yeah, it's a bit. Do you not feel a bit flat after that double fault and losing serve?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think obviously the best thing Andy could hope for here is a pretty steady hold, because he will have he could have a chance of breaking. It's not like on grass. If Berrettini was coming out to serve out the set on grass, you'd pretty much be guaranteed to hold. I think just the intent Berrettini has on that surface, he can make it happen, but there'll probably be a little bit more doubt on this surface. It's just not as easy to get those 3 points. He misses a few first serves, and he'll jump on it for sure. So I'm not feeling underconfident yet.
Yeah, Murray finding the Berrettini backhand, and once again, at least from Berrettini's point of view, as an unforced error on the backhand goes long this time. From memory, Berrettini's backhands, when there is an error, it tends to go into the net, but on this occasion, it went long, so it's 40 love now for Murray.
Yeah, I think if we see Berrettini going for backhands down the line, then Andy again is doing something right, because he doesn't make them as often as he does make them.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
I'll tell you what happens here, because it looks like it's going to be an easy hold for Andy. Second serve at 40 love. Hits a beautiful forehand cross court, actually, just to close out that game. Nice. So second serve and forehand winner for Andy, which isn't common for him. Great stuff.
Nice, yeah. Nice forehand winner there. From Murray to bring up game to love there. Yeah, so I'll tell you what, let's share my screen, and I'll share my screen with, I don't know whether I'll begin with Napkin Gate or around the grounds. Let's begin with Napkin Gate, shall we? Daria Saville, she's actually calling it a tissue, which whether that's my mistake or hers, well, she was actually there on the court at the time, so I guess we should go with her suggestion, which is a tissue. Let us know in the live chat whether you think it was a tissue, a napkin, or a serviette. Napkin and serviette, to the best of my knowledge, are the same thing. It just tends to be that we in Europe sort of follow the French word for it, I think, and therefore go with serviette. And in the US, I think they tend to use the word napkin. But anyway, Daria Saville is going right down the middle with the word tissue. I saw the tissue flying and was thinking in my head, let, and was waiting for the umpire to call it. But then I took the destiny into my own hands and called it myself. It was definitely a let, except really a player can't call it. I didn't know players can't call it, so there we go.
She's quite tongue-in-cheek online. I mean, it's quite a fair apology, but she's also said it in quite a funny way. I quite like it.
Yeah, she's got go on.
I was just going to say, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, to be honest. If the tissue's on the court, I've seen other players do it. I remember Zverev doing it against Federer, right, when the ball kid, I think he tripped up basically in the background, and Zverev had to say the ball kid just moved there. And the umpire was like, yeah, fair enough. I didn't see it. Because obviously the umpire doesn't have eyes on absolutely everything. So, fair enough.
Jaebeur, by the way, is really putting the afterburners on. She is threatening to go 4 love up in her match. Although it's actually 3 love. Yeah, I know you've got... we'll come back to Murray Berrettini in a second, because they are in possibly the concluding game. We've also got Davidovich, Fekina and Galland sharing sets there, so it's 1 set all. Much like Ons Jaebeur and Shelby Rogers, albeit that Jaebeur is threatening to take a 4 love lead, and that should be decisive. And Galfi and Kudermetova are on serve. Let's get back to Berrettini. Murray, talk us through this, Jack.
Yeah, I can tell you the first 2 points were both aces down the tee. So it's 30 love.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
There you
great,
go.
unfortunately. Yep, is it fine? Well, we can move past this set. I think Andy's done a lot of encouraging stuff in that first set. He's not going to feel too bad going into the second. Certainly, the 5-set cushion as well is really helpful, and it's again a reason that Berrettini hasn't beaten a top 10 player at a Grand Slam yet. Again, I know Andy's not a top 10 player, but the point is, there's just a bit more room to kind of work your way into the match, right?
5 sets though. I mean, this if Murray is to win, he's just gone long there. I think, hasn't he? So it's 40 love now. Berrettini 3 set points. Talk us through these set points.
Yeah, I'll let you know what happens in this first one. Oh, hello. Just had a message. Berrettini goes wide with the first serve, gets the forehand +1 and into the open court. Basically, drew Andy too far wide. So that's the
First set
Berrettini.
Yeah, first set Berrettini. So that's 1 set to love. 6-4 there. I agree. There is plenty of reasons for optimism, but of course that isn't reflected on the scoreboard. Unfortunately for Murray, who's obviously 1 set to love down. Jaebeur, by the way, who was threatening to go 4 love up, is actually now facing a break point. She was at 40-15. Probably there'll be a sort of a slight break in this. So I'll just talk us through Jaebeur Rogers. She's facing break point Jaebeur, albeit she's got at least 1 break in the bag as Rogers goes wide with the backhand return. So it's actually back at deuce there. Jaebeur will still be obviously very much the hot favourite at that stage of the match. And of course, destroying my bracket in many respects with me predicting Rogers to go far, which of course will be at the top of her mind. Eurosport, they're going to Mats Verlander. Any thoughts on commentators and co-commentators and experts? Any particular ones that spring to mind when I say Jack, who you really like?
Yeah, I've just seen Jim Courier pop up there actually. As I was thinking of him, Jim's one of my favourites for sure. His analysis is normally pretty astute. Same with Mark Pecci. Love Mark Pecci. I think he's great. And then for entirely different reasons, Robbie Koenig is just, barrel of laughs. He's great. So yeah. They're probably my top 3, John, I think.
Okay, so sorry, that's Pecci, Courier, and who was the other one?
And Robbie Koenig.
Robbie Koenig, okay. Yeah, no, I've got a soft spot for Pecci as well, as Jaebeur takes a 4-love lead in the third set. Here we have Vonch in the chat suggesting that if Andy wins, this will be his biggest win by ranking in a major since 2017. Vonch, I love this kind of stuff. Of course, though, you are saying it after he's just lost the first set. So that just sort of probably makes us feel a bit worse for him. Anyway, as I said, Jaebeur, they're 4-love up now, and I think she's even love 15 up on the Rogers serve. She seems to be struggling a bit, Rogers. You mentioned, so you think that Rogers got an attack of the nerves against Raducanu last year?
Oh, undoubtedly, yeah. She was completely off the rails for a while. John really couldn't put a shot in the court. I'm sure it was like from 2-1 up to about 5 love down. So a run of about 11 games, 10 games or so for Raducanu. It just completely gone. So yeah, it can happen.
We had an interesting point there. Good defense there from Shelby Rogers, actually, as she's on serve here. And Jaebeur slips over, actually, and is lying sort of face down on the court, a la Djokovic at Wimbledon this year. But she's fine anyway. She got a racket on the ball but didn't win the point. But more importantly, she's fine in terms of her health. So yeah, we'll see. Okay, so Murray Berrettini about to kick off this second set. Berrettini leads 1 set to love. You could even talk us through the first point.
Yeah, I will do.
Murray,
one thing.
Go on.
I was going to say one thing I have been thinking throughout the match is that we could have maybe done with Andy and Berrettini playing in the night. I actually think that would have benefited Andy a little bit. Yes, the daytime conditions do give Andy a little bit more bite to his serve, but I think I would have preferred a little bit of bite to be taken off Berrettini's serve, just to give Andy a few more chances at returning. Because the longer the rallies go on, generally, the more you would expect Andy to win the points. So as Andy dumps a forehand into the net, by the way, not much of an excuse for that one. So untidy start as he moves his legs to try and get himself a little bit more pumped up. Just get the ship rewrited here. Going for a first serve now. I'll tell you where he goes. Goes down the tee. Misses it, unfortunately. Also second serve. Really big point here because, he can lose track of the match really quickly if you lose a break of serve against somebody like Berrettini at the start of the second. Berrettini nets a pretty standard backhand return, actually. So Andy's been given a let-off there off a 77-mile-an-hour second serve.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm glad the statistic backs up what I'm about to say, which was that second serve seemed really slow. And I don't know if that deceived Berrettini at all, but he was really slow to react to it. So I don't know if he got caught off guard there, but it's 15-all.
I remember Djokovic in the final against Berrettini amidst a plethora of tactics, to be fair, that he employed against Berrettini. One was just to roll in the second serve, make him put the pace on with his backhand. He's not good at it. He can't, and generally that's a problem for on his backhand in any situation. But off a second serve, he really struggles to hit the serve return with any pace if it's on his backhand. So it's a good tactic.
Regarding Berrettini as a whole, he's obviously an excellent player. He's got two unbelievable strengths in the forehand and the serve. But and I know we've sort of talked about his weaknesses quite a lot here, and of course the backhand comes under. Do you think he's got too many to win a major? Too many sort of flaws, if you like?
I think Wimbledon's definitely possible. His slice is really, really good, so he kind of covers his backhand really well on that surface. He totally could win Wimbledon. I mean, Djokovic was the only thing standing in his way in 2021 when if Djokovic is ever off the scene, then Berrettini certainly looks a cut above the rest of the next gen in terms of grass court prowess. So I'd fancy his chances there.
So you think he's got more than a 50-50 chance of winning a major at some point, and of course that one would probably be at Wimbledon.
I'd probably make it about 50-50 actually, John. As by the way, Andy went big on the second serve out wide and missed, so that is now break point.
30-40, yeah, double fault.
Yeah.
Talk us through this point.
Yeah, I'll let you know, yeah. I don't know what Andy was doing there. As I was just saying, you can roll the second serve into the Berrettini backhand and make him play the aggressive shot, but he was going out wide, went risky when maybe there wasn't really much of a need to do that. Andy goes for the first serve, he goes out wide to the backhand, gives himself a +1 shot, goes down the middle with it. Berrettini gets a runner around forehand. Andy with another forehand into Berrettini's forehand. Berrettini gets another runner around forehand, looking like Berrettini's point here now. Andy manages to find Berrettini's backhand again, though. Another Berrettini forehand, so it's continuing. Berrettini slices this time. Andy goes down the line with a backhand, kind of catches him off guard. They're back to forehand. Somehow Andy's staying in the point, only just gets that forehand there. Berrettini with the advantage now, forehand into the open space and smashes it into the open court. So that is Berrettini's break. This is probably the worst start to the second set I could have seen, John.
Setting a break up now. It's only 1-love, but of course that is a break of serve. And Murray there at 30-15 as well. And there was a double fault at 30-all. Berrettini very much in charge of that final point and putting it away with a smash, albeit it was a bit closer to the line than the Italian probably wanted. This is really the last 4 or 5 games, or the last 3 or 4 games has really swung there. So that was the longest rally of the match, by the way, at 22 shots. Yeah, there's been a real shift in momentum in the last 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, that was untidy for me. First point, serving forehand. There's no way Andy should be missing the forehand. 30-all point. There's no way Andy should be missing a double fault out wide, going for something aggressive. I don't even know what that tactic was there. It's very bizarre. So just untidy. The last point, fine. Berrettini played better than Andy. But the rest, very weird, very strange, looking a little bit deflated. He needs to get himself pumped up here and get the break back about as fast as he can.
Love all, of course, right now. It's 1-love to Berrettini with a break. Going to have a look at Ivan Lendl there in the crowd. What are your thoughts on the rekindling of that relationship?
Yeah, Andy's touched on it before. I think a lot of the reason for him being on the team is, again, nothing tactical, nothing technical. He likes having somebody that backs him, basically somebody that believes in him at this stage of his career, and to have the person that basically brought him the biggest success of his career back in his team, I think is just a huge deal for him.
We'll come back to Berrettini Murray shortly, because obviously Berrettini's 15-love up. He's got the break of serve there, and should Murray garner any break points in this particular game, we'll certainly come back. Let's have a quick look, though, to see what's going on elsewhere. Jaebeur has still got that double break advantage over Shelby Rogers. She's 4-1 up So Shelby did hold her serve in the previous game. Kudermetova is a breakup early on against Galfi, 4-2. She leads. Murray Berrettini, of course, which our eyes are all over. It's 15 all there. 6-4, though Berrettini won the first set, and he's also a break up. So it's 6-4, 1-love, and it's now 30-15 to the Italian after Murray there.
15th. Has he missed that lob? Oh, he has.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, I thought he got it in. Yeah, but it's 30-15. So things looking good for the Italian, at least at this juncture. Davidic, Fokina, and Galano at 1 set all, albeit that Fokina actually does have a break up on the Colombian very early on in that third set. Jaebeur is now 5-1 up, so she's 1 game away from sealing her spot in the 4th round. We'll go back to Murray and Berrettini, which are at 30-15. What are your thoughts on this game so far, in particular that lob that just went a bit long there for Murray?
Yeah, Andy's changed up his return tactics a little bit. Normally, as I've mentioned a few times, of course, he likes to stand right in at the baseline and take the return as early as possible, even on the first serve. He's went a lot deeper for the first serve return on the last few points. I think he might continue to do that. It's getting him a little bit more success. He's putting more returns in the court. At the same time, yeah, he's allowing Berrettini to be the aggressor basically in his service points, so he won't want to keep doing that. I wouldn't be surprised to see him change it back again. But look how far back he is there. I mean, Medvedev-esque in some ways. That's gone in, and he's earned himself a break point.
Yeah. So I'll just tell the viewers about that point. As you mentioned, Murray so far back. Do you think Medvedev is further back than Nadal even?
Yeah, I think 7 meters on average was his numbers for hard court at one point, which is crazy.
Murray was almost in Brooklyn there. He was so far back, rather than Queens, as I'm trying to show off my knowledge of New York. Anyway, he's got a break point there, and it was actually because he actually sort of lofted the return that seemed to bounce on the baseline, probably. Anyway, either way, Berrettini couldn't deal with it, and it's now break point. But Berrettini gets a first serve. No, he doesn't get the first serve.
He doesn't.
No. So it's 30-40, second serve. Do you want to talk through this, Jack?
Yeah, and they nailed that backhand return as well, but it was Berrettini again might go body, but given how far back Andy is now, I don't know, maybe not. Yeah, he goes for the tee and he misses. That was a first serve. Pardon me, must have been a layup. Yeah. So now I did think that looked out of character. Berrettini second serve here, might go body again. He does. Andy gets a backhand return into play. Berrettini spins the forehand in, so Andy's in the point. Again, another forehand just spun into play. That's 3 forehands in a row now. Andy's got a chance in the forehand. Super aggressive with it. Hooks it cross court. Open space now. Forehand into the open space and forces the error from Berrettini. That is a crazy break of serve, John, and honestly, I don't think Andy deserved it in some ways. Obviously, the 30-all point just clipping the line, the deep return of serve position as well, only just getting the returns back into play, and Berrettini sort of botching a couple of points. So we'll take
back
it
on serve. Yeah, very much so. My reflection on that last point was actually I was just about to compliment Berrettini on a rather tricky backhand. I mean, Murray's shaping up to go for the forehand, and I know exactly where it's going. The whole world and his dog knows where it's going, and Berrettini knew where it was going. Berrettini actually, though, dealt with it with a decent backhand, I thought, that point, and it was still sort of 50-50, which is obviously part of the reason for going to Berrettini's backhand is also not just to maybe force an error, but then to potentially give yourself, put yourself in charge of the point. So it's a double-edged sword, so to speak. However, there was a moment a few minutes later or a few seconds later when he went to the backhand again, and that time Berrettini does what he often does with the backhand and put it in the net. So we've got back on serve now, 1-all, albeit that Murray's love 15 down on his serve there after going for the slice there, but it never looked like going over the net. So he's love 15 down. But overall, you must be a bit relieved right now, Jack.
Yeah, definitely. It's not really a break I actually expected Andy to get, to be honest. Return of serve tactics, maybe they'll work. It's just very out of character for Andy. I don't know if he'll be able to sustain it or keep getting rewards from it, I guess. That first point there on Andy's service game, a little bit cheap. I would expect the slice from Andy to definitely go in the court, because I can't see Berrettini being able to do too much with it. Is he getting a second serve here?
I think so.
Andy's second serve at love 15. Again, massive point. it must have been a first serve because he's just hit an ace down the tee, I think. So must have had a let.
Is that his first serve of the match? I'm sure our producer will bring it up if it is, but it feels like Murray's first serve of the match. While
first ace of the match, even.
Yeah, first ace. Yeah, sorry. So it's 9-1 on the ace count. Is that what you would kind of expect? 9-1 after a set and a bit?
Yeah, that's a lot actually for Berrettini. I'll be honest. 9 is probably more than I was expecting. And a first for Andy, I'm pretty surprised at that too. The first serve percentage has been pretty low. I'm pretty sure it's under 50% at the moment. I had an awful stat about under 50% for Andy. I believe I believe he's never won a tournament in his career, so 46 titles, and played a match where he's served under 50%. So he really needs to get it a little bit higher. That's just a little bit too low. Could get away with 50 to 60, but under 50 is bad.
Definitely. 30-15, no Murray here, so that's nice. So it's Berrettini 1 set up and on serve now in this one. Jaebeur is very close to beating Shelby Rogers. If she hasn't done so already, I'll put my eyes on that match very shortly. I would like you to talk us through this next point.
Yeah, can do. So Andy, 30-15. Missed that last point there, actually. So Andy missing a first serve. Again, this has been quite a few in a row. This is an absolute, very classic run of form from Andy, where he tends to miss a lot of first serves. As fans, honestly, it's the bane of our life. Andy getting a run around forehand on, he hits it inside in, which is great. Not something I would have expected to see from him. Obviously, wanting to go a bit more aggressive now. Second serve and run around forehand inside in, John, is not something I would expect to see from Andy. So he's obviously trying to take the initiative on the forehand to Berrettini, which I'm surprised at. Maybe that's just a surprise tactic. I'm not sure we'll see too much more of it. 40-15, great.
Sometimes in these points, you're going to target the backhand. Very occasionally during the match, you might just surprise Berrettini, who may be trying to protect his backhand a bit, even particularly by his court position. By the way, there's an interesting stat there that popped up. I think Murray's won almost double the points of Berrettini once the rally goes 5 to 8 shots. I guess that's not completely surprising, obviously, given that you'd fancy Berrettini certainly for the 1-2s, and obviously the ace count as well, as we've already mentioned. It's 40-15 right now for Murray as he threatens to hold serve.
That stat is always a little bit, again, should be a bit asterisk, John, because obviously Berrettini wins 100% of his points in 0 to 4 shots, and Andy, all of his service points extend to 5 to 8 shots. You'd still make Andy the favourite to win his service points in 5 to 8 shots, right?
Good point.
Yeah, so you kind of need to take it with a pinch of salt.
And Berrettini, I think, for the first time has failed with a drop shot, and it goes into the net. So Murray, that's clearly a tactic there. If we didn't need any more proof, really, or evidence to suggest that it was a tactic, it's clearly a point from Berrettini that he's been told, or he's thought, this is where I can attack Murray through the drop shot, because obviously he's giving away his forehand, because he's always pretty much doing on the forehand. On that occasion, though, it dropped short, hits the net. 2-1 Andy Murray.
Feel good about it, John, I gotta say. Yeah, as I say, okay, yes, the 5 to 8 shot rally thing, you have to take it with a little bit of a pinch of salt, but he does still have the advantage, I believe, in the extended rallies. Regardless of whose serve it is, I would say he's still got a bit of an edge. So, yeah, those drop shots do worry me a wee bit, though, John. I'm really not liking it as a counter to Andy, especially if he keeps sitting deep in the court.
Ons Jaebeur has a match point against Shelby Rogers. It's on the Shelby Rogers serve, although it's now back to deuce in that one. So she's now 2 points away from victory. Ons Jaebeur leading 5-1 in that third set. So that's been a very impressive third set from the Tunisian. Murray and Berrettini have exchanged breaks and therefore are back on serve. In the second set, Berrettini leading a set to love. Davidovich-Fokina is still a breakup on Galan, but he's actually got a break point to go a double breakup in that third set. That match is currently 1 set all. And Kudermetova is a set up on Galfi in that exchange of going with what you probably would imagine for the 18th seed, beating Galfi. She's actually 1 set to love up. She won that 6-2. We're on an exchange of ends right now with Murray Berrettini, right?
Yes, we are. Berrettini's just stepping up to serve now as he hits a first serve down the tee. Andy only just getting it back into play. Forehand drive volley forces the error from Andy.
Cool. So it's 15 love then. So he's obviously threatening to make it 2 games all in this second set. Just going through Twitter, some interesting points here. A lot of people talking about viewership and I think also attendance very much up at the US Open this year. A lot of people probably won't be surprised with two major factors. We're obviously, it's a year on from the 2 years on from the pandemic, and obviously, you would expect people sort of coming out and sharing their interest in tennis a bit more now than perhaps a year ago. But the bigger factor, of course, is Serena Williams behind this, especially in terms of the viewership on TV, which I believe is up 80% from the same point in 2021. Although that 2021 tournament as a whole was just insane.
Yeah, it was great, to be fair. Like I understand it. That's still a massive spike, John. I gotta say, it does help Serena Williams just staying in the tournament. Obviously, that does make a big difference.
Do you think she'll win tonight?
It's Tom Milanovic, is that right? Yeah, I know it's Tom Milanovic. I think she's the bookie's favourite actually, but I mean the way she played against Kontaveit, fair enough. It was still kind of dips and ups and downs, and actually I would say Tom Milanovic is playing better tennis than Kontaveit at the moment. If I was going to go gut feeling, I'd probably say she loses tonight, actually.
I'm going to bring us to an amusing tweet from Owen from Popcorn Tennis in a second. So we're now in this game. I'll probably do it at the next changeover rather than interrupt this game. 40 love currently, Berrettini.
Yep, as he skies a smash, actually. Not skies it, but just hits it long even. I really shouldn't have missed that.
No.
It's probably not the sort of thing he's going to rue. Obviously, again, that I was saying 20% chance of losing from 40 love up. Oh, no, it was the other way around. Sorry, love 40. It's much less than that. Sorry, if you're 40 love up, it's actually a 2% chance of losing the game.
Yeah, because you're serving. Yeah. So basically, if you're love 40 up receiving, if I understand correctly, you've got an 80% chance of winning the game. If you are 40 love up on your serve, and I would imagine it's even bigger for someone like Berrettini, but let's just say the average player, 40 love up on their serve, they're a 98% chance, I think, if I understand correctly, of winning the game.
Yeah, so it's actually 99. It's 99%. So
wow.
It's 1%. Yeah. Very, very low.
I'm actually surprised at it being so high. Actually, I'm kind of surprised at it being so high for both. But of course, that'll be all through the tour, I imagine. Is that men's and women's combined?
Just men's. Yeah, women's will be men's. Probably women's will be a lower chance of holding. Yeah.
Yeah, right, yeah. Anyway, so 2-2 now. Murray on serve. I'll take us around Twitter at the next changeover. Some of the thoughts that are being spread around Twitter and also saying what's going on elsewhere as Murray's got a second serve here, and you can talk us through this first point of the fifth game.
Yeah, great backhand inside out just to give Andy a short ball and then hits her forehand down the line. If he can get the backhand into Berrettini's forehand without him noticing or without him expecting it, then he's doing something right for sure.
Yeah, 15 love Andy Murray. I don't know what Berrettini's upset about there. There's some Italian gesticulation.
Might be the shadow, John.
Okay, yeah, could be.
Yeah, definitely, because it looked like he said it was difficult to see.
Hasn't that been an issue at the US Open before? I don't recall it ever being an issue before.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't think of a match off the top of my head anyway. No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but there's no reason why anything should have changed. I don't think they've changed the design of Arthur Ashe. So maybe some scientists and physicists and otherists can get involved in the chat and tell us why that might be different this year and tell us exactly where the sun is in the sky. But that is not my expertise.
I'm pretty sure. I'd love to see what the actual number is on this, but I feel like Andy's not made a first serve and maybe 10 consecutive points or something like that. It's certainly been a long time. He's really pretty much lost the first serve at the moment, but still somehow surviving by the skin of his teeth.
It could be the match as a whole, because I was thinking the same at one point in the second set where there seemed to be several second serves that he was relying on as well. Good backhand there from Murray, which basically wins the point ultimately, I think. So he's 30 love up now. That's nice for the Scot as he looks to take a 3-2 lead. Has Shelby Rogers been beaten by Ons Jaebeur yet? Jaebeur is a break point down to the American as she tries to get one of those two breaks back. So that's still not concluded. That's interesting. We've got Murray here, 30 love. Yeah, Berrettini changing his racket. So he's quite an unhappy soul right now.
Yeah, he made a sort of slicing action there. Kind of, I don't know, maybe he's not getting the spin rate he would like on the slice or something like that. I'm not really sure. Certainly looked like it was the shadow that was bothering him in particular, though, off that forehand. Again, Andy misses another first serve. If anybody knows how many in a row he's missed, please inform us. Oh, that's... I'd just be hurting myself there. I don't really need to know. He certainly missed a lot, though, and he does have spells like this. It would be great to see him, because you can kind of free up your return game as well if you feel like you're holding serve a little bit easier than you normally do. So the more he misses that first serve, the less free I expect him to play when he's returning Berrettini's serve too.
Yep. Andy Murray serving 30-love 2-all. And Shelby Rogers got a break back, so it's 5-3, and she's serving now.
We did see Rogers pull off this comeback from the same position last year, right?
Was it against Ash Barty? She was double breakdown, was she?
Yeah, 5-2, I think. A double breakdown she managed at the end. So I would argue that Jaebeur would probably be an easier opponent to do it against, given Barty was in some vein of form at that point.
Yeah, definitely. I was in a vein of form myself, actually. I was several drinks down. It was a Saturday night, early. It may even have been about 3 a.m. I think I'd come back from the pub, went on the Game to Love podcast and had a chat with those guys. And we were just sort of seeing that match through. But I think we were, it looked like it was going to be a rudimentary victory for Ash Barty. Was that in the second or the third set that she was a double breakdown?
The third.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it certainly looked like it was going to be a rudimentary victory for the Australian, who seems to never quite have those in New York as they really are, because she's yet to win the US Open. I remember when she won the Aussie Open this year. I think the US Open was sort of, sometimes you see these majors sort of exchange tweets at stuff. And the US Open sort of basically said, yeah, we can't wait to see you in New York, Ash Barty, because you'll be here and you can, collect your career Grand Slam if you like. And Murray has got 40-30.
Yeah, that was a great point there, actually.
Yeah. Berrettini, the reason I wasn't sure is because Berrettini did just get his racket on that as he attempted a pass, but it didn't come off and it goes wide, and Murray's now at game point. Yeah, so back to that Ash Barty thing. So yeah, first of all, the US Open says, can't wait to see you in New York as you attempt to get the career Grand Slam. Little did they know that a couple of weeks later, Ash Barty would be retiring. So she's not going to be doing that anytime soon, if she comes out of retirement or not. I remember us chatting on the show about that the other day, and I think we all had kind of different thoughts. So I certainly thought that Ash Barty may well come back, but that's probably a chat for another day. But yeah, this Barty-Shelby Rogers match, then suddenly we were chatting on the Game to Love podcast a year ago, but we were several drinks down. I certainly was anyway, and talking about anything but tennis for about 20 minutes. And I think Ash Barty was playing anything but tennis for 20 minutes because she ended up losing that double break advantage on Shelby. Then we sort of woke up, if you like, in terms of the match, and it's like, oh my goodness, it's like 5-all. Shelby Rogers did great to go through there. Okay, so we've got here Andy Murray. I'm watching probably a few seconds behind you, but they're exchanging. Berrettini, they're going for the backhand slice drop shot, which nearly came off, but it didn't. And Murray holds 3-2. Okay, this is the time I'm going to share the tweet from Owen that I mentioned earlier. Let's go to share the screen. Like we do this. Yeah. So there's a journalist, I think we could call him. Some people may not, but that's a different point. Anyway, let's say this. A dude called Nick Adams, let's call him that, has shared a tweet regarding Donald Trump's ability to play tennis. He's aligned it with an image as well, which we'll come to in a minute. I'm sure you all can't wait to see a picture of Donald Trump playing tennis. But he's also, by the way, let's just say this dude, Nick Adams, is a big supporter of the former US president. And he actually also, I think in his byline, says, I'm endorsed by Mr. Trump. Anyway, Donald Trump has a more powerful serve than Andy Roddick, a better backhand than Roger Federer. I don't know why he's chosen Federer's backhand there. I know he's done some improvements on the Federer backhand, but that was something that Nadal used to target. Anyway, whatever. More swagger than Andre Agassi. That's fair enough. That makes sense. The tennis world needs to spend less time talking about Serena Williams. What that's all about, I don't know. Anyway, but more time appreciating the greatness of Donald Trump. An impartial opinion there with an interesting picture of Trump trying to play tennis, let's say. It's also interesting that he's holding a ball here. So I don't know if he's got pocketless shorts but Trump doesn't look comfortable. Doesn't look comfortable there on the backhand, I would
I was
suggest.
going to say, yeah, has he caught that in the frame of in the neck of the racket there as well?
It does look like that, yeah. Anyway, I don't even know if Trump is playing tennis given that, but whatever. That's the image. But I like Owen's response regarding, of course. Oh, hello. Hang on a second. Andy Roddick has
Andrew Roddick,
responded
there we
as
go.
well. So I saw a response from Owen, but I'll come to that in a second. So Andy Roddick, obviously, probably a little bit perturbed by his serve being compared to Donald Trump's. He says something like, "You forgot that he's also fitter than Rafa." Yeah, that's very good, Andy.
Good.
Very funny there. I saw one from now here we go. Let's arrange a match between Trump and any of these players by all means. And we can certainly, let's do that. And let's also give the charity proceedings to Black Lives Matter. I think that just ticks all the boxes. Anyway.
Owen's fallen for that troll a wee bit there, I think. I mean, that's total trolling for sure. There's no way that guy's serious, surely.
No idea. No, I mean, of course he's joking a bit, but I thought that was quite a witty response from both Andy and Owen. Back to the live scores anyway, because I think that's probably what more people are interested in. Jaebeur has won. Finally, she won 6-3 against Shelby Rogers, so that's blown my bracket apart. Kudermetova is on the verge of beating Galfi. Berrettini and Moe are currently on serve. Berrettini 40 love up there in the 6th game of the set. So it looks like it's going to be 3 games all there very soon. And Davidovich is a double breakup now on Gallen. He is 2 points away from taking a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, do you know, actually, I felt like it was going to go 5 sets at the start of the match and didn't know who to call. Just the way ADF's game works, it's very difficult to feel like he's a reliable player to back. Especially, and Gallen was really good against Tsitsipas. I don't know if people are underrating him at all. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see that be another 5th set tiebreak epic where ADF manages to come through. Because he's certainly got that. You know, he seems to find a way through those sort of matches somehow.
Yeah.
I'm keen to know the first serve percentage of both these players at the moment. 47% for Andy, 75% for Berrettini, because it seems like chalk and cheese for me at the moment.
Okay, thanks for checking that one out. No, a changeover. Oh no, they're not 3. It's just that Berrettini's changing his racket again, I think.
Yeah.
Berrettini's a set up here, but his demeanor would suggest otherwise. He seems to be a bit grumpy about the racket, but also about, you mentioned the shadow there. As I say, somebody who knows a lot more about these kind of things than other people. I mean, it's the same time of year, of course, in New York, so I would have thought that there wouldn't be much difference, but maybe these things move. No idea.
It might have just been that one shot, to be fair. That's the shadow kind of moving off the court now. Again, the main thing for me, if we're talking conditions, is the fact that it's hot enough that Berrettini will be getting enough pop in his serve. It's probably why we're seeing Berrettini's first serve percentage at about 75% as well. Maybe when it gets cooler, I don't know if we'll see that within the duration of this match, but maybe as it gets cooler, Berrettini will have to go for a little bit more risk in his first serve. Just FYI, by the way, Andy won 81% of his second serve points, so seems to be getting away with not finding the first serve somehow.
And as we're in FYI mode, tomorrow's schedule's been released. I've only seen one match so far because it was his name I had in Google. And Nadal is going to be playing Gasquet at 1 a.m. Central European time. That'll be midnight British summertime. And that'll be the night match, therefore, the first one on Ash tomorrow night. I'm a little bit surprised by that, actually, that decision. I don't know if you've got any thoughts on them choosing Rafa against Gasquet on Ash in the primetime slot tomorrow.
Yeah. Just Rafa, isn't it? I think it's fair enough. That's, I would have to see what the other matches are first before I made a decision on that. But
I'm surprised, but I'll tell you why. Rafa's already been on the primetime slot. I think it was for his first round match against the Australian wildcard, whose name escapes me right now. And then he got the later slot, which is still semi-primetime, if you like, in the night match last night against Fognini. And the reasons I'm thinking that Rafa's, I don't know what the word's lucky or not, but the reason I'm surprised is because the primetime slot is less important at the weekend. It's going to be on Saturday in New York. So Saturday afternoon, Saturday late afternoon, early evening, nighttime. It's kind of a bit more even in terms of both viewership on TV and, of course, people in the stands. So if you and also you're going to, that's an excellent backhand there from that's a good defense from Murray. Bloody hell, this is a good point. Oh my goodness me, Murray.
Finally delivers on a drop shot properly with Andy-like vintageness. It was brilliant.
That's definitely point in the match, I think, certainly from the Scots' point of view. But I'd say that was an excellent shot from both players there. There was a great backhand, of all things, from Berrettini that looked like it was going to win the match, but excellent defence from Murray, getting a racket on it. But more than that, putting Berrettini a spot of bother. Yeah, it was a drop shot, but I think it wasn't a tactical drop shot from Berrettini. It was kind of like really the obvious shot open to him as he's approaching the net, just sort of dinking it over. But I still thought it was enough to win the point. But Speedy Gonzalez Murray not only gets it, but actually does an unbelievable winner from that 40 love. We'll come back to Murray in a minute, but Murray Berrettini. But yeah, so Nadal Gasquet. I just thought that they would. I would think that they've got to just go. You know what? We've got other players to show, other players to put on Ash. That really. I mean, who is it? I think Swiatek was on Ash yesterday for the first time in her career. Which is just wrong, I think, for various reasons, and unfair even, because this could be, it's a good idea to get used to these different courts and these different things and these different ambiences, and it's not really fair or right. And if we want to be promoting, let's say, other players, certainly lower ranked ones, and certainly a bit more on the women's side. Of course, there was a big controversy at the French Open this year regarding a lack of exposure for women's tennis, because I think they were just very rarely getting the night matches, which of course is just once at the French Open. I just think it's fine. Let's put Nadal on during the day, perhaps on Armstrong, especially as it's against Gasquet as well, and then let him have a run at Ash for the rest of the tournament. Fine. But anyway, there we go. He's on at 1 a.m. That's kind of good for me because I've got a birthday party to attend tomorrow, so I can then come back from that and catch that match. And of course, it's normally pretty consistent on the time, the start time, depending on how the other matches go. But the 1 a.m. slot as it is here in Central European time, and therefore I think it's 7 p.m. in New York. It tends to start pretty much on time. So at least I can plan accordingly. Wow, that was an excellent point from Andy Ryan.
I love seeing the replay there. Mesmerised by it. Yeah, I got to say, John, what's the record between Nadal and Gasquet again? It's got to be something like 17, 18 love or something like that, right? So yeah.
If I tell you the funniest tweet of the day I saw, it was... I wish I could remember who it was, and apologies to who tweeted this because it was funny. It was something along the lines of nobody beats Richard Gasquet 18 times in a row.
That's,
17. I don't remember. It was in caps lock as well, which I think added to the humor. But I think
I know who it was. I think it was Vias from back in the day, or was it one of the other Vias or Vitas?
Oh, you mean the comment was from? I mean, I know some of the history behind the comment, but I don't know who did the tweet.
I don't know who did the tweet, but I know the original quote came from him, I believe. It was an
about Jimmy Connors.
Player. Yeah, exactly. That was it, Might have been Vitas, somebody, I can't remember his surname now. But it's funny. It's always going to be funny when I hear it.
Yeah, so I think he broke the duck, right?
Gasquet?
No.
Oh, no, yes, yeah. That was why, sorry, that was exactly why.
And he breaks the duck against Jimmy Connors and says, no one beats... Was it Vias, you think?
It was Vitas, somebody, or Guillermo Vias.
Okay, so nobody beats me 18 times in a row and gets away with it, or words to that effect. So that's the original, But somebody tweeted today, obviously based on that, still very funny, nevertheless, puts it in caps lock, puts it on Twitter. Murray and Berrettini are very much on serve at the moment, so that's why we've digressed a little bit. Davidovich Fokina lost one of his serves advantage, so Galan has brought that back by one. Davidovich Fokina is serving once again for the third set there as he looks to take a 2-1 lead. Murray Berrettini on serve. Tommy Paul and Casper Ruud are warming up. That could be an interesting match, particularly as pretty much every match that Tommy Paul is involved in tends to be interesting. And Ons Jaebeur has beaten Shelby Rogers, as I mentioned earlier.
I believe that's 2 5-setters in a row for Tommy Paul. So you're quite right.
Yeah,
I've just found out it was Vitas Gerulatis. I'm doing the pronunciation of his name right. I've probably butchered it. But that's how it was from back.
That sounds pretty good to me. And Davidovich Fokina does win that third set. Cool. Okay, talk us through this game because I've got a couple of little bits of secretarial work or admin to do. So just talk us through this game between Murray and Berrettini.
Yeah, well, that first point, Berrettini just managed to get a hold of one too many forehands for Andy to live with. Goes for a big forehand down the line over the highest part of the net and does dump it into the net. I would just say that, the fact it's taking Berrettini 3 or 4 forehands in a row to finish a point. Very good news for Andy. He's scrambling really well, defending off his backhand, well, both sides actually fantastically well. It's not. I'd be interested to see Berrettini go into Andy's forehand more often, actually, but he doesn't seem to be getting the opportunity as he blasts an ace down the tee, by the way, to go up 30-15. Yes, serving great at the moment. I mean, serving regularly around the 130 mile an hour mark is just tough for anybody to deal with, even if you are Andy Murray. So yeah, 130 mile an hour ace down the tee. Gets another serve out wide. Andy, again, with a deep return position, manages to block it back into play. Gets a brilliant backhand down the line to maybe get a bit of an advantage. Going cross court now. Slice from Berrettini. Andy goes for the double hander. Berrettini responds with a slice down the line to Murray's forehand. Andy goes into the open space and wins the point. Berrettini not knowing what to do there. That's the thing. If he's trying to slice down the line to Murray's forehand, I did just say going to Andy's forehand a bit more often, but not with a slice when it slits up in a hard court and able to attack Berrettini. So yeah, again, the backhand cross-court dynamic working in Murray's favour pretty much consistently.
30 all here. 4-3 Murray. Is this the moment?
Yeah, I really hope Berrettini misses this first serve, and then I would fancy his chances.
Talk us through this point.
Berrettini goes out wide, gets a forehand, and yeah, easy forehand into the open space there, unfortunately, John. Serve and 1-2 punch, basically. That was it.
Yeah.
I feel like Andy gave him a little bit of a fake there, actually. He moved a little bit closer to the tee just to see if Berrettini could go out wide. Managed to get a racket on it, but just didn't get it as deep in the court as he would have liked. So, yeah, I mean, if Andy's kind of trying to outfox Berrettini at the moment, is sort of working. Again, I'd really hope he misses his first serve, but he seems to be pretty consistent. Saying that, he has just missed his first serve, so we're getting a second serve from Berrettini here. If Andy can get that cross-court backhand dynamic going again, I'd fancy his chances in the rally. Berrettini going body again with the second serve. Andy gets a forehand return. Off the net from Berrettini, Andy gets an aggressive forehand opportunity. Berrettini manages to neutralise it. They are going cross-court now, though. Berrettini runs around to the forehand. Andy goes down the line with a backhand. Berrettini getting 2 forehands in a row now, definitely up in the point. Manages to get Andy on the stretch, gets another backhand out wide. Andy with a brilliant defensive backhand from out wide, though, just to Berrettini's toes. Berrettini desperate to get one more forehand into play, and it was just a little bit too big a question for him to answer. So, Juice.
Juice. Yeah, Berrettini goes into the net there. Yeah, 2 points away from breaking. I don't know if that's a bit of a stretch in terms of tennis punditry, but this is dodgy moments for the Italian, if you like. Obviously, we're very deep in this set, so a break you would like or hope to be decisive. Murray would obviously still have to serve it out to serve out the set anyway. Okay, let's talk. I can let you talk us through this point because I say you're a few seconds ahead.
Yeah, Berrettini 130 miles an hour down the tee, catches Andy off guard and he gets an easy smash put away, unfortunately. So we are advantage Berrettini now. Yeah, I feel like Andy's kind of trying to second guess where Berrettini's going on that Juice side. The first serve certainly seeming to go past him more often on that side than the ad court, where Andy's getting a lot more returns into play. So at least, yeah, here Andy should hopefully have a bit more of an advantage than on the other side. It's just getting that Juice point under his belt and then hopefully a break point's enough pressure for Berrettini to crack. As he goes tee, Andy gets a return back into play. They're going cross-court now. Andy should be with the advantage, as I was saying earlier. Hooks one cross-court. Berrettini with a slice approach down the line, and Andy messes up a forehand pass. I think he expected himself to make that one, to be honest, John.
4 all. After some shoots of optimism there, Berrettini in a spot of bother on his serve, but ultimately, yeah, I think he should have really probably made that one, yeah. Certainly should have got it over the net anyway. Yeah, it wasn't easy. It's on the run and it's on the stretch as well, but prime time Andy Murray gets that as a winner down the line.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard the reaction from.
I did, yeah. They've obviously maybe they're a few seconds behind as well, I guess. That's great. That's great. I think it adds to the ambience and nice. Hi, Kathy. By the way, nice to have you on board. I think she wants to know if you do a podcast, as in you personally, and I understand why. Although actually, she said, your voice is familiar. Yeah, go on, explain.
Cool. Kathy, I have a podcast called On the Line. You can check it out on Spotify, etc. I might be familiar maybe from Tennis and Bagels podcast. I guested on there with Vansh Vermani recently. But yeah, you can check it on the line on Spotify and all other streaming platforms, etc. Thanks for your interest, though, Kathy. That's very kind of you. Unless you're just curious, obviously, I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's where she's obviously heard you from. That's great. Cool to have you on board as well, Kathy. Okay, let's talk us through this game here, which is a love 15 now. Murray there, he's lamenting the fact that he's put that into the net.
Yeah, I'm seeing 15 love, but I'm pretty sure.
Sorry, 15 love. Yeah, no, I'm seeing 15 love, but I'm pretty sure that's a mistake. I've seen that a few times this week actually, where they've made a mistake on the scoreboard, or at least on the scoreboard regarding the producer, the TV, because I'm pretty sure it's love 15.
Yeah, unless Berrettini went long on the previous shot, but
and they're sticking with it, so maybe it is 15 love. Anyways, let's stick with the obvious. It's 6-4 Berrettini, 4-all. Andy Murray serving. He had a few chances in that. Chances, maybe a slight exaggeration. Didn't get any break points, but I think Berrettini was certainly on juice, maybe at least 1 or 2 juices there, as we thought maybe Murray might get the crucial break. But it looks like it is 15 love, Andy Murray. And it could well. I'll talk us through this point because I'm here. As there's a backhand of Andy Murray, a forehand. Okay, yes.
This is some point, but Andy's just not got enough legs for it.
15 all.
Yeah, or love 30. There we go. Yeah,
it is love 30. So they did make a mistake on the scoreboard. That's it was a good beastie forehand there that set that point up, and it's also an excellent cross court sort of drop shot. So it's love 30 now.
Yeah, that was a great point from Berrettini, to be fair. Andy going into the forehand at the right times, I felt like, but Berrettini absorbing it really well. Better than he has for most of the match, actually. That was probably Berrettini's point of the match so far. Andy with a lot to do at love 30 now. I think, go tee. Don't even try to second guess Berrettini in this first serve. Just make him play a backhand first and hope you can outlast him cross court would be my play. Andy might be thinking otherwise, though. Might try and outfox him with a slider out wide. Going for the first serve now. Does go for the tee, but misses. Second serve now. I mean, he's been living off second serves for this whole set, John, so why not another one at love 30? I think he might be having problems with the sun there. Hopefully doesn't double fault. Doesn't. Gets a pretty aggressive second serve into play, but misses the follow-up backhand, and we're now on love 40.
3 break points, Berrettini.
Yeah, not looking good at all, and really Andy shouldn't have lost that point as cheaply as that. At least, make Berrettini play a tougher shot than that, not just get the backhand return into play.
It was a Berrettini-esque error from Murray on the backhand there as he dumps it into the net. Talk us through this very, very crucial moment of this match.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Going for the first serve now. Nails it down the tee for an ace. Very good way to save the first one. This next one's probably the important one because it's a little bit tougher just to outlast Berrettini in this side. I would say if you can get the serve out wide in the ad court, you're more likely to win the point cheaply than here in the juice court. So this is the one that Andy needs to win. If there was one that I'd prefer him to win, I'd obviously like him to win both break points here. We'll see. Going for the first serve now. He tries to go down the tee again, misses another first serve. Down to about 42% now in this second set on first serves in. Goes for a second serve down the tee and completely misses. Throws the racket away. Double fault.
Double fault again on break point. That's the second time in this match. He's been broken through a double fault, and now Berrettini will serve for this second set.
Yeah. I've got another stat for you, John, just to show you how angry Andy should be. Federer, the best player on tour at not double faulting on break point. I believe the percentage was about 2% of points. So you're talking about 1 in 50 points where Federer double faults on a break point. For Andy to, how many break points has Berrettini had? He has had 1, 2, 3, 5 even. He's had 5. So for
5, and he's double fault on 2 of those 5, so 40%.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, Tommy Paul and Casper Ruud take the court, but Andy Murray and his supporters will not be too interested in that. They also won't be very interested in this stat I'm about to bring up either, which is actually that in the second set, Murray and Berrettini are equal on 2 aces each, which popped up when Murray got his ace in that previous game, but it wasn't enough to save serve. Berrettini will serve for the second set. He hasn't been broken as yet, Berrettini. I think Murray's only had one break point in the match so far.
He has had two. He's had two.
He's had two, okay.
He converted one of the break points, of course, at the start of the second set when he.
Oh yes, sorry, my apologies. You're absolutely right. Yes, they exchanged breaks at the beginning of the second set. My apologies. But yeah, Berrettini now will serve for the second set. It's a long way back for Andy.
He got the first break of serve at the start of the second set fairly cheaply from Berrettini. This is going to be a lot tougher now, with Berrettini intending to close out the set. The one thing he could do, I guess, again, I've seen it's harder for Andy to induce points than add points on return at the moment. I think I'd be guessing on the first serve to try and get into the rally. So I think maybe guess down the tee and hope that Berrettini goes there. That's probably what Andy will look to do.
I guess sort of plus serve read where possible. I don't know how easy it is to read Berrettini's serve. I'd love to know what some of the pros say about that. But I know what you mean. Yeah, you're still not sure, but there is sort of an additional thing where you might look at how the ball toss is for certain ones in particular. Because by the time the ball is being tossed, I guess at the moment you've really got to start, as you say, guessing either way.
Yeah, that's a great point from Berrettini there. Really, really good slice. You can see that camera angle is amazing for showing how low it was, and somehow Andy got it on the line, but then Berrettini half volleys it. Great point. Fair enough. Fair play. Yeah. That was a really, really well played.
Yeah, excellent slice. In fact, as you say, Andy Murray did really well actually to get a good shot across, but Berrettini was there to just sort of get it on the half volley and dink it back over the net. So it's 15-love.
That next point, you've probably not seen it yet, John. You might want to talk through it.
Okay. Excellent first serve from Berrettini as he goes for the drop shot, but Murray's there to get it, but he dumps it into the net.
Yeah,
he's smiling to himself, ironically, but actually that was easier to probably get it over the net than actually hit it into the net. Really, Murray wasn't the best of drop shots from Berrettini. Maybe not even been the right choice of shot. Murray was there like a flash, but it wasn't enough because really he had a fairly easy, was it backhand, I think, and he put in the net, and it's now 30-love.
Yeah, and the next point as well. Is that an unreturned serve? I believe. Yeah. So we're now on 40-love. Yeah.
3 set points. Talk us through this set point, as depressing as it may be for you.
Yeah, Andy super far back again on the return, managed to get into the rally, goes backhand down the line to try and force an error from Berrettini's forehand. No luck though, so he's gone again inside out with the backhand and does force the error this time, so he does get 40-15. I think he's just looking to get the return into play, John, so he's going to be as far back as he can be, basically, or as far back as he's comfortable.
Got it. So it's 40-15. It's a real straw to clutch at, but at least he's got one of these points back, so to speak. So it's 40-15.
I'll tell you what happens in this 40-15 point here. Again, well, I'll see in a second how far back Andy is. He's fairly deep in the court. Berrettini only just missing the first serve by a whisker down the tee, so he does have a second serve to work with. Possible chance for Andy as he steps into the court to take it on straight to the body. Backhand return back into play. Berrettini gets a backhand cross court and Andy misses the backhand down the line. So that's Berrettini's set.
Yeah, 2 sets to love now for the Italian. Well, I said it was a long way back a minute ago. It's even further back, of course, now.
Do you want the Andy Murray 2 sets to love comeback stats?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think he's done it 10 times in his career now. So that's equivalent to about 27% win rate from 2 sets to love down. Although that might have gotten worse actually since the last time I checked. But nonetheless, it's the highest on tour, that percentage. He is the best statistically at coming back from 2 sets to love down. So it's not completely over yet.
Okay.
Yeah. It's encouraging, maybe.
Yeah, that's something to encourage. I mean, there's another thing which could be encouraging, which is that he's really been very much in this match, and it has just been a couple of double faults. Really, has been the difference. I know it sounds a bit strange. You know, they've both also, in addition to that, they've also broken each other's serve once, in addition to the other 2 times that Berrettini managed to break Andy's serve. But I don't know what the overall point score is, but it's probably very, very close, given it was 6-4, 6-4. But that's tennis, my friend. That's tennis. Yeah.
To be fair, I can tell you 62 points to 54.
Okay, so it's a bit more than I thought, probably in Berrettini's favour. But it is nip and tuck. Murray was at the beginning of the match, probably started slightly better than the Italian and seemed to have a few more looks at the Berrettini serve. But Berrettini's now in his groove on his serve, and he showed that particularly in that last game, winning it to 15.
I mean, 42% first serves in. He doesn't, he doesn't deserve to be holding serve easily if he's coming up with those sort of numbers, to be honest. And 2 aces, he'll be very, very upset at that, especially given how quick the conditions should be. Is very poor from Andy, considering how well he can serve.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I was going to say the absolute lowest I believe he's had in his career was 35%, I think. So he's not very far off his absolute rock bottom, basically, on first serve.
Yeah.
Not good stuff, John.
No. Let's have a quick look around the grounds as we've got this end of the set. Obviously, Serena Williams in action later. I have no idea what I'll be doing for that. That's Serena Williams again, I guess. Now I get that for Serena Williams. Give her the prime time for the rest of the tournament. Absolutely. No problem with that. And I guess she has got the first match tonight on Ash. I'm not 100% sure behind that, but I imagine she has. Any other matches today that you're in particular excited about?
Yeah, I'd have to look at the whole schedule. I'm pretty sure Medvedev's got an interesting one, right? Who's he playing again?
Is he playing Shelton? No, because Shelton went out. Is he playing Wu?
Yeah, he's playing Wu, yeah. I suppose it could be pretty standard, and there's a high chance that Wu...
It's interesting. I mean, Wu is the qualifier to watch, so to speak, that was mentioned by Damien when I had him on the show just under a week ago.
Yeah, I still have a feeling Wu won't have played anybody like Medvedev's alien game in his career, probably, so he might be in for a little bit of a shock. I wouldn't be surprised if he took a set, to be fair.
What do you make of Medvedev as a character?
I love Medvedev. He's right up there. He's one of my favourite tennis players. Refreshing, and generally in a good way, and not in your sort of Kyrgios way, I guess. Where you have to deal with histrionics as well. He's had the odd spat with people, to be fair, that can be questionable, but no, he's good fun. He's good fun generally.
Yeah, he is good fun. Yeah, listen, I mean, every single player on tour has said or done something probably a little bit over the mark. But it all depends on how far over the mark you go. But Medvedev's over the mark is him shouting and screaming at his coach, and his coach decides to leave the match. And a couple of times I thought that was a bit over the top. I remember that happened at least once in Australia. I think the year that Medvedev got to the final and lost to Djokovic. Yeah, let's go back to Murray and Berrettini.
Yeah, a quick love 30 here, John. Very easy service +1 that Andy dumped into the net on his forehand. We are at love 30. I digress. So I'll try and keep us up to date with what's going on. He gets another first serve, fortunately. Again, the first serve percentage has been absolutely woeful, and Andy will know it for sure. It'll definitely be a point of contention should he go on to lose the match. Second serve now, of course. See where Andy goes with this one. I'd imagine he'll go risky down the tee at the moment, because I think it feels like he's under the cosh a bit. Goes body, to be fair, gets a backhand to Berrettini's backhand. Berrettini tries to run round very ambitiously and does dump a forehand into the net, so Andy's kind of got away with one there to make it 15-30. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the other match, John, of course, did you mention Kyrgios, JJ Wolf?
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know. Yeah, so that's one of interest for you.
Yeah, that would be great. Again, obviously Kyrgios, not the most likable character in the world, but the tennis these two will produce should be really, really flashy. JJ Wolf's a great player, so should be good.
I'm not dismissing entirely Kyrgios from the tennis world or tennis discussions or podcasts or watch-alongs or anything, far from, because his tennis is blockbuster stuff. But I have to say, court cases aside, which is obviously a huge thing, and I do actually think that he's getting a little bit less flack, if you like, from the tennis media than, say, someone like Zverev, who's really rightly, of course, been under the spotlight for that. But I do think that people are with Kyrgios a bit like Basilashvili, but of course Basilashvili's lower ranked, so I guess he won't get talked about as much. But for some reason, people are not going for Kyrgios' match. And anyway, listen, let's get back to Murray and Berrettini. It's 15-40.
Yeah, as Andy gets a net cord to give himself another first serve. Yeah, I would just say, I think Rothenberg's article that he released on Zverev definitely kind of sort of was the avalanche there, I guess, or the reason that he got so much flack for it. So I think maybe when more of the story is published, Kyrgios could get a bit more heat for it. for sure.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Andy going for a second serve here, by the way, after missing the first serve. Body to Berrettini. Berrettini hooks it back into the play with a forehand. Both very deep shots, both right on the line. Berrettini gets a forehand cross court. Now slicing it though, so they're going cross court. Berrettini able to run around to get the forehand, though it wasn't wide enough from Andy. Berrettini has given Andy an absolute lifeline there. He nailed a forehand, got a second forehand hit into the open court in the juice court, and he netted it. So Andy's been given a second win there, 30-40.
Absolutely. I mean, he did well, Murray, to get his racket on that. It was a good defensive shot there on the run, but really Berrettini should have been winning that point. So 30-40, 1 break point saved.
Yeah, I'll try and keep a level head here and tell you how this one goes. Obviously, the belief for us fans is waning a little. Hopefully, Andy doesn't feel the same as we see a fan walk out of the stadium. I'm sure that's totally unrelated. Andy goes for a first serve down the tee. Actually gets a first serve into court. Brilliant. Forehand cross court. Approach. And Andy never going to make a mistake on a drop volley like that. The hands of this guy. Unreal. Very good way to save a break point. Brilliant. Okay. Encouraging.
Yep. Juice. 2 huge points there, because 2 sets to love and a breakdown would have been huge, particularly with the way Berrettini is serving. Back to juice.
Back to juice. Yeah. Precarious stuff there, John, because it kind of felt a bit like the match on that point there, I got to say. Just the belief of money kind of getting sapped a little bit. Hopefully a first serve here. He does get the first serve out wide, gets himself open court to hit the forehand into. They are going cross court in the backhand now, though. Money slicing to Berrettini's forehand, even, which, does draw an error somehow. So obviously Andy knows something I don't there. That was probably a smart play, I guess.
Yeah, very nice. So he's now got advantage, right?
Yeah, he's got advantage. Maybe just catching Berrettini out there, I guess, and he was just a split second too late to it. I don't think it's a tactic Andy will go to too often to hit the slice to Berrettini's forehand.
No. It was exactly this stage, of course, at the previous set where he sort of double faults at the end of the first set. Ultimately, that cost him his serve and also the set. And then, of course, he goes an immediate breakdown at the beginning of the second set at exactly this moment in the first game, albeit that he immediately broke back, but desperate to keep a hold of serve here, Andy.
Yeah, ace down the tee there to get the hold. Yeah, hopefully the first serve is back. It's been gone for pretty much the whole match, so that would be ideal. When was it that Andy made the comeback against Nishioka from 2 sets down? Was that only last year or was it 2 years ago? I'm struggling
wasn't it maybe 2019 or 2020? At the US Open, you mean?
2020, yeah? I want to say 2020 because I don't think there was a crowd in, possibly.
But the Nishioka, certainly the Nishioka of 2020, slightly different to Berrettini.
Yeah, totally. It's totally different. But I just, US Open, I would hazard a guess, is probably the place that Andy's made the most 2-set comebacks. I want to say Manarino 1 year, and I want to say Hassa as well. So that's already 3 off the top of my head. I'd have to have a proper think about it. And of course, I don't know if you remember the 2012 run Andy made to the title. He wasn't 2 sets to love down, but against Cilic, he was a set and 5-1 down. I don't know if you got to see any of that.
No, I don't remember that one.
Yes, he was on the absolute precipice there. I think it is something that he's used to doing at the US Open, having pretty bad leads for the opponent, even pretty bad deficits, I should say.
Yeah, I from memory that year, I think I only saw the final, but I do obviously have good memories of that final in terms of the fact I think it was 2 sets to love up, and then it was 2 sets all, which Murray, they're going a bit long there. I think he's a bit frustrated with himself there. He'd like to challenge, it looks like, but I mean, pretty much we know how those things end. Close call. Yep, out. Anyway, 15 love Berrettini. Yeah, so that final, of course, fond memories, 2 sets to love up, 2 sets all, and then the famous pep talk that he gives himself, a lengthy bathroom break from the Scot. Of course, that theme would return many years later when he played Tsitsipas last year, when the shoe was on the other foot. But of course, he ends up memorably winning that. Can you believe that's 10 years ago?
I know, yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? I was just thinking that the other day. Absolutely mental. It's 10 years ago. A totally different era in some ways.
So, of course, he then goes on to win 2 Wimbledons, and that's his 3 Grand Slam haul. Australia never quite sort of happened. I know we ran into Djokovic in at least one final in Australia, but any regrets regarding the Australian Open and Andy Murray?
I'd be lying if I said no. I absolutely do feel regrets on that one. There's a few, definitely a couple of finals that come to mind that maybe should have won. Feathergate, I think, one year where there was some feather that just totally distracted Andy, and literally just a feather that floated onto court, and he somehow lost from that position.
A feather?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
A feather, yeah, exactly. Anything can fluster Andy Murray, unfortunately. So, by the way, there was one other comeback from 2-0 down at the US Open. So it is indeed the Slam where he's made the most comebacks from 2-0 down.
Okay, yeah. Murray and the Australian Open hasn't always been a love affair, and I remember him running into the Djokovic in the final. I'm going to say 2011, but I think Djokovic won that one easily, right?
No, it wouldn't have been. That would have been Nadal, Djokovic, right, in that final, I believe.
No, that was 2012. I'm 95% sure because I know who I was dating at the time, and I know we were on holiday in South Africa, and definitely 2012 was Nadal Djokovic. So I think
in Australia, in Australia.
Yeah,
yes,
Australia, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. You're right, yeah.
2011 was IO final against Djokovic, but I think Djokovic won that comfortably. But the
was
feeling going into
straight
that
sets.
final, the feeling going into the final was very different. Before the final, I thought it was at least 50-50, and I even thought maybe Murray might get his first major. But as it turned out, it was a comfortable win for the Serb in that final.
Yeah, that one's definitely one to forget. I feel like the biggest chance he's had at the Australian Open, if you exclude finals against Djokovic, was the semi-final, or no, including finals, sorry, definitely the semi-final in 2012, before Djokovic went on to play that 6 hour.
It was a five-setter, right?
Yeah, it was like 7-5 in the fifth or something, and it kind of felt like it should have been Andy's match to win.
For those of you tuning in that are wondering why we're talking about Andy Murray and yesteryear, is because present day Andy Murray is in big trouble here. They're actually on serve in the third set, but it's 2-0 to Matteo Berrettini, and it's love 15 currently on the Andy Murray serve in the third game of the third set.
I didn't actually know that Andy has never made a 2-0 comeback at the Australian Open. So, just a little tidbit.
Yeah, Jack Draper and Khachanov are underway. 1-love to Khachanov there. Casper Ruud is a breakup on Tommy Paul. And Davidovich Fokina and Galan are exchanging serves in their fourth set. Fokina is 2-1 up on the Colombian.
Great point from Andy there. Just managed to wrong foot Berrettini with a great forehand back into Berrettini's backhand and then approaching to the net to close off the volley. Yeah. Doesn't make any mistake there. That was lovely stuff from Andy.
Yeah, 15-all. I mean, the thing is, 2-0 and the US Open stat, but Murray's, I don't know, fitness is probably a bit harsh, but just we saw him cramping up a bit in the lead up to this tournament. And anyway, what about a tie break? Let's think about we're a long way away, but let's just say I would imagine if he's going to prevail in this match, and if he's going to go far in this tournament, a tie break might be necessary.
So I'm getting a little bit of feedback there, John. It's not coming through the mic, is it?
Yeah, I have got it actually. I wasn't sure if it was my fault actually, but it's been toned down. But so. Was that my fault or yours, by the way, in terms of the feedback?
I have no idea. I'm not sure actually.
I was hearing it in my earphones anyway. But what about tie breaks and Andy Murray?
Way too far ahead. Looking too far ahead, I think, John, for sure. I really don't trust Andy on serve at the moment. It's been very, very up and down. So if it does go to a tie break, I'd actually fancy Berrettini's chances, unfortunately.
Yeah, me too. I have a sort of a broad feeling. I remember speaking to Owen about this a few weeks ago on the pod, and it was just sort of in tie breaks, big servers. I still sort of err towards slightly. If you just said X player big serve against X player not big serve, I would probably favour the player that has the big serve. By the way, Murray again in a spot of bother here on his serve.
Yeah, so it's 2 break points. So I was trying to talk you through what happens here. That's very, very discouraging though. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I missed those 2 points there actually looking at Andy's tie break record. I imagine he probably missed a few first serves. First serve is absolutely ideal here for the break point. So here we go. I'll tell you what happens. Goes out wide with the serve, manages to ace Berrettini. There we go. I mean, exactly just what the doctor ordered. And as an Andy fan, absolutely over the moon with that point there. Brilliant. I think that is me, by the way, John. The feedback. I'll just try and keep it to minimal. I think it's just the headphones.
Yeah. Didn't he save 2 break points in the first game as well?
He did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, again, good serving there, to be fair. So, I mean, I'm asking for him to serve a little bit better in these big points, and it is happening. So I can't complain in some ways. Berrettini just mentioning something here. I don't know if you're able to see what that is, John.
No, I'm a few seconds behind, so I'll see what he has to say. But is it juice now where you are?
I think somebody's just taking a turn in the crowd, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 30-40, sorry. But yeah, something's happened in the crowd. I hope it's nothing too serious. The camera, of course, did pan to that guy who walked out, strange enough. Oh dear, I think there could be quite a serious issue in the crowd.
Yeah,
maybe somebody's fainted or something worse.
I think there'll be a break in play here. It seems to keep happening to Berrettini. Sorry if you're getting that feedback again, John. I'm not really sure what's going on with the headphones here.
No worries. I'm a technophobe, but I maybe just plug out and plug in again.
Yeah, I think I'll do the same. Hopefully that won't stop my audio coming through. Just 2 seconds.
No worries.
Is that better?
Yeah, it is. For now, at least.
Cool.
Nick there, kind of stating the obvious, but absolutely right that he's in pole position. Well, I mean, actually, no, but that's going a bit far, I think, Nick. To suggest he's in a good place for another major semi-final. I'm not sure who would be in the way. I remember thinking that Murray's got a winnable.
There, right?
Yeah, Casper. Yeah, okay. I would fancy him over Casper. And I remember thinking he's got a very winnable 4th round. So is Casper the possible? This is just so you know, everyone. There's a lengthy break in play. Somebody in the audience seems to have been suffering a health issue. I have absolutely no idea what that happens to be, but put it this way: there's a fairly lengthy break in play. Both players are sort of resting. Murray taking on some fluids, understandably so, in what looks like to be fairly searing heat. Actually, Nick, yeah, I'm going to revise that then. If it is Casper potentially in the quarterfinals, and I remember thinking it's a very winnable
fourth round. Davidovich for Kina, right?
Would be the 4th round potentially, yeah, or Galan.
Yeah.
So yes, I can understand your optimism now regarding Berrettini, and that would be a Berrettini-Medvedev semi-final potentially, and Medvedev's club. This whole draw has really opened up. It's match going out early. Coco Gauff in some action there. They're just switching to Coco Gauff against Madison Keys. I think that could be a very exciting match between those two. It looks like they're actually coming up as opposed to starting. But yeah, Gauff against Madison Keys. Give us some thoughts on that. Gauff against Keys.
Yeah, Gauff's got to be the favourite there for sure. But I mean, the way Keys played against Swiatek in Cincinnati was unreal. So obviously, if she can tap into that form, she had a very, very tight match against Georgia though. So there's a chance a little bit of mental fatigue there too. Yeah, I'd fancy Gauff's defensive abilities. To be fair, she's great at keeping the ball deep, even if somebody's smacking the ball as hard as they can. So it's not a guarantee, but yeah, I think I'd make Gauff the favourite by a little margin, maybe about 70-30 or so.
Yeah. And here we go. We've got the aliens are trying to communicate via our technical gremlins there, quite possibly. Yeah, so Berrettini now 2-1 up, and it's going with serve. There's obviously this break in play at the moment.
While we have a break in play, actually, John, I will quickly, unless we're about to see this break. No, it's still going. I'll quickly grab some different earphones in case that's what the problem is.
Okay,
and
we can try that.
I'll get some water as well.
Take your time. Yeah, good idea, Jack.
Yeah.
I'll just take you off the screen for a second. Okay, so Berrettini is 2-0 up on Murray. Jaebeur has beaten Rogers. That happened about half an hour ago. That match concluded. Kudermetova has overcome Galfi, and Davidovich Fokina is currently 2-1 up on Galan. Although I'm just going to check to see if that's any different. No, it's still 2-1 there, going with serve. That's like that 8th game seems to be pretty lengthy though. Murray is 30-40 down on his serve against Berrettini in this 3rd set, but they are having a lengthy break and play due to a disruption. It seems like an illness issue in the audience. Casper Ruud is 4-2 up, which of course includes a break on Tommy Paul in the 1st set there. Looks like Murray and Berrettini are about to resume. So that's good news, at least for the match. They're both there looking like they're about to resume. So we'll come back to that in a second. Khachanov is already an early breakup on Jack Draper. So some of the optimism regarding the Brits does seem to be somewhat disappearing. Obviously, Andy Murray 2-0 down to Berrettini, and Jack Draper is 3-0 down in the first set to Khachanov. Zhang has won the first set against the Canadian Marino. So that is bringing you completely up to date. Marino there is set up on Zhang. I will probably just share that screen so you can see some of these scores like so. Let me know in the live chat, what are your thoughts both on this Matteo Berrettini-Andy Murray match, but also the tournament as a whole so far? Are you a Tsitsipas fan and therefore switched off after day one? Or are you a Rafa Nadal fan and you're very excited about the way he's progressing, although I imagine less so in terms of what we're seeing on the court? Let me know what you thought about his match against Fognini last night. You also let me know what you think about Coco Gauff against Madison Keys, which is about to get underway. Murray has now saved the 2 break points, so it's now it's now deuce here, which is obviously good news for Andy Murray. With obviously a very close call there, it looks like, just going out there for Matteo Berrettini. So it's now deuce here between Andy Murray and Berrettini. I'll talk us through these points now that they're back on. I'll also send this out as well into the stratosphere, so you can see that Berrettini is up against Murray 2-0. Murray now has game point, by the way, advantage. That's a really big, this will be a massive hold for the Scot should he manage to do so. Just bringing Jack in there. How you doing, Jack? I think you're on mute.
And again, here we go.
Boom.
I believe that should be the problem solved now.
Cool. Yeah, so Murray obviously got game point here. I'll talk us through this point. You may be a few seconds ahead of us, but I'll talk us through it all the same. Andy Murray to serve, gets the first serve in, but that must have been pretty close. The shadow taking all sorts of different maneuvers, which make it even more difficult to follow. Berrettini at the net and goes wide with a volley. Very easy volley there, really on top of the net.
I'll just get myself a wee replay of that just to watch it in action. That sounds like a brilliant volley to watch.
Brilliant volley to watch in terms of Andy Murray fans, not for Matteo Berrettini. He should have been putting that one away, puts it wide, and that's another excellent hold, really, in what were very difficult serve circumstances for Andy Murray. He was 2 break points down, 15-40, gets it to 30-40. Then there's an incident in the crowd, so we have a sort of 5-minute break due to that. Comes back and wins the next 3 points in a row, albeit he was gifted that last point.
Yeah, geez, I would never have expected Berrettini to miss that one, I got to say. But yeah, he's handled by an absolute Fred here. 2 15-40 recoveries in a row. Great stuff from Andy. I don't really know if it's his match to win. Obviously, it's not his match to win, of course. But I'm very confident of his 2-0 comeback record, etc. But I'm not really feeling this one, I got to say.
No, me neither. I'm loving this 2-0 and various other stats regarding Murray, but I don't share that optimism.
Yeah, it just feels like all of a sudden Berrettini's service games are becoming pretty routine, and Andy's service games have been anything but routine. I think that's why I'm so underconfident at the moment. It's been a pretty woeful serving performance, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another 6-4 set, to be honest.
Shed some light on some things. Let us know in the live chat what you think about this match and any other match that's going on today, either upcoming or past. Are you pleased about Ons Jaebeur winning 3 sets? Obviously, that was a really tricky one for her against Shelby Rogers. Just having a quick look at Galan and David Fokina. They seem to be in a marathon game. It's been 4-3 in that game to Galan for quite some time. David Fokina must be under all sorts of pressure on his serve there as Galan tries to get it back to 2 sets all. Berrettini about to serve here, but I don't know what's going on in that game, but I'm telling you now, they've been at 4-3 for what feels like about 2 weeks. So let's hope that they finish it before the tournament finishes, because there'll be opposition that need to play them. And of course, the opposition for one of those two will be the winner of this, Matteo Berrettini, Andy Murray. Yeah, and coming back to Nick's comment, I think my initial thoughts were, well, that's quite far for Berrettini, but given the way this half of the draw, which looked quite stacked. Certainly I remember looking at Medvedev's potential run to a final, and I was looking at that, which would have been, I think I had Ben Shelton in the third round, albeit it's going to be against Wu.
Yeah, so did I.
And as it's 15 love to Berrettini here. And then I had him up against Kyrgios, which obviously is a really difficult one, but I'm a little bit less optimistic about the Australians' chances as this tournament has progressed for all sorts of different reasons. So I think Medvedev will dispatch of him. Then, of course, I had Medvedev against Felix, but Felix going out to Draper in the first round really influences that from Medvedev's point of view. I then also had him to play Tsitsipas, and we all know what happened to the Greek in the first round. So as Berrettini does a couple of interesting points there, but Murray really being pushed around the court there somewhat. So it's 30 love. So really, I think the tournament has really changed with some of these shocks. Fritz, of course, is another one, big one. That's a huge one going out so early. So Medvedev, Berrettini semi-final at the moment looking more and more likely.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, if that does end up happening, although I would say Berrettini's not a guarantee against Casper Ruud. Casper Ruud able to sort of exploit his slice in particular. He would be the favourite though, to be fair. But yeah, if we did see that, Medvedev is pretty decent against Berrettini in terms of matchup for various reasons. I'm sure we could, we'll talk about that if and when it happens, but. Yeah, it's not a good matchup for Berrettini. So, and obviously Medvedev's great at the US Open in general. It wouldn't be the sort of round that's going to trouble Medvedev in comparison to, say, Kyrgios in the fourth round or Pablo Carreño Busta in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, sorry, just sending a WhatsApp. Yeah, PCB. Yeah, where's PCB in the draw? Maybe I'm missing him somewhere. Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, so he's the quarterfinalist for Medvedev potentially. Not
oh,
sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's different. And I would probably. So are PCB and Casper Ruud on course to meet in the fourth round?
No, they're not. No. So it would be Medvedev PCB quarterfinal and Ruud Berrettini quarterfinal potentially.
Got it. Yeah.
PCB's got to play De Minaur though. Really no idea how that'll go. De Minaur's great at the moment.
PCB not the favourite there for you? PCB
it's a slight favourite, but it's not. There's not much in it, to be honest. De Minaur's maybe kind of going under the radar. Like he's playing really, really good tennis. Yeah. By the way, Berrettini just held serve very comfortably, and it's now love 15 on Andy's serve.
Yeah, 2-2 now in this set. Yeah.
Oh, it was a double fault to open that service game there. Andy's level or form or concentration, whatever it may be, really all over the place at the moment. Delivering a first serve down the tee, misses though, so second serve now. Again, this is obviously a really crucial point. Like love for 30 is very different, 15-all. Second serve into Berrettini's backhand, and he gets a forehand into the deuce court. Very aggressive with it, so gets himself another aggressive forehand. Approaches this time, but nets the drop volley.
Yeah, so that's that. Okay, I'll just take us around the grounds very quickly. David Fokina did manage to hold serve against Galan in that marathon game, and now has 2 break points on the Galan serve. So he's very close to the finish line there, David Fokina, as he looks to try and overcome the Colombian. Tommy Paul and Casper Ruud are now back on serve, interestingly, because Casper Ruud was a break of serve up there, but that's now 4 games all. And Khachanov is a breakup against Jack Draper in the early stages of that match. Zhang is currently 1 set to love up and a breakup against Rebecca Marino, the Canadian.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Zhang come through there. And yeah, of course, as we were saying about Khachanov earlier, don't underrate him against Draper. That could be straight sets quite easily. It could be 5 sets. It's kind of difficult to say. Also, Jack Draper's still an unknown quantity for me. I'm not sure how much his win over Felix was Felix and how much of it was him, if that makes sense. Felix sometimes prone to coming out a little bit undercooked, so I'm not totally convinced by the nature of that win. Tommy Paul, Casper Ruud, honestly, that's anybody's game. I have no idea who comes through that. I know Casper Ruud's maybe on a lot of people's brackets for predictions, I guess, but yeah, Tommy Paul for me probably could sneak that in a 5th set.
Yeah.
Another 5th set.
Yeah, 15:30 here currently. If it comes to a break point, we'll come to some commentary from you. So we'll see how this next point or 2 pan out. But what was I going to say? Yeah, Jack Draper, Felix. I didn't get to see that match, so I really can't pass comment. But I do think that changes the perspective. It's now 30 all between Murray and Berrettini. I do think it changes the perspective on Felix's year. The Felix year for me was kind of looking fairly good. He loses to Medvedev. No shame in that. In 5 sets in Australia. In addition to that, of course, he then wins in Rotterdam. So you're looking at progress from some of these players that are sort of threatening the top 5 in the world, so to speak. As Andy Murray goes wide with that, that's 30-40. I'm actually gonna, rather than talk about Felix, let's talk about Andy Murray against Matteo Berrettini. That was a poor shot.
It was, yeah. I'm just watching Andy step up to the line to hit a first serve on break point now. Really should have made the other forehand. Andy going first serve down the tee. Kind of readable though for Berrettini, so it is back in play. They're going cross court now to the backhand where Andy wants to be. Berrettini trying to go as wicked as possible in the slice, and he nets the slice, unforced error. So great, Andy has saved what, 5 break points even in this set alone.
Yeah, juice now. So if we come to a break point, we'll come back to you for some commentary again, Jack. But my thoughts on Felix are that defeat to Jack Draper changes entirely, really, in many respects, the perspective on the Canadians' year, because it was looking pretty rosy, as I say, for somebody who's sort of threatening the top 5 in the world, so to speak, and is potentially going to be overtaking players like Tsitsipas and those kind, and his year started off, I would say, very well by winning his first tournament. As Andy Murray holds. No, sorry, goes advantage up.
Yeah, that point was absolutely great. I mean, serve volley for the first time in the match, and then caresses the backhand overhead into the open court there. Really, really good stuff. Felix has been great at the slams for a while now, but then there was that loss to Cressy. No shame there at Wimbledon. Cressy could basically have knocked out anybody on a grass court. And then here, where he made the semi-finals last year, right, when he lost to Medvedev. Yeah. Really was expecting more.
Yeah. So Felix and then no shame losing in 5 sets, pushing Rafa further than anyone else did on the Canadians' weaker surface as well. So that's good. But then things do start to unravel on the grass, because I would have expected him to maybe win a grass court tournament before Wimbledon. I think he went out at Halle to... Who did he go out to Halle to? Did he go out to Kyrgios at Halle? Or Hurkacz? Hurkacz.
One or the other, because he made the semis,
it's Hurkacz, right? I think. Yeah. But, no great shame in that. I think Hurkacz went on to win that title as Andy Murray holds against Berrettini. So, but then, of course, Felix really, I think, if the major he's most likely to win may well be Wimbledon, gets a horrible draw, losing to Cressy, of course, in that first round in a 5-set match. So that dents his year somewhat. Was a bit disappointed in Montreal, his hometown, going out where he did, especially as he looked so good before going out. Did he go out to PCB there? I'm not sure. In Montreal.
No, he went out to, I'm thinking of Cincinnati when he went out to Chorich, of course. So I jumped the gun there.
But everyone goes out to Chorich, isn't there?
Yeah. I don't think he did go out to PCB, actually. I'd have to wrap my brains.
But he was in such good form there. And I remember him putting a social media post out sort of apologising for that defeat. Love to obviously win the tournament there in Montreal, which is there every second year.
I've just seen it. It was a 1-2 loss to Casper Ruud.
Yeah, that's really horrible. But... if he has a good run in the US, then at least it's par for the course, or perhaps even better. But to go out there for so early, I don't know where he is in the race. If he's in the top 8, that's something I have no idea on. He's probably there or thereabouts, although this early defeat will hit him hard. So that really that's Felix's year for me, unless he doesn't make the
6.
Number 6. So unless let's say he wins the ATP Tour Finals, but of course that's a long shot. I see it as being a disappointing year that promised so much for Felix.
Yeah, I definitely feel the same way. I gotta say, this was probably the cherry on the top. It really could have been a chance to make a good season great, and now all of a sudden a good season's kind of middling, and it shouldn't be the case for him. It was more the nature of the loss as well, John, right? Straight sets to
Yeah.
anybody. Jack Draper's decent, but straight sets to anybody for Felix.
Did you see any of that match? Because I didn't see any of it.
I did see some of it, and Draper
Okay.
played well, to be fair, but it just looked like Felix was nowhere near breaking him. And I guess that is a consistent problem of his, but nonetheless, he shouldn't have missed so many opportunities, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're on serve here with 3-2 to Murray. What's going on in this particular point? Murray's gone wild. So it's fallen to the net. So it's 30 love to Berrettini, as it looks like it's going to be 3-3 fairly shortly, but who knows? Let's have a quick look around the grounds to see what else is going on. So David Fokina has closed that out. He's won against Galan 6-4. So David Fokina lies in wait for either Andy Murray or Berrettini. Berrettini is currently 2 sets to love up on Andy Murray, so it's obviously looking like the Italian. Casper Ruud and Tommy Paul are still on serve at 5-all. Casper Ruud did have an early break advantage there, but that's been broken back from the American, so they're at 5-all. And Jack Draper is still a breakdown on Khachanov. That's 4-1. And it's deuce, so Khachanov may yet get a double break, which will be huge for him. Zhang is still a break up and a set up on Marino.
Well done, David Fokina.
Yeah, well done, David Fokina. Who, I'll dip into him as Berrettini holds 3-all against Andy Murray. We'll come back to that in a minute. Should something dramatic happen there, but they're currently on serve. In a way, this set is following parts of the match. Of course, it was decisive breaks at the end of each of the first 2 sets from Berrettini, and currently they're at 3-all. Obviously, the pressure on Andy Murray somewhat now, of course, if he's going to hold serve here. David Fokina, had a bizarre grass court season. Not that we would expect David Fokina to be pulling up any trees on that surface, pun intended. But had a bizarre. Didn't he have a good run at Queens?
Yeah, did he? I can't remember that at all.
Maybe he did.
I wouldn't have guessed that, obviously.
No, exactly. I think he got maybe to the semis at Queens, but he certainly had 1 or 2 good victories there. I remember an on-court interview after one particular victory at Queens, and thinking, "No, that's pretty cool." And he came across as a really good character. He had, of course, his clay court season. His highlight was beating Djokovic in Monte Carlo and getting to the final. Didn't do much more on the clay that I remember, but that's obviously good for him in terms of getting to his first. I think it was a Masters one. I think he was at the final in Monte Carlo. Am I right?
It was Monte Carlo, yeah.
Yeah, and beating Djokovic en route there, that's obviously a big feather in the cap for him. So yeah, it's kind of been there or thereabouts for a few months now, and he's now in the 4th round, of course, at the US Open. That's a good showing. Whatever happens from here on in.
Yeah, huge deal. I think a lot of people kind of chalked him as a clay court specialist. I think in fairness, he has not got a great serve at all in a lot of ways. I think statistically comes sort of bottom 5 in terms of the top 50 for service points won. At the same time, he's a proper scrapper. He can make it work on any surface. And obviously, we saw in that match, there was a few breaks of serve getting traded between him and Galan. But, he can give himself a chance against anybody, just in that sort of same way that Schwartzman can as well, just by digging into service games as much as possible. And also, he's got a lot of firepower from the back of the court. I don't know if people realise that. His forehand is great as well. In fact, both sides, to be honest, both wings are great shots. So he can beat a lot of people from the back of the court. He's going to be playing Berrettini, isn't he? Or Andy, obviously, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'd give him a chance. It depends how well Berrettini serves.
Absolutely, give him a chance. But Berrettini is just, I know I said to you his form was a bit scratchy before this match, but if he was to win this in straight sets, that would be a sign, if you like, the Berrettini of old is returning. He's not like he went away. He won Queens, of course, and I think he won a tournament before Queens, did he, in Stuttgart, of course, against Andy Murray, yeah. So that's a good forehand from Murray. It is enough to win the point. So it's 30-15 now for Andy Murray. Hey, listen. Andy Murray could win this set. It's on serve. He's had a couple of huge moments on his serve where he was, I think, a double break on 2 occasions down. But he's managed to hold serve. And now if he could take a 4-3 lead, this set could still go the way of the Scot. But yeah, Berrettini's just starting to hit a bit of form, if you like, just starting to move through the gears. And he is fairly consistent anyway. So, I guess that's good news
Yeah,
for
the
Berrettini.
one thing I'm really worried about, just looking at the amount of return points that Andy's won in this set, just the 2 out of the 14 played so far. So Berrettini, and Berrettini's also only missed one first serve, so he's really just rolling in serve at the moment. Whereas
So 30 all now.
Andy's service games, I mean, they've been an absolute nightmare. Obviously, that's now, I believe, is that 16? I can't see the service points won exactly. There we go. Yeah, 18 points won for 28 played. It's not great. Already dropped 10 points in serve. Again, it's the first serve. Do you know, he's putting more first serves on the court, actually. He's probably been playing better this set under pressure than he has in the other 2 sets. But Berrettini's raised his level, so it's maybe not going to be enough.
Yeah, 30 all here.
Is that... Sorry, John, I'm not sure if that was out yet. I believe Berrettini's backhand return just sailed long. Pretty
40,
much
30.
Must have been a few inches out. Didn't look like much. So Andy does have 40-30.
Yeah. So he's hopefully going to go 4-3. Yes, that's 40-30. Yes, so David Fokina going through. That's nice. Galan, who was a qualifier, maybe didn't even expect to get to the third round. So that's no shame in that. Tommy Paul is currently serving to stay in the set against Casper Ruud. And Draper did hold serve, so he's still only 1 break down, but it is 5-2. So things looking ominous there. Ominous for Khachanov and ominous against Draper. Zhang
holds,
is 2.
By the way.
Murray holds. That's good news for him. 4-3. And Zhang is a set and a breakup against Marino. That's 4-3 currently in the second set. Yeah, so that's a nice hold again for Murray. A little bit more comfortable than some of the previous games, but they couldn't get any more uncomfortable than those where he was facing double break points.
And it's still a hold to 30, right? It's not the most.
No, it's not comfortable. But as I say, at least 2 of his 4 service games have been super, 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 super shaky. And the thing is, he's not getting a look at Berrettini's serve really.
Not at all. No. I mean, yeah, two return points won this set. I mean, if Andy were to sneak a break here and go on to win the set, it would probably be the set he deserved to win least, just in terms of the amount of points he's winning and the way the points are playing out. At the same time, there's a lot to be said for delivering first serves on break points, and I did not fancy his chances to do that at the start of this set, given how badly he was serving. So he genuinely has stepped up his level a bit, despite the fact it's been uncomfortable in some ways. So I maybe don't feel as uncomfortable as I should be, John. I don't know.
Yeah, Nadal, just a thing, nothing to panic people about, but he has, of course, qualified for the ATP finals officially. I mean, I think he was asked about it in his press conference as well. He said in his press conference, and the reason I'm thinking of that is I'm just having a look at Twitter to see what's going on out there. And Gil Gross has suggested that he wouldn't be surprised if he didn't play those finals. I would disagree with Gil. Very rare for me to do so, considering his vast knowledge of the sport. I do think Nadal will play the ATP Tour finals. And the reason being is what he said yesterday. He said, I think somebody said, "Oh, you've qualified for Turin," and he was like, "Well, I did win the first 2 majors of the year, so it's not like I beat who did he beat yesterday? Fognini. I don't think he came off the court thinking, "Oh, that's me in the ATP finals. That's great." But nevertheless, that's tennis press conferences for you. But he sort of responded by saying, "Yeah, well, I did win the first 2 majors," and so I think he said something like this. So that means I will be in Turin. So that seems fairly decisive.
Yeah, at the same time, I get why Gil Gross is saying that. Nadal's record at the World Tour Finals is pretty grim, generally indoors. He's under the cosh a bit. He doesn't play anywhere near as well as he does on other surfaces, even in outdoor hardcourt. I think his record at the World Tour Finals is close to about 50%. It's as bad as that. So who knows?
Yeah. So but he did say he will be there, and I don't know if his poor record there should mean that would just that make him not want to go. It may also motivate him to go. Andy
pulled off a cracker there, by the way. Worth watching that point.
Okay, cool. What's the score there, by the way, right now?
It is now 15-0.
15-0. Okay, yeah. So
great pass from Andy.
Yeah, I'm just watching that now. Yeah, it's an excellent pass. Oh, wow. So 15-0, 4-3. The Scot leads in this third set, albeit it's 2 sets to love down. But yeah, so I do because of what he said in the press conference yesterday. He said he will be there. That there is some context there in that it was kind of the way he was responding, the way the question was asked. But I think he will be, but we'll see. Obviously, it depends on his health. Yeah.
Andy winning another point there, by the way, an absolute steal. Berrettini going for the serve and drive volley, but doesn't put enough on the forehand drive volley. Andy gets a chance at a pass, just goes straight at Berrettini, and Berrettini fluffs the volley. So it's now 15-30.
Yeah, Owen, by the way, saying he might have a big lead. This is obviously talking about Berrettini, but Berrettini is playing with fire a bit here. Has had chances, I see, has had chances in all three of Murray's service games in the third set and has yet to capitalize on any of them. And last thing he wants to do, of course, is lose any momentum. So some optimism there from Owen regarding Murray's chances.
Very, very cheap backhand, though, from Andy, unfortunately. Can you hear me there? Sorry.
Yeah, I can, yeah.
Can you? There we go. Yeah. Very cheap backhand from Andy. Tries to go down the line, absolutely livid with himself. That probably will be the point he would ruin this set should he go on to lose it. Because he was absolutely in that rally, should have won it. Now 30 all though, got to regroup. Berrettini going with the first serve. Tried to go to the body, interestingly. Now has a second serve. Andy will fancy his chances here, as he's only had like a couple of looks at a second serve this whole set. Berrettini going out wide with the second serve. Andy gets a forehand to Berrettini's backhand. They're trading cross court now. Andy runs around to the forehand off a Berrettini slice. Still going cross court. Andy tries to go down the line with his backhand. And he gets a chance at the forehand, but misses the line by a few inches, trying to go into Berrettini's backhand. He'll be raging with that.
Yeah. And this is sort of, it's not great, but it's the closest he's probably come to breaking Berrettini's serve in this third set. It's been that kind of set so far.
Oh, undoubtedly. And I mean, he was in the rally in the last 2 points, John, so he's going to be absolutely livid with himself. Yeah.
And it's very unlike Andy Murray to be angry with himself. Just here from Vonch, by the way, on Twitter, making a point about David Fokina. Yes, he did get to the Monte Carlo final this year, and he also made the quarterfinals of Roland Garros last year, adding to this clay court notion. But he's defeated Galan today on a hard court in New York. So he's now in the fourth round of the US Open for the second time. In 2020, he was also there, where he beat Novak to get there. Did it in 2020 where he beat Novak? That'll be not Djokovic.
It'll be Dennis Novak.
Yeah. Sorry. It's funny with tennis. We often call them by their first name. It's almost as if we know them, especially as some of them are fairly distinctive first names. But so how's it going with Berrettini and Murray?
Andy again running up to a drop shot, gets a chance at a pass, and he nets it. It's been a recurring theme, and fair play to Berrettini. It's absolutely working. I just think Andy, I don't know, I honestly think it's just putting the doubt in Andy's head when he gets to the drop shot, because he doesn't seem to have any problems getting to the drop shots. He just makes the wrong decisions when he gets there. So I think it's just a sort of pressure tactic from Berrettini that seems to work well.
Khachanov won the first set against Jack Draper.
Right.
Tommy Paul and Casper Ruud are in a tiebreak.
I think the Khachanov Draper one, I'll stand by it. Still could go either way. Not sure how it'll go. And same with Paul Ruud, though I fancy the chances of Khachanov a little bit more than I did at the start of the match, more than Draper. And Paul Ruud.
What about Tommy Paul, Casper Ruud? Give us a prediction on that. Who's winning the match?
I was about to say it's kind of 50-50 for me, but if I had to pick one, I'd probably say Ruud.
Me too.
He's playing well on the hard court. He's getting back to that sort of form that won in the San Diego title last year, and obviously got into the final of Miami at the start of the year. It's just finding his first serve properly, and I think it'll take a properly quality opponent to beat him. And Tommy Paul's playing well, but I just think he's lacking in a few aspects that Casper Ruud will be able to take advantage of.
Andy Murray here, obviously in a pressure moment here for all, and 2 sets to love down. It's on his serve as they're in a rally here as a backhand. Good backhand this time from Berrettini. Runs around his backhand that time though, and it's not enough because he loses the first point. 15-love to Murray. I think that was one really, he was struggling to run around that because it was a decent shot from Murray before, with plenty of pace on it. He decided to run around it. It was just not quite enough. I think, and he pulled it wide. So 15-love Murray, that's a crucial first point of this very important service game.
Yeah, we are seeing Berrettini running around more forehands. I think as he feels like his serve is more and more reliably going to be held taking chances like that forehand there at 4-all, 15 love, absolutely hammering it inside out. Of course, his nickname is the Hammer. That's why. That was a crazy forehand there. I think he's going to be taking more chances, to be honest. He'll be taking more risk just because he feels like his serve is a gimme at the moment, which is fair dues. Andy will need to be playing well under pressure again if he's going to squeak this set. But really, it's such an uphill battle, John. It's it's unreal. I don't know if it was going to happen.
15 all. Scott Barkley, check him out on Twitter at BarkleyGunt18. He, as a well-known, of course, Andy Murray fan, he's posited this suggestion. Berrettini's backwards cap looks stupid. And then he does say, yes, I'm bitter.
Good analysis, Scott. I love it.
15-30 now.
Yeah, 15-30 as Andy hooks a forehand into the net. I don't really know what he was trying to do with that one because it wouldn't have won him the point outright anyway. Probably a point to go more defensive. I'll tell you what happens in this point because, again, this could be the match, really. Andy taking a second to go now. He's going now. First serve, out wide, nails it and manages to get the unreturned serve. Great point from Andy. Again, John, the serving under pressure this set has actually been fantastic. So if there was a silver lining, should he go on to lose this set, then, you know, he kind of did step it up in pressure departments in some ways. So you can kind of take a few silver linings, I guess.
That must have been super close to the line, that serve. To the naked eye, it looks like it was going out, actually. But anyway, 30 all, clearly it was in, and Berrettini doesn't seem upset with it, but why should he be at 2 sets to love up and 30 all here? So we'll see how this point pans out.
Great point there from Andy. Again, probably a little bit ahead of you, John, there, but Andy, couple of forehands, 1-2 punch, managed to get a short one straight into the corner for a winner. Really, really intense stuff there, actually. He knows what he's doing there, which I think he's looked a bit flustered at some points this match, whether to go aggressive, whether not to go aggressive. So perfect opportunity there at 30 all, and he takes it, manages to get a serve out wide to Berrettini's backhand, and unreturned to go 5-4.
Nice. Regarding that previous shot, though, the forehand, you would expect him to make that, but it is he has actually sort of netted 1 or 2 of those types of shots today. So, yeah, that's a big hold. Again, 15-30 was in a spot of bother, obviously, given the nature of the match and where we're at. That would have been a huge point. And as you say, he has produced under the super pressure points, whether it be 15-40 down a couple of times in this set, or then 15-30, given how close we could be for the finish line for Matteo Berrettini. Now it's Matteo Berrettini, the Italian, who's serving to stay in the set. They're at a changeover, so I'll do a few other bits and bobs. Serena Williams in action later on, of course, tonight. Do you see her winning that match, Jack?
Tomljanovic, yeah, I think I said earlier, I'd give Tomljanovic the edge, if I'm honest.
Oh, okay, so you give Tomljanovic the edge in that one?
Yeah, like in the same way that it went 3 sets with Kontaveit, I think it could go either way, but there's no reason really, apart from the fact that Serena Williams is maybe a freak of nature, that she comes out in that match and plays the same level she did against Kontaveit. It just seems maybe too big a task, but...
I mean, the Kontaveit win, if I'm right, was it 7-6, 2-6, 7-6?
I think, no, 6-2. It was another 6-2 in the third set.
Oh, okay. My apologies to Serena, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it does seem to have changed the perspective on her chances of making a run. I'm still not going as far as saying something like the final, but I think some pundits are regarding Serena.
I'm definitely not feeling that. I think, if she gets through Tomljanovic, Samsonova, I was saying in the fourth round, just she's playing lights out tennis. It's probably going to be too much.
But I probably have a bit more optimism than you do regarding tonight. I would make her the slight favourite. Coco Gauff and Madison Keys are on court, it seems, and that should be a tasty encounter. Other things going on. Medvedev, you said, is playing Wu. Do you expect that to be straight sets for the Russian?
Yeah, I'll say straight sets, but I think there could be a tight one in there.
Yeah, I agree that Wu won't have ever come up against something like Medvedev before, but you could make the same case for Medvedev. I don't really know what type of player Wu is, to be fair, but at least in terms of the fact that, of course, they've never met, and I always think that's always an interesting moment for whoever it be, whether it be Djokovic, Nadal, or Medvedev, for example. Anyway, let's look at this 10th game. It's 15-love there. Berrettini, excellent serving there from the Italian. I'm not sure if that was a second serve actually. Or not, but it felt like a first serve.
Yeah, it was a first. It was. He had a late on the first serve, I guess. 2 unreturned serves, just sailing along from Andy there as he goes 30 love up.
30 love.
Yeah, first serve in play. There you go. He's only missed 4 this set, and it does feel like that. At least Andy's percentages have gone up as well. But Berrettini, playing out of his skin on serve at the moment, kind of to be expected.
Berrettini on the serve. We'll come back to this match in particular if it something crazy happens. Like Murray wins the next 2 points or something. But Berrettini on the serve does seem to go in grooves. I mean, or maybe I'm getting carried away with a couple of matches. That's probably not a big enough sample to think of, but it was certainly the case against Nadal in Australia as he goes to 40 love there with a good forehand, where actually it took him a set and a half, if you like, to get his serve in the groove. But once he hit that groove against Nadal, for another set and a half, so to speak, I think he barely lost a point against Rafa. And Rafa's probably the second best returner in the game. I mean, Murray certainly had his moments, but Rafa's return is no, certainly in terms of the actual game itself, as Berrettini holds to love to make it 5-all and fist pumps. But for a set and a half, he had one of the greatest players of all time, couldn't get a sniff on his serve. And I think, I don't know what the stats were. It could have been 20 points in a row or 20 points to 1, but I certainly think it was something like that on the Berrettini serve. And then Rafa, just as Rafa does, just breaks from nowhere.
Yeah, it was literally just one game, right? I remember it really well. Just out of nowhere.
Me too. I remember this thinking that given the way that the previous 20-odd points had gone, and I don't know why, I just remember them looking at the umpire's tray, and I remember just thinking, there might be a break here. And it was it was about 4-3 or something like that, so it was big enough to basically be decisive. And Rafa wins the match in 4, but that was certainly looking like it was going to go 5. That particular match, despite the fact that Nadal the first 2 sets, so if that had gone 5, who knows where it would have gone. But that's history. The present, we have Murray 15 love up against Berrettini in this 11th game of the 3rd set.
Yeah, that first point from Andy, serve +1, greatness, really, really good stuff. Berrettini, the more he's getting his forehand, though, he's taking chances now. He's going as aggressive as he can, actually. He's pretty much, again, this is what happens when you get a player serving as well as Berrettini. He just starts to take chances on return that he wouldn't have taken in the first 2 sets. You get looser. You start just like hammering the ball whenever you get the opportunity, and you see forehands like that, as I'm sure you're just seeing now, John. Yep. It should really be Berrettini's match to win. At the same time, how great is Andy at just digging in and proving us all wrong? So I won't totally count him out yet. Andy
Zhang has beaten Marino, by the way. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Interesting, yeah. That was that wasn't a gimme. Marino's a very good serve and forehand player, so that's a great result for Zhang.
Back to Murray Berrettini.
Yeah, 15-all. Andy got the second serve in. He hooks a forehand cross court at the moment. Gets another forehand and bunts it to Berrettini's backhand. Comes in off the back of it, but the slice is too low for him to do anything with, and he volleys the ball into the net.
Cool. So it's 15-30 now.
Yeah, again, I mean, have we had a game that's not been to 30 so far from Andy?
Yeah, but I mean that can that can only last for so long that it's just not sustainable.
It's definitely not. This is feeling like very, very precarious times for the Scot. Let me tell you what happens in this point here. So first serve going to the Berrettini backhand. He's missed it though, so it's a second serve now. Can't have gone out by much at all. Second serve, 15-30, 5-all, 2 sets down. What does he do with this one? He goes as big as he can. Then it must have been a let, of course, sorry. So this is a second serve now.
Yeah.
Goes into the body, Berrettini forehand to Andy's backhand. Berrettini slices to Andy's backhand. Gets a chance at an aggressive forehand from Berrettini. Andy gets it deep enough, though, to earn himself another aggressive shot. Berrettini, though, takes the initiative by running round. gets a forehand inside in. Now it's Berrettini's point to win. Yeah, he forces the error by rushing the net after hitting a great forehand. So it's 15-40.
2 break points again. So it's the third time in this set that he's had a double break point. I'm fearing the worst for Murray this time.
Surely, how many chances? How many chances do you need from Berrettini's point of view? How many break points is that saved? Is that 6 or break points saved in this set? Yeah, 6. There's been 6.
Yeah.
Right, here you go. I'll tell you what happens here. First serve down the tee, unreturned from Andy. Yeah, okay. Is it a let? We'll see in a second. I think it is. So he's going to have to step up again. I'll tell you what happens as he bounces the ball a few times to deliver his first serve. Delivers it down the tee, exactly the same thing actually, down the tee, and gets a backhand backhand return error from Berrettini. So it's 30-40 now.
Yep, 30-40. Saves 1.
This is crazy stuff, John, honestly. Can't remember. If Andy goes on to win this set, there has not been a set for a while that Andy deserved to win less. Obviously, I've probably jinxed it now. As we go to 30-40, he's certainly not saved this break point yet, by no means. First serve, out wide, gets a slice from Berrettini. He gets an aggressive forehand, Andy does. Gets a second forehand to Berrettini's backhand. Berrettini slices cross court. Andy gets a net cord as he tries to go down the line. And Berrettini overcooks a forehand out of absolutely nowhere. You're very lucky. Jeez, I don't know how he won that point. Really shouldn't have missed that forehand. Probably hearing reactions again from the rest of the house. Just now, somehow, 0 for 7 break points converted.
Yeah. Lucky. Net cord and all those break points saved. But there we are. Here we are, juice.
Yeah, I'll tell you what happens here. This is Berrettini's expression. Yeah, absolutely distraught. Fair enough. Right, Andy, you're playing with fire here, really. Gets another serve, goes out wide to Berrettini's forehand, but misses it. So it's second serve now. Surely not a double fault, at least. He does double fault, so it's going to be break point again. Advantage Berrettini.
And it's the first. It's the first time he's got. It's the first time he's gone for. I don't know, maybe that 2 in this set, but it's the first time as well that actually those double break points he had in the past didn't come with another break point, and Andy sort of won a few points in a row. He's really angry with himself there, and I can understand why.
Yeah, sarcastic clap to himself there. He has gone riskier in the second serve. I don't know if he needs to do that. He's been good at grinding out the points. Nonetheless, another break point. I'll tell you where he goes in the first. I think he'll try and go down tee, maybe to catch Berrettini off guard, but there's only so many times you can catch an opponent off guard with that serve, to be fair. So he may just go safe out wide. Goes down the tee with a serve, gets a block return from Berrettini, gets an aggressive forehand inside out that Berrettini slices back into court. Andy goes cross court with his forehand, gets himself another forehand down the line, and it forces the error from Berrettini's slice. This is 0 for 8 now.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, 0 for 8. And of course, Andy's yet to have a break point in this set.
Cue a reaction from next door, I think, probably. So I'll try and time the analysis of this next one. They've already reacted. It's fine. Andy going crazy. Love to see it. He is still in this. Somehow he feels like he's in this. For us fans, it's been an absolute roller coaster. First serve going wide to Berrettini's forehand. Andy gets a backhand cross court, approaches, and Berrettini pushes the backhand wide. That's what I was saying earlier. If you approach to the backhand, you'll get an error from Berrettini more often than you don't. So perfect play there.
Game point, Maui.
I don't know.
At the end of this game, because obviously there'll be a changeover. I think I'll take us around the grounds again because there's some stuff to update you on. But for now, we'll just stick with Maui and Berrettini.
Cool. This is shades of Wimbledon for me when Andy won that third set against Isner, but still went on to lose the match.
Yeah, I just felt as though he was a bit more in that match, funny enough, and I think he'll have some regrets on that match.
Yeah, there was a few points he should have won, that's true, actually, certainly in the fourth set. Second serve to Berrettini's forehand, by the way, gets a backhand cross-court. They are locked in cross-court. Slices down the line to Berrettini's forehand, though, to reset the point. Really good play. Slice cross-court from Berrettini. They're trading cross-court now, and Yeah. Oh my goodness, Andy's going absolutely crazy after that one. Forces the error.
He's got out of jail again. He's got out of jail again. I mean, that is a good slice that he did. I don't know if you remember that one, sort of down the line. That was a nice slice that he did. That sort of gave him a good chance.
It was really smart, John, because you saw Berrettini practically like camping in the tram lines on the ad court to try and get the forehand into place. It was just a really good change up to stop him teeing off on it. Really good stuff, John.
And really, it's a really tricky shot as well. I mean, it's tricky changing up anyway, but with the slice that he put on that, I thought was a really good one. And he's really giving it the big one, isn't he? 6-5 now. And of course, Berrettini's serving again to stay in the set, putting a nice positive spin on it there for Andy Murray. Okay, I said I would take us around the grounds because I think it's the right time to do so. Casper Ruud won that tiebreak, by the way, against Tommy Paul. Backing up what we said basically about him probably being the slight favourite there. Khachanov is a set and a break up now on Jack Draper, so things not looking good for Draper in that one.
Yeah. I mean, Khachanov, he's almost a dark horse nowadays. I feel like people want to count him out too quickly, if you know what I mean. But yeah, a lot of the time he will beat opponents that are lower ranked than him and come up against top 10 opposition, and maybe that's where he falls short. I imagine his record will be pretty bad at the slams against better players. But yeah, he does the job. He does the job so well against players that are, maybe just lacking in one or two features of their game.
Yeah, he doesn't really do a Felix, if you like, which is, just to suddenly go out to somebody much lower ranked than him or whatever, or even Zverev, we mentioned his top 10 record as well. Suddenly, going out to Shapovalov. I mean, Shapovalov is not a nobody, but you would have expected Zverev to win that. And I think that was even maybe well been straight sets. I don't remember now. But I was certainly surprised to see Zverev go out to Shapovalov in Australia earlier this year.
Yeah, it was straight.
Yeah, and I just remember it's one of those serving days from Zverev. To be honest with you, I did watch the match, but when Zverev goes out like that, you probably don't even need to watch the match to know it's one of those serving days, because that's what he can throw up from time to time, which I think has pretty much been his Achilles heel and held him back. It's both his strength and, of course, his Achilles heel, his serve. Coming back to this anyway, but Berrettini now is 15-love up against Andy Murray here. And he's obviously hoping. And we are getting close to the tie break that I suggested a long time ago. It was about 1-1 or 2-1. And you were absolutely right to say we were a long way away from that. But if Berrettini is to win the match, he's going to have to do it via a tie break.
I'll give you the records then for their careers. Andy is a little bit better at tie breaks. It's 60% one, or close to 61, I guess, if you're rounding up. And Berrettini on 57%. But obviously, they're at different stages of their career. And they are both dealing with pressure differently, I guess, than they have in the past. So I still got to give the edge to Berrettini despite that record.
Yeah.
Especially given how many points Andy's won on return, of course. Sorry,
Berrettini's nerve is a pretty good strength of his as well. I mean, he doesn't come across as someone who gets particularly tight in these matches. He's now at 30-love here as well. I don't recall him sort of blowing a match that he should have won.
The only one that comes to mind kind of recently, I guess he didn't blow it, but there was just a couple of points in a tiebreak with Ruud in Geneva, possibly in the final. Okay. His forehand just went walkabouts, and it's the first time I've ever seen his forehand go walkabouts under pressure. It's generally pretty level. And his serve as well, his break points, 1 percentage it might be the best in the top 50 actually this year, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, you're not wrong in that observation, Johnny. He's great under pressure.
Yeah, 30-15 though. So I mean, still a long way, but yeah, Murray's just not. I know we're repeating it again, but Murray's just not coming close to the serve. I mean, 30-15 is about as good as it's been getting in this set. I think he had 30 all in the previous one. He maybe even 15-30. That was probably as good as it got. But anyway, let's see how this point pans out.
Yeah, literally. Berrettini hits a great serve and then two amazing forehands, pretty much untouchable.
Yeah. 40-15 now, so it's 2 game points for the Italian to force that tie break that he was highlighting quite a long time ago as a possibility. Okay, so what are we looking at elsewhere? Looks like Tommy Paul is threatening to break Casper Ruud at the beginning of this this second set, albeit it's just a threat. I'd love 30. Jack Draper's got it back on serve against Khachanov. That's good for him. And Kashin and Mute are 1 game all at the beginning of the first set there. Back to Matteo Berrettini, Andy Murray. It's 40-30 now, so that was a good return from Murray.
It was a great forehand return and volley approach, I guess. Why not Tommy Paul get another bagel set in his third match of the US Open? I think he had two. He had one against Corden. He had one in his first round as well. So why not another one?
It's not going to happen a bagel set, but because
okay.
it's 2. I should say it's 2-1. But he's now love 40 on the Casper Ruud serve, so could be 3-1.
A second serve to work with here, by the way, for Andy at 40-30. Probably going to go into the body, I'd imagine, from Berrettini. Again, without audio on, apologies, it was a late in the first serve, so this is now the second serve.
40-30. Get a juice here.
Steps right into the court for that one. And I guess he did rush the Berrettini forehand just a little bit with that really aggressive return position. That was, he was inside the baseline for that one, and we know how fast Berrettini likes to deliver his second serve, so that was audacious from Andy. Gets to juice.
2 points from the set.
2 points from the set. That's one way to look at it, John. That's true. 2 return points away, though, is a different scenario. As Berrettini aces out wide, unfortunately. That's now advantage
Game
Berrettini.
Point. Game point Berrettini. Stick with this.
15 aces for Berrettini overall. Wow. To Murray's 4. Murray was never going to be out acing Berrettini, obviously, but that's still quite a few. It's numbers that Andy will cringe at. He doesn't like to be aced, obviously. Berrettini going for a first serve down the tee, misses by a fair bit. Second serve now. As Berrettini goes into the body, Andy's backhand cross court to Berrettini's slice. Andy goes forehand into Berrettini's forehand. They are now going cross court again. Andy's two-handers to Berrettini's slice. Andy going for a sort of inside-out forehand drop shot thing that he bunts wide. I'm pretty sure he won't be happy with that. He's having words with himself.
Okay, we'll give the audience some point-by-point commentary now, as we are at this crucial point with a tie-break on the cards, or tie-break happening, to decide this third set. So obviously the winner of the tie-break, should it be Berrettini, 3-0 victory for him. Of course, Murray will be desperate to avoid that and force a fourth set. We'll come to that in a second. Tommy Paul has broken Casper Ruud, so he's now got some advantage in that second set. He is a set to love down, of course, and Jack Draper and Khachanov on serve in that second set. Moutet has broken Cashin early on, so he's a break-up. Okay, here we go, tie-break.
Okay, I'm trying to talk you through it all. Andy,
yes, please.
Seemingly upset at something. A member of staff handing out food, I believe, to some of the audience members. Okay, there we go. Andy back on track now. Going for the first serve. Surely got to just go for meat and potatoes out wide. We'll see what happens. So once Andy eventually tosses the ball up. Yep, goes out wide but misses. So second serve now. His second serve percentages have been brilliant in this set, though, to be fair, so we shouldn't be too worried. To Berrettini's forehand. Andy gets a forehand cross-court to Berrettini's forehand. They're trading cross-court forehands. Andy goes down the line to Berrettini's slice. They are still going cross-court backhands now. Andy gets a shorter ball, but doesn't really take advantage. Berrettini's double-hander down the line. Andy able to take advantage with his own forehand. Goes down the line with a backhand that Berrettini somehow scrambles into play. Berrettini's won that point out of nowhere. Really defensive forehand, and then absolutely leathers a forehand that only just lands in. So he took on a lot of risk and it paid off.
It's a fairly lengthy rally there. At various different points, I thought Murray was going to win that, but maybe we should give some praise for Berrettini, because that was a lethal forehand.
I know, we saw Andy beating himself up, but there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do.
Not the forehand. It's true. There's nothing he could do about it. I mean, that's just insane. That forehand. That's a winner. But I think he's beaten himself up a bit because there were sort of moments in that rally just prior to that he was possibly slightly ahead, if you like. And obviously, it's on his serve, and now the mini break advantage goes to the Italian. Make sure you hit that like button if you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook or wherever you're watching. I think there's like buttons available. And make sure you subscribe. Jack, what's happened?
Berrettini. Perfect serve out wide, gets himself a forehand inside in opportunity, but only just hooks it wide. And really, there's nothing throughout this whole set that would have suggested he should have missed that shot. So that's a very, very cheap point for Andy to take.
Get it back on serve, 1-1.
Berrettini bouncing the ball here now. I'll tell you where he goes with the first serve. Goes wide to Andy's forehand. Andy gets it back into play. Berrettini's forehand inside out. Berrettini gets another one inside down. He's had 3 forehands in a row now, but he completely. So this is interesting, actually, John. That I literally was just talking about that tie break with Ruud. Berrettini's forehand goes walkabouts for 2 points, and it makes all the difference. Exactly the same thing has happened here. So I don't know. Maybe there are cracks in that shot under pressure. I'm surprised to see it, I've got to say.
It's a tight moment. Maybe even the way this set has panned out, in a way, puts a bit more pressure on Berrettini, given the fact he's had so many breakpoint opportunities in this set to basically win the match. He's not taking advantage of them, and now Murray's a mini break up, 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, if Andy comes away with this set, it will be one of the most undeserved sets of his career. Genuinely, really hasn't felt like his at all. Second serve now for Andy, by the way. Berrettini gets forehand into play. Andy goes inside out with the forehand. He approaches the net and it forces the error. 3-1 now. A little bit of daylight, maybe.
Nice. 3-1, mini break up.
I am interested to know how many points the two have won in this set, because I imagine Berrettini will have won the majority of the points.
You do that, and I'll talk us through the next point, albeit I will be a few seconds behind you. So it's 3-1 currently to Andy Murray with a mini break advantage. Let us know in the live chat how you see this tiebreak going. Give us your predictions. Obviously, we're already a little bit into it, so I guess many of you may well be fancying Murray to prevail now. 3-1 up in this tiebreak. I'll talk us through this next point. I know I'm a few seconds behind you, but you do a bit of a fish on some stats, and we'll come to those after this particular point. Murray just bouncing the ball, hoping to get a first serve in, of course, and he goes wide to the Berrettini forehand back in play, comes into the net. Is he going to win the point, Andy Murray? Yes, he does. Good decision to come into the net, and obviously a very good volley. Really, it was impossible for Berrettini to pick that one up. 4-1. Yeah.
He's coming into the net off very little, actually, off of those two points. It might be something we see in the fourth set, should it go that far, of course. I might have jinxed it, of course. But yeah, really great stuff. I think just to change up the tactics there, it's not really something Berrettini was expecting. So it's 2 points very well earned. Nice.
You can talk us through the next point if you want.
I will do, yeah. Also, total points won 40 points to 43. So Berrettini with 43, sorry. Andy with 40 in this set. Andy with a second serve now. Gets... What's happened there? Must be a let, surely?
Yeah, I think
second serve let. So he's going for a second serve again. Andy stepping into the court now for the second serve. Berrettini going into Andy's body. Gets a forehand, though. Andy with a great defensive forehand cross court, bunts it back to Berrettini's backhand, goes down the line with his own backhand now. Berrettini runs around to his own forehand, not aggressive enough though, so they're still in the rally, tries to go aggressive again, cross court, but nets the forehand.
5-1.
5-1, yeah, as the Edward household goes wild.
It's great. 5-1. I didn't really see this coming to win 5 of the first 6 points, put it that way. I thought if Murray was to win the tiebreak, I thought it would probably be a bit like the set as a whole and that he might sneak it.
Yeah.
But anyway, good news. Long way to go. Not even in this tiebreak. I mean, he's 2 points away from winning it, but still feels like a long way to go at 5-1. It's a nice cushion he's got, a double break, but that can disappear quite quickly, particularly how threatening Berrettini's been on the Murray serve throughout the match, but this set in particular, as they have a quick changeover here. Tommy Paul Casper would stay on serve, as do Khachanov and Draper in the second set there, and Moutet is a breakup on cash-in. Back to the tiebreak, Jack.
Yeah, just off that point there, John, I felt like what I was saying about the forehand, Berrettini not able to go aggressive enough with it, and then eventually missing another forehand. It does feel like it's kind of broken down a little bit, and I wonder if there's going to be a hangover effect of that in the fourth set as well. It might have a chain reaction as Berrettini goes wide with his first serve, goes inside out with the forehand, gets another forehand opportunity. Andy goes deep down the middle of the court, starting to go cross court again. Berrettini tries to go slice forehands slice backhand, sorry, to Andy's forehand, and he misses. He kind of seems like he's a bit scrambled at the moment.
6-1, five set points. This, I mean, that now that is a lead. I mean, I was saying 5-1 felt a long way still, but it's five set points is insane. And it's not. And this first one will be on the Murray serve, of course. In fact, the next two will be on the Murray serve, am I right?
Yes, yeah, you're correct. Yeah. So two chances to close the set on serve here.
Yeah.
This is. I really should. I'll wait till the set's over actually before I start giving you all the stats and stuff.
Yeah.
Sure. Absolutely don't want to jinx it. First serve misses the first serve. Sorry, it's just skipped off the net. So another second serve for Andy. Here he goes now. Second serve to Berrettini's forehand. Goes inside out to Andy's backhand. Andy gets it to a sliced backhand from Berrettini, though forces a short ball that he's able to capitalise on, and he's taken the set.
There you go. There you go. 7-6, just losing 1 point there. 7-1, he wins that tie break, and it's 7-6 now, obviously winning the set. So 2-1. I like his celebration. It's sort of two phases to it. The first one was that one of these kind of sort of arms down by the side, kind of. We've seen that from, I think, maybe Coric, but certainly from Rafa at points this year. But then finally he does raise the fist. 2-1. He knows it's still a long way to go, but Berrettini, of course, still very much the favourite to win this 2-1 up. But is it time to start going back to those 2-love moments? I mean, the problem is, though, there's also, to the eye, Berrettini's been the better player throughout the match, and if anything, actually was better in the third set than he was in the previous two, despite the fact he lost it.
Yeah, almost definitely, John. Yeah, I just feel like, I was saying that throughout the set, Murray's ability to deliver amazing first serves under pressure seriously shouldn't go underrated. That was really impressive. But then it was the tiebreak. To be fair, Berrettini did blank. Forehand kind of went away. So in a way, you could say Andy deserves the set. But yeah, the biggest takeaway there has got to be 8 points, 8 break points saved out of 8 break points faced for Andy Murray.
I think that psychologically may well have had an effect as Andy Murray takes a well-earned break at the end of this set. So we can sort of have a chat about some other things as well. I think that may well have had effect on Berrettini going into that. Berrettini's also going off court as well. I think that's a good idea for Berrettini as well, actually. If his opponent has done it, you don't want to be just sat there waiting for Murray. What is the time limit on this?
What's on my toilet break? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't get any more than 5 minutes.
5 minutes. So anyway, as they take this potential 5-minute break, I do wonder if Berrettini was carrying that, given there was a few unforced errors as well, particularly on the forehand, as you mentioned, which is unusual for Berrettini. I mean, I think you said that he did it a few times in a tiebreak against Casper Ruud, was it, you said, in Geneva?
Yeah, it was Casper Ruud, yeah.
Yeah. So, but regarding Berrettini, I think he may well have been carrying into the tiebreak. I remember a very different situation. No, similar situation yesterday where Coric had 7 set points, 2 of which in the set as a whole, and then 5 more in the tiebreak. Didn't take any of them, and Brooksby immediately took his first one to win that second set. A very different match, of course. But I wonder if Berrettini took that as a hangover into the set, into the tiebreak there, having had 8 breakpoint opportunities throughout the set. Didn't take any of them. Murray then takes that momentum, if you like, in a way, and a nice little round of applause from his box there. Everyone standing up and applauding except for Ivan Lendl, who just decides to give it a little applause. But of course, that's Ivan Lendl's. Won't or want, I never know what that one is. Anyway, Casper Ruud and Tommy Paul. Let's talk about that for a second. Casper Ruud won the first set on a tiebreak, 7-6. They are on serve, though, in the second set. And I think Tommy Paul did have a break up there. So that advantage has been ceded by Tommy Paul. They are on serve now, 4-3. Casper Ruud about to serve. Khachanov is 1 set up, but he has ceded his break of serve that he had at the beginning of the set, and he's now 3-4 going with serve in that second set. And Moutet is still a break up, 3-1 on Cashin. No women's matches happening right now. Let's have a quick look to see what is to come this evening. What matches are still to come? Let me have a quick look at that. Upcoming, that's the button I need to press. That means the future. We've got PCB against de Minaur. I make PCB the slight favourite in that. I think you agree with me, but you were giving de Minaur some good reasons for optimism. Why is that, Jack?
Yeah, his hard court record's been really, really good recently, and PCB tends to win a lot of second serve points on a hard court. De Minaur is one of the few players that has the sort of return capabilities to take advantage of that. And honestly, I've seen finals where De Minaur turns up and he serves fantastically. I think it's one of the most underrated traits of his for sure. So, like, if he serves well, which isn't a guarantee to be fair, but if he does serve well, I could see 5 sets and PCB still winning.
Probably match of the day in terms of how close it is in terms of our predictions. Madison Keys, Coco Gauff. I think I said a couple of hours ago that they were about to take the court. I think it's just because my TV was like, coming up, Coco Gauff against Madison Keys. But that was about 2 hours ago. Well, at least now they are close to taking to the court. I think they're due to come on court in about 10 minutes at least for the warm-up. I've got Coco Gauff getting to the final, so I guess I'm going to stick with her for this particular match. She did look pretty good in her second round. She won in straight sets, albeit the second set was a tie break that she won that on. She did do a few double faults in that match, and that has been a theme for Coco Gauff in recent weeks. I make her the very slight favourite. I'm more optimistic about, put it like this, I'm bigger on PCB's chance against de Minaur than I am Coco Gauff's, but I am making Coco Gauff the slight favourite against Madison Keys. What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, I think I made Coco Gauff a fair favourite. I think 70-30 is what I was saying. Madison Keys isn't quite reliable enough to turn up from match to match, and I think Gauff's ability to track down the ball and cover her own serve could be enough just to make Keys' life really difficult. So I'd fancy Gauff more so than I would PCB for me.
Okay, fine. So do you see PCB as sort of 52-48 and Gauff 60-40?
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
I'm sort of the other way.
Gauff.
I'm kind of the other way around. I think that I'm sort of maybe a bit close on that one, but I still make Coco Gauff my slight favourite. But I do wonder if that's because of the fact that I have them in the final. Of course, both seeds pretty much getting to the rank to the round that they would expect. Coco Gauff is the 12 seed, but given the number of very high seeds that really you wouldn't have fancied coming into the tournament, I'm thinking of Maria Sakkari, I'm thinking of Paula Badosa, both of which are out. Muguruza, who's still very much in the tournament. In fact, kind of a surprise to see her win so comfortably yesterday. But these are the players I'm thinking of that are highly ranked, but you wouldn't have them ahead of Coco Gauff in the pecking order. And that's why I've got Coco Gauff getting to my final. I have her losing to Iga Swiatek, who's, by the way, looking very good. I know some people were a little bit critical of Sloane Stephens yesterday. It was a straight sets win for Iga Swiatek, but 3-2, very, very good win for Iga Swiatek, and perhaps recovering the form that she had in the spring when she went on that unbelievable 35 match unbeaten run. I say it's spring. It kind of began at the beginning of spring, but it was still there very much into the European summer as she won the French Open. Alison Riske against Zhang. How do you see that one going?
Yeah, tough, very tough. I think Riske probably with a little bit of an advantage, but honestly, that neither player is going to blow the other one off the court. Basically, maybe Zhang will be the one that is maybe taking the initiative even in most of the points, but it could go either way, John. Yeah, about 50-50 for me.
By the way, I think you've got some very big tennis experts in the background as well. They seem to be as knowledgeable as us, if not even more knowledgeable, because I heard the nature of their celebration. So, by the way, Berrettini and Murray have returned to court, and the first point of the fourth set has already occurred. And I heard the background was like this kind of noise. It was like, ha, 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 ha. And it was because Murray, very much behind in the point, lofts up a high ball, all he possibly can do. It was a tricky overhead from Berrettini, but you would have expected him to make it. But he dumps it into the net, and that explains why we got that ha, ha, ha. But Murray, they'll be very disappointed with that second point, though, because he goes long on what was a very makeable shot. So it's now 15-all. We will come back to Murray and Berrettini in a bit more depth. Of course, we are, they've just had their 5-minute breaks. And if we get a break point here from Murray, we'll definitely return to the focus here. But I am just going to have a quick look at some of these other matches. Samsonova, by the way, just getting some vibes from you on her. You do seem to be pretty big on her.
Oh, massive honor. She's playing great tennis. You can't ignore somebody who is sort of rifling through matches, and I'm sure she's not dropped a set in like 7 matches now, who's rifling through matches, just being consistently aggressive so easily. Like, her forehand is insanely good. Her serve is underrated. Her second serve is great, nigh unattackable. For me, she's the favourite to win that quarter. 100%.
Yeah, she's certainly favourite to Krucinic, and yeah, I would. I think I have Williams to win tonight, and I'm sure we'll come to that again later. But I would make Samsonova as well. I saw. Did I see the whole match? No, I think I saw the second set of Samsonova's victory over Leylah Fernandez. I was rooting for Leylah in that. I've got a lot of sympathies for her, especially the way she got to the final at the US Open last year. But Samsonova, comfortably the better player. It was straight sets, albeit the second set was a tiebreaker, but really easily the better player there. Berrettini, Murray, you've got some thoughts, I'm sure.
Yeah, 2 break points.
There you go, 15-40. And
Some...
this match, where what's going on? Okay, talk us through this first break point at least.
Yeah, well, yeah, that last point, by the way, great. I actually thought Andy had fluffed it, and then he just managed to get the forehand pass on Berrettini quick enough that he netted the volley. So he kind of got away with it. Obviously got away with the first point as well. Is Berrettini just letting Andy in a little bit here? 15-40, right. Berrettini with the first serve. He is going out wide with it. Andy block return. Perfect, though, to Berrettini's backhand. That was great. That was a really, really good return. Really smart. If it was a grass court, I doubt we would have seen Berrettini hit a backhand there. On a hard court, the block return, Andy just able to get it on Berrettini a bit quicker. Great stuff. Really,
Boom.
really good.
Break of serve. And so let's look at where we were 15 minutes ago, maybe 20 minutes ago now, actually. Matteo Berrettini had a couple of mini match points, so to speak. In fact, he had 3 what I would call mini match points. Hopefully the tennis crowd will know what I mean by that. He had 3 break points, but it was so deep in that set. I think it was at 5-all, Andy Murray Berrettini, and he had 3 break points, including 15-40. Didn't take advantage of any of those, much like he hadn't on the previous 5. And that was the moment, if you like, that the momentum has swung. That's not to say it's permanently swung the way of the Scot, but the momentum very much swung because Murray holds, goes into the tie break, as it turned out, wins that to 1. And now he's got an early break here at the beginning of this 4th set. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I gotta say, I smell blood a wee bit because that was that. I was saying about there maybe being a hangover from the 3rd set. There's no way that Berrettini should have lost a couple of those points there. So kind of at the same time, Andy was returning great there actually, and to make Berrettini play every point there, massive deal. So obviously Andy's feeling a little bit hyped as well. This is good stuff, John. So yeah, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but this is great. I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about. There was a moment, I'm sure, in the 3rd set where I basically counted Andy out, and of course he's digging in as hard as he can. It's great. Oh, that's a great point from Andy as well, although he might have lost it actually. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he did, to be fair, but it was looking like cat and mouse stuff there that Murray should have come out on top of. Yeah, as he goes left 15. This is it's encouraging, John. I don't know how encouraged I should feel. Maybe I'm just getting ahead of myself a bit. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I'm far more optimistic than I was 15, 20 minutes ago, and that's kind of obvious in terms of the scoreboard. Let's see if he can consolidate here, though. That is important. I'm on the Murray bandwagon. I'd love to see him have at least one last deep run, and I thought that this may well. I thought it when the draw was made that this was the first time. Like I say, I had doubts about $7, and we spoke about that before that match happened, and I will come to that in a second. But I did think just after the draw was made, looking at it, I thought, you know what? If he's going to do a deep run, this could well be it. At least that's how the draw panned out. I thought that the first round, if he could overcome that, and he did so magnificently, I think, very impressive to win that in straight sets against Cerundolo. I know your eyes were very much fixed on that match. I think mine were elsewhere around Flushing Meadows, but I thought that was a very impressive win. He also really was very impressive against Nava in a way, obviously losing the 3rd set, but the next 3 sets, he was very impressive, and none more so than in the final set of that one. So that was sort of boding well as well. And I thought he had a chance today. And if you're unseeded, you're always going to be playing a decent player in the 3rd round. You're always going to be playing a seed in the 3rd round. But that seed could have been Medvedev. It could have been Rafa Nadal, and it wasn't. So once you avoid those 2 in the 3rd round, okay, Berrettini it is. There's probably other people that you could be potentially playing that you would choose above Berrettini, but there's plenty above him as well that you'd want to avoid. So I thought the draw might be okay. However, let's get back to this game. Love 30, I see.
Yeah, love 30. Andy, in a rally at the moment, goes backhand down the line to try and force an error. Doesn't get it, so they're going slice cross-court from Berrettini. And Andy just bunts a backhand long, kind of out of nowhere. Doesn't really feel like it was merited, to be honest. So he's been a bit cheap here again. Love 40 now.
Love 40. I mean, we had lots of 15-40s in the first set. Now it's love 40.
Love 40 is maybe one too many, right? I don't think he makes it back from here after saving 8 break points. There's only so many times you can you can get away with murder. Right. Love 40.
Yeah.
I'll talk you through it, John.
Yeah, please do that.
First serve from Andy, down the tee. Berrettini blocks it back into play. Murray with a very loose forehand. No idea what happened there. Went inside out, but yeah, unforced error, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're not going to find this tweet very amusing considering Murray just losing that break advantage he had. But Liam Brody's decided to tweet about the Nike shirts with the zip. I think he thinks they're very silly. He said, "What's going on with these new Nike T-shirts at the US Open, as in the shirts for the players, with the guys with the zip?" He's clearly not a fan of that. Good one, Liam Brody. I've always got you on alert because I know you're going to be offering something amusing, and you didn't let us down on that occasion. Taking us around the grounds anyway. So Murray and Berrettini are back on serve in this fourth set. It is on serve as well in the second set between Casper Ruud and Tommy Paul. That's turning out as tight as perhaps many of us would have expected. Casper Ruud winning the first set 7-6, 5 all in the second set. Jack Draper currently has a set point, so I'll tell you if he converts. He has a set point on the Khachanov serve. They're actually on serve in that set. Khachanov winning the first set 6-3, but Jack Draper is 5-4 up, and he has an advantage, and he's won the second set. Boom, one set all now, Draper Khachanov. Good one for the Brit.
Well done, Draper.
Yeah, and Moutet is still a breakup in the first set on Cashin. I think next on court in terms of the women, because I haven't really spoken about the women because there are no live singles matches for the women at the moment, but I do believe that upcoming, as I've been saying for a while now, is Coco Gauff against Madison Keys. So as soon as that match gets underway, I'll be giving us updates on that. Anyway, Berrettini is serving against Andy Murray. It's 1 game all. We've seen back-to-back breaks of serve at the beginning of this set. It's now 15 all though, right?
It's now 15 all, yeah. Just saw Paolo Lorenzi sitting in the Berrettini camp, by the way. Retired veteran from a few years ago, I think 40 or so now. Just won his first title, I think, of his career at like 34 years old. That's kind of his claim to fame. But yeah, just a fellow Italian, I think, come to support, I guess. As Berrettini hammers down an unreturnable serve for 30-15.
Yeah, 30-15 Berrettini as he looks to sort of get back on track after somewhat of a big wobble, I guess, losing that third set and then also going a breakdown, but he'll be pleased to be back on track. Yes. Anyway, so talk us through this point.
Yeah, that was a Berrettini heavy forehand into Andy's forehand. He went for the forehand lob, but it just sailed long. So it kind of looks like Berrettini's finding his feet again, certainly in the forehand, because he opened the service game with a really shaky one. 40-15 now. First serve out wide, just misses, so it's a second serve now. It's feeling more like Berrettini could be back on the wagon. And Andy, if Andy keeps having these problems on serve, he's surely not going to win. I mean, that third set was an absolute steal. They're going cross court now, backhand to backhand, by the way. Andy getting a forehand down the middle. Berrettini slices. Andy still going down the middle of the court, trying to coax an angle out of Berrettini, maybe. One more down the middle, and yeah, he gets an error from Berrettini. I wonder if this is going to be something he's going to keep doing just to try and force Berrettini to go for something bigger than he's comfortable with.
Yeah, I think if at least the stats suggest that way. There was a second serve from Berrettini just now that was 75 miles an hour, which is insanely slow. I don't know if that was a one-off.
That's slow for him, definitely. Yeah, it's really slow for him.
I don't know if that was a one-off though, slow, or I'll keep an eye on that if that recurs. But that's kind of bizarre. The first serve still seems to be okay, so I don't think there's any physical issue. 120 plus really, which is what he tends to do on the first serve.
That was nice from Berrettini there, a little half volley pick up to win the game.
2-1.
Just FYI, Andy's brother Jamie is a set down to 2 Polish guys they played a few weeks ago, I believe, in a final.
Yeah. In the doubles. Let's give some doubles update. We'll just give some doubles love because we don't very often do that on here.
Give me
Or
2 seconds, actually, John. I'll just grab some water very quickly.
Go, Jack. Go,
Okay.
Jack.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll take us around the grounds. Yeah, let's give, as I said, some doubles love. As I mentioned, we can do that right now. Make sure, by the way, if you are watching, to hit that like button and to subscribe. Andy Murray now in another sort of tug of war here, if you like, in this fourth set. He's 2-1 down, but things are looking much better than they were a little while ago when he was 2-0 down. He won that third set tie break. So let's take us around the grounds, and I'll include the doubles as well. Tommy Paul and Casper Ruud again going super deep there in that second set. It's Casper Ruud on the first set 7-6, but it's now 6-5 on serve in the second set, as we can see there. Khachanov and Draper, that's taken an interesting turn, with Draper snatching that second set. It was going with serve, and I think Khachanov actually did have a break of serve early on in that second set, ceded that advantage. Then they were on serve, and then Draper really taking advantage of the fact that he got a set point on the Khachanov serve at 4-5 and took advantage of that, winning that second set 6-4. So that's one set all between the Brit and Khachanov. Moutet still a break up. In fact, it's getting ever closer to winning that first set between him and Cashin. Serena Williams in action later, as is Coco Gauff against Madison Keys, as is Samsonova as well, as is Daniel Medvedev against the qualifier Wu. That's coming up very much later on this evening. So keep an eye on those matches. I don't think we'll be covering on the channel, but of course, from time to time, there are plenty of spaces going on by some of the popcorn tennis people, and also myself from time to time. Whether I'll do one later on will depend on my physical levels. Talking of physical levels, something I would suggest is also quite optimistic regarding Andy Murray. He doesn't seem to be dipping at all. Movement still seems to be okay. Seems to be okay physically. It was something, of course, a bit of a concern going into this tournament regarding the cramps that he had in Cincinnati. Had a couple of fairly lengthy matches there. I think both went 3 sets against Stan Wawrinka and then Cam Noy. But, you know, if you're cramping up in 3 sets, given that we've got potentially 5 sets today, that may be a concern. But as yet, physically, he seems fine. And as Jack was mentioning there, Suarez, the Brazilian, and Murray, Jamie Murray, that's Andy's brother, are a set down in their doubles. They are 5-all currently in the second set there. So that's super tight. They lost the first set on a tie break. Haas and Oswald against Krivets and Mies. Krivets and Mies are the seeds there. They are on serve in their first set, and we've got some mixed double action going on there, including Eubanks in action. Of course, Eubanks losing in the singles to Yannick Sinner yesterday. Let me know in the live chat how far you see Yannick Sinner going. He tends to be a sort of a quiet. You can't really call Yannick Sinner a dark horse anymore, given these top 10. But he does sort of quietly sort of progress at a lot of these slams. Let me know if you think this could be his year. I guess the big one for Yannick Sinner may well be if he ends up playing Alcaraz. Murray looking comfortable on serve at the moment in this match against Berrettini. So I won't give you too much comments on that right now. Jack Sock and Leylah Fernandez. That's a nice combo in the mixed doubles there. Keep an eye on those. So I'm sure that's fun. At the very least, they are set up on Puets and Zimmerman. Women's doubles there. You can see Ostapenko. Of course, she's always full of fun. She's partnered by Kishenok. They are 1 set all with Minan and Bondar. Oh, no, I apologize. Actually, they've won that match in 2-1 in the third set in a tie break there. So Ostapenko and Kishenok roll on. Back to the singles anyway. I will just give us a quick praise on what's going on. Andy Murray now 40 love up against Berrettini, so looking very much to close it up at two games all in this fourth set. Wonder how long we're going to be here for. We're going to have a few more times where Jack and I are going to be zooming off to get water, I imagine, because I certainly need some water, and I'll be doing so very shortly. Tommy Paul and Casper Ruud are into another tie break. That is 7-6 for the first set for Casper Ruud. And it's now 6-all. Casper Ruud will be looking to take confidence from the first tiebreak, which he won, of course, 7-6. They are now into a second set tiebreak, 1 point all there. And Khachanov and Draper just kicking off their third set, 1 set all. And Moutet did win that first set against Cashin. Murray now 40-15 against Berrettini. Tommy Paul has got a mini break up on Casper Ruud. So that's 2 points to 1. I'm actually going to switch to that match. I'll let Jack sort of guide you through Berrettini and Murray. Talk us through some of these points here with Murray on serve. Oh, I need to. Are you back, Jack?
Oh, there we go. Back now. Yeah, I can talk you through what's happening. I think Andy's just held there, so big service game here for Berrettini. Does feel like Andy's kind of pressuring him a bit, certainly from the first game of the set. So it's important that he does at least put the returns into play, just to force Berrettini to make the plays, because he's been struggling a little bit in that department to be aggressive. Obviously, he was so aggressive in the third set. Just knew he was going to hold serve easily. If Andy can at least put the returns into play, then I don't think he'll be feeling as confident.
Cool. I might just take us through some of these points from this Tommy Paul Casper Ruud tiebreak. But before I do so, hi Zoltan. He is Zoltan, aka my beer deliverer and friend. He brought me beer last night whilst the podcast was coming towards its latter stages.
Okay.
That was a nice relief for me. That was last night. Thanks for that, Zoltan. And sorry, Tommy Paul Casper Ruud, by the way, back on serve in this tie break, which will be a slight disappointment for Tommy Paul, who I think did have a mini break advantage. It's 3-2. I'll talk us through this for now. We'll come back to if there's a break point, Jack, shout, okay? But other than break points, we'll just assume it's on serve. So Tommy Paul bounces the ball here at 3-2 up. 3-2 down. So Casper Ruud is bouncing the ball. I'll get myself together, hopefully, much like Casper Ruud hopes to do as he's 2-3 down. Gets the first serve in, though. So that's going big there from Casper Ruud, and he reaps the rewards of going big on the forehand there. 3-all. Tommy Paul does get a racket on it, more than got a racket on, actually. He scooped it up, but it fired off into the crowd as a guy in the crowd holds the ball up, sticks his tongue out. He's got a souvenir for his day, if nothing else. I have no idea who he's supporting, but I'm sure he's very happy with his day's work. So far, Casper Ruud will be happy with his day's work. Of course, he's a set up in this particular match, but it's super, super tight. He won the first set 7-6. It's, of course, 6-all, given the fact that I'm into a tiebreak. You do the maths. And doing the maths as far as the tiebreak itself, it's 3 points all. Couldn't be much tighter. Marcello, my fellow friend there. Berrettini means little caps. Don't know what that means, but anyway, thanks, Marcello. He's an abstract guy, but he's a fun guy and he's a friend of mine too.
In Italian, right? So teeny is in small.
Do you speak Italian, Jack?
No, I don't. But I know those words. Yeah. I suppose I speak a little.
A couple of people there anyway, having a nice little chat. Two friends of mine. That's if we can't have friends on board, who can we have on board? So Zoltan, who's a Hungarian. Sorry, Marton Fucovic. Sorry, Zoltan. Of course, he's out. Who did he go out to? I think he went out in 5 sets. Was it to David Shukina?
Yeah.
In a fifth set super tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Painful. Anyway, Casper Ruud now has ceded a slight, or taken a slight advantage. He's now no, he's not a mini breakup. He's 4-3 up. Let's get back to this. So Tommy Paul 4-all now. 4-all. I will pay much closer attention now to this tiebreak, given how tight it is, more so than my friends. Anyway, I'll just do this one quickly, but let's get back to it. Okay, so 4 points all here. Tommy Paul serving. Gets his first serve in to the relief of the American. It's on the forehand there. Doesn't put the way. Oh, that's an excellent backhand there from Casper Ruud, putting himself in charge. But he's dumped it into the net, the Norwegian. He can't believe it. He scoops himself down. He goes down to the court thinking, what the hell was I doing? Don't know either, Casper. Don't know. You dumped it in the net, though. That's what happened there. Even though you were very much in charge at the point, you put yourself in charge with an excellent backhand, which is not exactly your forte. You've got the forehand that you desperately want almost on top of the net, but you dump it into the net. 4-5.
Do you know, credit to Casper Ruud's backhand actually when it's deserved. He had a match against Roberto Bautista Agut in Cincinnati, and I don't think I've ever seen him hit his backhand as well. I think he hit 4 backhand winners in the tiebreak against potentially one of the best backhands on tour in Bautista Agut. 4 backhand winners in 1 tiebreak. I mean, it's phenomenal. It's getting better, actually, John. So, I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised to hear he went up there. But what shot did he miss after that? Was it his forehand?
Double fault. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So he missed his forehand after that into the net, but he's now just double faulted.
Oh, goodness.
As well. So it's 2 set points for Tommy Paul here to level it up at 1 set all. It's currently 4-6 with Casper Ruud serving in this tiebreak. Let's see how he gets on here. Does he get the first serve in? He'll be desperate for that. He does. It's an excellent first serve. He's on the backhand. He goes cross court. Tommy Paul, though, gets it back in play, but Casper Ruud seals that point with a volley at the net. So the first set point is saved on his serve, Casper Ruud. That was an excellent point from the Norwegian. So maybe I should be casting a bit more praise on his backhand, given what you just said there. I just remember it was also pretty poor, though, in the French Open final against Rafa Nadal, a match that I was very fortunate to be at. Go on.
I was just going to say that's what Rafa does, to be fair. Yeah.
Tommy Paul serving anyway. First serve, set point, gets it in. Forehand now, Tommy Paul. Backhand, Casper Ruud goes deep. Tommy Paul, though, still in the point, 50-50 here. Tommy Paul forehand, just over the net, still on. Excellent backhand there from. It's enough to win the set. It's an excellent backhand from Tommy Paul down the line, and it was enough to win the set.
Oh, great!
Tommy Paul there wins the set, 1 set all to the relief of Hanya and all of his fans. 1 set all now. We said it might go long. I'm sure Tommy Paul would rather win this in 4 than in 5 because he's already been in 2 5-setters. I do also remember him clutching his back a little bit in those. Or in the previous round when he won in 5 sets. But it's rock and roll from Tommy Paul. We expect nothing less from the American. Going back to my friends now in the crowd, Zoltan and Marcello, that's great to have you on board. Make sure you hit that like button, and that applies to anybody who's watching, and make sure you subscribe. Marcello, if you are still on board, are you happy about Berrettini being 2 sets to 1 up here? I guess you are. How's it going, by the way, between Berrettini and Andy Murray, Jack?
You've not missed much. Pretty easy hold for Berrettini in the last game. That last point there to go love 15 down for Andy was just a backhand down the line that he dumped into the net, unfortunately. So just going for a riskier shot didn't pay off. At the moment, they're locked in a battle where Andy hit a forehand down the line, but Berrettini has dumped the backhand to the net. So it's 15-0. I take it to another tiebreak, John. You know what? If I could fast forward now, I know I said I felt bad about Andy's chances in the last tiebreak, but the pressure obviously got to Berrettini last time. So, and we're seeing him miss forehands that he doesn't normally miss throughout the set. So, yeah, I'd take a tiebreak. I want the pressure to be mounted on Berrettini.
15-0. Andy Murray serving.
Great forehand from Andy there, by the way. Just went a bit as aggressive as you will see Andy going on a forehand cross court to force the error. So, yeah, he's going through the motions here. I'm not really sure what his tactics are at the moment because he's been flitting between them quite readily. So it's quite difficult to know exactly what it is he's thinking, but it's working. Whatever, I think he just wants to put Berrettini under pressure most of the time. But so that forehand was uncharacteristic.
Jack, I'm going to dive to my kitchen to get some water as well. Take us through the remaining points of this game.
I will do, yeah. So we've got Andy Murray with a second serve at the moment, 30-15 up. Second serve to Berrettini's forehand. Berrettini nails the forehand inside out, gets an inside in forehand. Andy with an amazing defensive forehand goes cross court, and Berrettini forced to go cross court as well. Now they're slicing. Berrettini slices to Andy slices to Berrettini's forehand, I should say. I've not been able to keep up with the point there. It was Berrettini's point eventually. I believe Andy missed a backhand at the end. It was just way too fast. I guess the pace of the shot obviously has went up in this point alone. They're hitting the ball a lot harder. It did say a second ago that Berrettini's forehand speed has been upped by 5 miles an hour from the last set, which is surprising given he was so aggressive with it in the third set. However, yeah, I think he's just feeling the pressure of needing to close out the match, needing to make the plays. I was saying Andy was playing down the middle a lot earlier, so Berrettini maybe feels like he has to do a little bit more. Andy with a great serve down the tee and then just a soft touch at the net to finish off the point. Great stuff to go 40-30. Every single pressure point from Andy has been great. The last 2 sets have been great. Obviously, love 40 is a different scenario. You kind of feel like you have to do something a bit special to get out of that. But besides that, if we even count that as a pressure moment, every other moment for the last 2 sets has been brilliant. And if that's going to be the difference and who wins and loses this match, if the pressure moments continue to be piled on, I really would fancy Andy's chances. Andy with a great serve out wide, unreturned, so that's now 3-all. Great stuff. Berrettini getting asked the question again. Honestly, I feel like he's feeling the pressure. It's not been easy for him to do anything in this match ever since that third set. I mean, it's a third set he should have won. So I feel like the forehand's just been a little bit ropey. Even in the service games he's winning, he's just given off the odd point. Interesting to see where Andy goes here. It looks like he's asking Berrettini to go wide. Berrettini does go down the tee and still manages to ace him, to Andy's absolute dismay. I feel like Andy was stepping over for the tee and he still got aced, which maybe is why he's so livid with himself. Going to 17 aces now for Berrettini. 15 love, Berrettini going for the first serve now in the ad court. Gets it to Andy's forehand. Gets a forehand to Andy's backhand. Now slicing to, dead net court. Berrettini with the apology, not apology there. Andy a little bit raging again. I mean, he was raging after that first point. I imagine he'll be absolutely livid now after a net cord. 30 love, not really in this service game, unfortunately.
I did, but when I left you, to be fair, I thought he might have been in a spot. Well, I think it was 30 all when I left you on the most. So am I right?
You are right, yeah. And the 30 all point was just a great serve. So that's what I was basically saying, that Andy's been playing great in the pressure points the last two sets.
But boy, that was a lucky one there for Berrettini.
It was, yeah. Follows it up, though, to be fair, at 30 love with a missed forehand. Like I was saying, it does seem to have just gone kind of... I'm very surprised it's gone walkabouts, because I was praising it so much before we went into that third set tiebreak, but it seems to be the shot that's broken down as Berrettini does rifle one down the line, to be fair. Then gets another one, though, that he puts in the net, so we're now at 30 all. I mean...
1 second, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, no worries. It looked like he decelerated in that last one. To be fair, he's been keeping the average speed so high. I feel like he's been absolutely ripping them to kind of overcome the pressure. If you keep the racket head speed really high, you can sometimes overcome any nerves you have in that shot. But that one, he just he took the foot off the gas a little bit and dumped it into the net. Berrettini then, gets an ace down the tee in the juice court. It's a spot he's been hitting perfectly basically the whole match. Andy's been creeping over closer and closer to that side, but there's no way to cover it. Just like the two spots he hits in that side are just sublime. I feel like it's the side that he prefers to serve from. Andy almost getting every return in from the ad court as he gets a backhand return in on this side. Actually, now they're locked in cross court. Andy really should be winning from here. Gets a forehand into Berrettini's forehand, and Berrettini goes long to go juice. So yeah, as I say, the juice point is probably the more important of the two to win. As we zoom in on Lendl, he's having a word with the rest of the Andy camp. I wonder if he's bored. I don't know. Juice now. Does he cover the tee? I don't know. He's so close to the tee now. He's asking him to go wide. He does try and go wide. It hits a let. I mean, Andy's cheekily close to the tee now. It's ridiculous. Does he continue to go that close? I mean... Well, I've not got a view of him yet. I'll tell you in a second. He is so... I mean, it's ridiculous now. Yeah, now takes on the wide serve. It's great IQ. I love it. They're now locked in cross-court backhand. Inside-out forehand from Andy. Forces the error. I mean, Berrettini will be raging with that, because Andy asked him to hit a wide serve. He couldn't hit the ace. He can't get the pace in that serve as well as he can down the tee. Managed to get it back into play. So smart from Andy. I'm almost going red, the idea of just how good that was. This is why I love watching Andy. His IQ is just off the charts. It's great. Ad court now. This is where he's been making the returns. I would expect him to make a return here. He does get the forehand return back into play. It's just too good from Berrettini, though, on the +1. The forehand, just a little bit too much on it. Why am I slicing the backhand, says Andy. Good question, actually. I don't know why he sliced the backhand there. He probably should have used the double-hander. It's been a great couple of points, John.
Yeah, you can see I'm back. Yeah. But is there any regrets about that break point?
Yeah, he did say, why am I slicing the backhand? Fair enough. On the defence, he's amazing at the double-hander. This juice court dynamic has been so interesting. Andy's been literally standing basically on the tee to get the serve because he wants Berrettini to hit a wide serve. Almost doing the same thing on second here. gets a forehand return into, he doesn't get it into play. Of course, he's missed the forehand return. He'll be absolutely livid with himself, of course. But yeah, really, really interested to see how he won that juice court point, the point before. It's just unfortunate on the break point that, yeah, Berrettini had a great forehand, to be fair, so not much he could have done.
Yeah. Anyway, never mind. It's game points, so it's not done yet. 3-all advantage Berrettini.
Second serve Berrettini. Andy's been making the return every time he's had a return in the ad court. Okay. Well, is my feeling anyway, not statistically. As I say that, he bunts a forehand return completely wide. I think that was a shank, I'm pretty sure.
There you go, 4-3.
4-3.
So what did I miss then? I was pretty much away for all of that game, one way or another. Obviously, there was a threat. Was it one break point or two?
Just the one.
Just the one. Yeah.
It was actually a great return game from Andy. And I was saying that there was some brilliant tennis IQ on display, and just going close to the tee to ask Berrettini to go wide. And then when he did go wide, he was ready to cover it. It was a great way to win that juice point. But then Berrettini with a serve +1, it was just a little bit too hot to handle. I don't think Andy can really blame himself for going for the slice there. So,
well, you say that though. Looking at him in the changeover now, he's sat down and he's whacked his racket against his sports bag a couple of times. I think he thinks that was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, he definitely does feel like that. He beats himself up. He's beaten himself up for a lot less. John, put it that way.
I mean, that's been a hallmark of his career for the best part of 2 decades.
Yeah, exactly. I would obviously, my expectations of myself are really low, but to come up with something like that, if I ever came up with something like that, where he covered the tee and then went wide to cover that Berrettini serve, because it's just so smart. Like, I would be so happy with myself. He made that break point happen, and then Berrettini kind of saved it. So he shouldn't feel so bad. Definitely.
Taking us around the grounds again, because there has been 1 or 2 developments. This is obviously super tight matches turning out to be between Murray and Berrettini. Equally tight, or probably even tighter, is Tommy Paul against Casper Ruud, which is 1 set all. And Jack Draper has already taken a big advantage at the beginning of the 3rd set. We know that he was a set and a break down. Well, that match has really swung around because it was a set and a break down. It's now 1 set all, but Jack Draper is a break up 3-love in the 3rd set. Cashin is mounting a fight back. He's 1 set down, but he is a break up in the 2nd set. Let's go back to Murray and Berrettini, though.
Just FYI, Jamie Murray has been knocked out of the tournament.
Oh, okay. I did sort of, while you went away to get some water, I was just having a look around the doubles action, and I saw that was it was super tight, wasn't it? I think they lost the 1st set on a tie break.
Yeah, 2 tie breaks.
Yeah.
Still, it's been a pretty grim year for Jamie, I've got to say. He'd be really disappointed with that. It's a pair they beat a few weeks ago, I'm pretty sure, to win the title, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but they did beat them very recently, so that's a really, really poor result.
By the way, going off a tangent somewhat before we come back to this match, because Murray has just lost the 1st point of his service game. And in fact, there's Zoltan saying he looks extremely frustrated. Yeah, I think you're right there, Zoltan. Davis Cup is coming to Scotland, right? Am I right?
It is, John, yeah. And I'm happy to say that I've been accredited for the every day. So, yeah.
Great. Jack,
happy days.
I need to take tips from you on how to write the accreditation letters, perhaps, because I have drawn blanks so far, albeit I'm right at the beginning of doing so. I applied for the US. Of course, US Open is a much harder one, but I've applied for WTA finals as well in Turin. Let's see if I've had any luck with that one, but perhaps I need to grow the channel a bit more. But you got to throw your hat in the ring. How did you get that? Did you get that through the podcast?
Yeah, I mean, I wrote a letter just saying I was based in Glasgow. I feel like being based in the city that's being hosted is probably a massive benefit, to be fair. We've also got the Billie Jean King Cup coming up, by the way. John,
okay, nice.
If you want to try and get your way in there. That's also
in Glasgow, is it?
Yeah, it's also in Glasgow, yeah.
My holidays, if you like, for my main job have been pretty much booked, which is I've taken off, I think, if not the whole week, certainly the large part of the week for the ATP finals, and that's about it for the rest of the year. But when is the Billie Jean Cup?
It's very close to that, actually. I think so. the first or second week in November. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to double check.
By the way, have they fixed? We've got 15:30 here on the Murray serve. If there's a break point, we'll come to it. Have they fixed a place yet for the WTA finals? I think that last I heard, they still hadn't got a location for that.
I thought they were going for Guadalajara again.
Again? Okay, I thought that was a one-off, and I thought that they had yet to confirm the location for it. I think Guadalajara was a late change last year, but go on,
It
Jack.
was. Yeah, no, it was definitely a late change, but I think you're right that they've not confirmed it as we go 15:40, by the way, on the Murray serve. You're right, they've not confirmed it, but I'm sure they talked about doing it the next year, last year, basically.
Take us through this point, though.
Oh, well, yeah. So they haven't confirmed it, but it looks likely.
Okay.
Yeah, very poor approach there from Andy, by the way. He almost bunted it back into play with his forehand instead of going aggressive, and didn't get the rewards that he didn't really deserve to get an easy volley. So 15:40 now, I would imagine Andy goes out wide, I think, maybe just to start off the point rather than try and outfox Berrettini. No, he does go tee, but misses second serve. It's not like second serve has been a death sentence for this match, though, so let's remain a little confident. Goes second serve into Berrettini's forehand, gets his own forehand into Berrettini's forehand. Berrettini hooks it back to Andy's backhand, but Andy can't do anything with it and nets it. 5-3.
Berrettini breaks at a huge moment in the match now, and of course the Italian will be serving for the match. What do you think about that break of serve?
Yeah, to be honest, the way the third set went, John, it was a pretty long time coming. The Love 41 was a total blip, but this was one again when he was at 15:40 where you just felt like he can't wangle his way out of that situation more than 5 or 6 times. He was probably asking a bit too much for himself.
Murray greeted that break of serve, of his own serve, with a nod of the head. I don't know if that's just the fact that he knew he'd been getting out of jail so often over the last hour or so that it was coming, and Berrettini knows the importance of this. He's now serving for the match. Let's take us through this.
Second serve for Berrettini goes to Andy's backhand, which he hits down the middle. Locked cross court now. Yep, Berrettini nets the backhand. As soon as you get that cross-court backhand dynamic, as we said throughout the match, it should benefit Andy, though Berrettini has found ways to counter it. Didn't there, though, netted the backhand. We'll see where Berrettini goes in this first serve. I imagine the ad court is probably the area it's been tougher for him to win points, so I think he'll just want to get the point started with a wide serve, I would expect. Does go wide. Andy bunts it back into play. Berrettini gets a brilliant serve +1 on the forehand, and it's too hot to handle for Andy, who can't control the block forehand and pushes it along. 15-0, yep. That was too good from Berrettini, to be fair, and a seriously big point to win, because I imagine he'll have been winning more points in the juice court than the ad court. This should be easier for him. Does Andy cover the tee? I'll tell you in a second. Berrettini probably will look to just hammer it down the tee. Andy is covering the tee. Berrettini couldn't quite nail it. He really is going for the outside of the line. Way too tight to get it in. So it's a second serve now. Andy gets a forehand return, but he nets it. He really should have made that. So the racket goes up in the air. He doesn't catch it. Yeah, he's raging at himself, Sean.
Yeah. 2 points from victory now.
2 points from victory. Again, this is the side that Andy's had more success with. So I guess a virtual match point in some ways, if we would indulge that, I guess. Goes down the tee. Andy only just getting the forehand return back into play. Berrettini in at the net now. Andy with a backhand pass opportunity, but asks a little bit too much of himself, trying to go over the highest part of the net, and nets the backhand.
40-15. 2 match points to Berrettini. Let's stick to the point for now. We'll give an analysis in a few minutes, perhaps.
Yeah.
2 match points.
Berrettini first serve, I would imagine, out wide. Does go out wide, nails it, and unreturned from Andy. Good match for Berrettini.
Game, set, match, Berrettini. listen, in a way, it was sort of a constant theme throughout. That was what I was about to say before it finished, in that each set was kind of at the moment, just in the crucial moment of the 3 sets that Berrettini won, which he's obviously very pleased about. I think he can obviously feel some momentum now behind his game, winning in 4 sets now against Andy Murray, proving too much, really. I mean, he was probably the best player throughout all 4 sets, as it turned out, and we'll come to the 3rd set in a second. But the 3 sets that he did win were very similar in nature. He just broke at the right moment, if you like. Murray obviously double faulting twice on break points. So it really was super close. I mean, I'm saying he's the better player throughout, but I don't know what Berrettini's complaining about there.
Yeah,
He's
just
talking to
watching
the
that there.
umpire.
I'm not sure.
Could be about some crowd noise or something like that. There were certain moments when people were leaving the crowd. I'm not talking about the moment when obviously somebody fell ill. I think you probably understand that. But there were some moments where people were sort of getting food delivered to them in the crowd, etc. And I know that bothered Andy Murray, I think, at one point, but perhaps Berrettini was worried about, concerned about that. But anyway, back to the action itself. I'm sure he's very happy overall. Winning in 4 sets today against Andy Murray. And we'll come to the Andy Murray. I want some points on him from you in a moment. But coming back to Berrettini, I'm going to put some praise on this guy because, as I said, his form, he has been scratching around for a bit of form and obviously missing Wimbledon through COVID in recent weeks. But I actually now see Berrettini for the first time since Queen's really showing the kind of form that has earned him some Grand Slam semi-finals in the past on hard surface, and obviously getting to Wimbledon final last year. And now with the draw opening up with Fritz and Tsitsipas both out from this half of the draw, can see him making a semi-final potentially with Medvedev. Andy Murray there waving to the crowd though. What regrets do you think he may have from today?
Yeah, the first 2 sets kind of went by in a flash, right? And I mean, even that 3rd set, he didn't really deserve to win. I feel like the biggest factor for him will be how many first serves he put into the court in those first 2 sets, because it was about 42% first serves in for the whole of the first 2 sets. In fact, was the average there. It's just not enough against a player of Berrettini's caliber. Like, Berrettini's going to give you the chance maybe to break once a set maximum. So if you're putting 42% of your first serves in, you're going to get beaten. There's no that's way too low, definitely. So I feel like that'll be the biggest regret for him for sure, because it's a matchup he could have won, definitely.
In breaking irrelevant news, Tomjanovic has just walked past Andy Murray as he went down the tunnel there. That is probably fortunate that she didn't have an unfortunate meeting down that narrow tunnel with Matteo Berrettini, but we won't go down Hello Magazine.
Good point. Yeah, I thought about that.
I mean, the thing is, they're both in the tournament now, and they're both regularly, actually, of course, Berrettini we're used to, but Tomjanovic, didn't she get to the quarterfinals at Wimbledon this year? And so I'm sure, given how narrow some of these tunnels are as well, they could well be crossing paths. But anyway, like I say, we won't go down that unfortunate alleyway too much. But yeah, back to Murray. I think you're right. Of course, Matteo Berrettini been the better player today. And the other thing as well, that the set that obviously Murray did win, he was probably outclassed more in that set than any other ones. Brad Gilbert there interviewing on the court, they're interviewing, but Berrettini, I don't know what they're talking about, but obviously Berrettini chuckling away. But listen, there's also the fact that perhaps he went too big on some of those second serves. I'd have to watch those double faults again, but it was those first 2 sets were super tight. So the 3rd set wasn't tight, and yet the scoreboard says otherwise. But the first 2 sets were literally 1 point either way. And with that being so tight, maybe he went too big on the second serve. I don't know. Like I said, to watch those again, but it's all ifs and buts. Berrettini was the better player, I think, largely in the big moments at the ends of sets 1, 2, and 4.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I thought the main factor would be the backhand cross court, basically, for Andy. I thought that would basically beat Berrettini outright. But a couple of things for me in the first 2 sets. Andy wasn't making anywhere near enough returns, and he kind of changed his return strategy as the match went on. Went a little bit deeper, started covering the tee serve and the juice court, and it did make a bit of a difference. But he was kind of just a little bit too slow to react, and had he been a little bit quicker off the mark and kind of figured stuff out a little bit earlier, I think we would have seen a break of serve. earlier in the match. Obviously, we had one at the start of the second set. In fact, was that the only break of serve we had? I think it was.
No, Murray broke twice. Murray broke
twice.
He also broke at the beginning of the fourth.
So he did, yeah. The love 40, of course, was the way that Berrettini was able to break back. Yeah, it did still feel like he should have had more chances than that, definitely. There was a couple of moments where he was making returns, to be fair, but yeah, the backhand cross-court dynamic wasn't working quite as well as I thought it would. Berrettini was really, really going for his forehand at times, and it was enough to kind of outdo Andy. And the drop shot as well, I think that's if he wasn't regretful about his first serve, then he'd be regretful about not being able to do more with the drop shots, because Berrettini was running rings around him for quite a while.
That was some moments in the first two sets. It seemed to tail off a bit, the drop shots in sets 3 and 4, but I mean, when you say do more with it, maybe read it a bit better, maybe anticipate a bit better, maybe not stand so far back. We mentioned obviously his deep service return point, which is understandable with the size of the first serve from Berrettini, but perhaps maybe stepping in a bit after that. But they are ifs and buts. But I think we're looking at probably one or two too many ifs and buts to really say anything more than that. I mean, if it's a five-setter, perhaps, and there's just 1 or 2 points in it, perhaps. But there's probably 3 or 4 ifs and buts that once they start to mount up, they sort of become irrelevant. I see Alex Correia and Kim Kleister's having a nice chat there. Alex Correia, actually, the Spanish or the former Spanish player. He's actually someone I quite like. I'm not sure if it's his analysis, but it's certainly his passion. I dip into his Spanish from time to time. I largely see him on the English side of things, but I love the way he greeted the match point. There's a great thing on YouTube for anyone tuning in to just see how Alex Correia and his co-commentator greet the match point when Nadal beats Medvedev in Australia, and it's just it's 3 minutes of good stuff, let's say, or a couple of minutes of good stuff. But listen, my final thoughts on this match, and I will just take us around the grounds before we call it a day. Listen, maybe. What do you think? Do you think Murray got some things wrong tactically as well?
No, not really. To be honest, like normally, Andy knows what he's doing tactically. I think, to be fair, Berrettini went aggressive when he needed to, and maybe Andy wasn't expecting that. But the only thing I would say, Andy normally tactically fine. Overall, though, yeah, the third set was such a steal that really you won't be surprised to hear me say this, but he didn't deserve to win that match. Berrettini absolutely did. Like I don't think the result is. I think the result is fairly kind to Andy.
Fair enough. But listen, let's put a mini positive spin, and I see another interview occurring now on court with Matteo Berrettini. He was on court with Brad Gilbert a minute ago. I didn't know they did 2 on-court interviews. Maybe Berrettini was seeking a second interview on court because he heard that Tomljanovic was nearby. Anyway, I'll milk that joke for as long as I possibly can. But listen, okay, so I said I could put a mini positive spin on it. We're a little bit down on the result today for Andy Murray, but Berrettini really, over the last couple of years, is a top 5 player in the world. And he's an absolute, constant, consistent masterpiece when it comes to. I'm just looking at his last 6 slams. So Australian Open round 4, when he pulled out injured against Tsitsipas. I see a quarterfinal and plenty of semi-finals, and also a Wimbledon final in there as well. They've actually disappeared the graphic off the screen, unfortunately. But you get the point. I mean, we are talking about the top, aside from Djokovic and Nadal, who else has won a major in the last couple of years? Anybody? Have they won all of the majors in recent years? Of course, you had Team 2 years ago, but since that,
Medvedev, of course.
Medvedev, of course. So yeah, so probably after those 3, because let's say the last 2 years from the US Open onwards, I would say there's only been 3 players in the world better.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's fair enough. To be fair, the reason I made the top 10 comparisons, John, is because Berrettini has been terrible against top 10 players, and players that can play from the baseline, particularly with a top 10 backhand, should be able to make or graft consistent advantages against Berrettini. And the fact that Andy can put serves back into play, I really expected him to do a little bit better, I guess, and just didn't happen. I don't think he served well enough, which is the biggest regret for me I don't know if you'll feel the same way.
Yeah, well, listen, the profile of the player that you think would trouble Berrettini a lot, or even the most, is exactly the profile of Daniil Medvedev, by the way. And then you just said about not serving well enough. Well, that is something that we tend to expect from Daniil Medvedev. So the backhand double-handed when he's sort of jumping in the air as well is pretty special for Medvedev from time to time. So you would think, therefore, that should they meet in the semi-finals, which they are on course to do, we are getting carried away, you would make Medvedev a heavy favourite for that?
Yeah, it's just best of 5. I remember at the ATP Cup, Berrettini was able to steal a set from Medvedev just by virtue of making his serve unbreakable for a set, but Medvedev still won over the course of 5 sets. It just feels like he's got a set in him, and that's about it, to be honest.
I don't remember that match. Was that at the beginning of this year, was it?
Was it last year? Maybe it was last year.
Beginning of last year, was it?
It was
just
one
before
of
the
other,
Aussie Open, yeah. Anyway, Medvedev obviously getting to the final of Australia last year in 2021, and then also getting there this year. So it's 2 runners-up on the bounce there. But US Open, of course, he's got a really consistent record at Medvedev. We shouldn't forget, and maybe some of us, me included, have forgotten that in the build-up to this tournament, of course, because he was in 2019 final, 2020 semi-final, and 2021 winner. That's some pretty good pedigree that perhaps I was ignoring before the tournament. I had some fears about him. I think I may even have had him losing to Tsitsipas in the semi-final, which just goes to show what I know about tennis. Listen, Jack, it's been great having you on board. Listen, just before you go, I will, if you don't mind, I know you're in a bit of pain, obviously, with the results today, but I will just take us around the grounds. Tommy Paul is a breakup now in the 3rd set, so that's exciting. I'll probably be switching over to that, but I will be bringing this show to a close. I'll get a final thought from you on today's action. Of course, we've only been really watching one match, but maybe some thoughts from you on these other matches that are going on right now, or maybe even Ons Jaebeur winning as well. But listen, so Tommy Paul is now a breakup in that 3rd set. That's good for him. Jack Draper is a breakup. There's 2 really eye-catching matches there that either of us could certainly tune into. I know I'll be tuning into one of those 2. So he's now, Jack Draper's a breakup in the 3rd on Khachanov, 1 set all there. And Cachin against Moutet is 1 set to love to the Frenchman, but Cachin is threatening, very much threatening to break up in that 2nd set as Madison Keys and Korigov finally get warming up. Talking of warming up, on my screen I can see Nadal practicing. Of course, he's not warming up for anything too much because he's playing tomorrow. The plaster is off, it looks like, from his nose. I see an interview as well being conducted as well with Mats Verlander, as well with the Spaniard, although that may well have been from earlier on today. Listen, my question to you is this. Tommy Paul Casper Ruud into a 3rd set there, and Khachanov Draper. Which one of those 2 do you think you'll be watching?
I'm going to watch Draper.
Cool.
Purely national, definitely. But
fair enough.
Yeah, somebody to back for once that's not Andy, right? Well, Dan Evans as well, of course. And Cam Norrie.
And Cam Norrie,
plenty up there, yeah. But I watched Jack Draper, I think.
Cool. Listen, thanks for having me on board. A pity was to share some sort of sad news regarding Murray's defeat to Berrettini in 4 sets today, but hopefully there'll be better news for both Murray and some of the other British players in the near future. Jack, once again, it's been amazing having you with us, so thanks very much.
Thanks, John, for having me. It's been great. Really, really enjoyed it, despite the result.
Great. Thanks very much. I will say collectively a collective goodbye from both of us. Thanks for stopping by. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Take care, everyone.